tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? You kept the sun shining and turned my world into spring. I never thought my life could ever change for this one reason. If I could just go back and hold your hand falling fast and never let it go, 'cause I won't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
On the lookout for a new smash hit? How about Walker's salt and vinegar crisps inside a chicken butty? Oh, yes. Or legendary ready salted crisps on the side of a prawn sandwich. Now that's a classic. Whether you're crisp in or crisp out, it must be Walker's.
What to give your brother-in-law for his birthday? He likes swimming, but he's
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue
What if I just came in, like, before the timer reached 0? Is that illegal? Is that against the rules? I'm never really sure of these things. Hey, guys, guess what flavor Protein Works we're drinking today? I'm sorry, what? Do you want to see it? The most appropriate time to go to Browntown? Yeah, we got to come in for that. What's up? Thank you very much, Cammy, and appreciate the sub. We got Anatan in the swarm. We got him where he belongs. And I have got the power of the gods in my hand. It's Protein Works. That's right. Kinder Bueno. The Bueno, I think is what it's called. So, of course, they can't have Kinder in there because that wouldn't be legal. But I'm pretty sure we know where this one is going. This should be tasting of Kinder chocolate. Mmm. That pops. That pops. I'm not like crazy for chocolate milkshake type things, but I actually like that. Mmm. Mmm. And we're going to need that to power up because we are leveling up the field when it comes to midweek action, okay? We need to get the constant esports pounding. That's what we're here to do. We've got a show match. Best of 5 between Corvinus and B. Dry Arabia is a starting map, Lipany, Prairie, Himiyama, and Wetlands. And this, sorry, I said best of 5? I meant play all 5, which means we are getting spoiled. There's no quick way out here. There's no play 3 games and done. Enjoy your delivery-do. No. They are going to have to pound the pavement here. 5 games in total and a bum rush through. And hopefully some more show matches. If I do have some pro players who are watching, let me know. I'm always willing to try and organize additional show matches as the day goes on, as I'm having an absolute blast casting these. So, we actually already have a draft. The boys have been doing it in the background, so I actually timed this perfectly to bring us in, which means we can go across to our draft screen. And there we go. Have a look at that absolute beauty. We have got some Order of the Dentist coming out. Marlians as a priority pick. No surprise there. Corvinus wants to experiment. Ottomans as well. I mean, he's in full experimentation mode. B with the Juji wasn't able to make it work against Anatan yesterday, but maybe, just maybe, we will get treated to some brutal cavalry spam from the Juji today. Opening map is going to be on Dry Arabia, so I'm expecting we're likely looking at... I've got a feeling Corvinus is going to get Marlians first, which is a bit risky with Mongols in the pool, and I'm wondering if that's going to get red. So we'll find out in a second. Let me actually boot up my Age of Empires 4. We also have another announcement. Oh my god, he doesn't stop. Damn right I don't. Not only are we hosting show matches today, I also don't know how I'm going to keep affording this at this rate. I'm going to... I don't get that much money, but we'll try. But also, I'm organizing a tournament this weekend. Sunday, we are going to have it kick off at about 1 p.m., so an hour forward from now is when it will start. And we are going to have some known faces and some upcoming players contesting on the pop in a double elimination bracket format to see who's the absolute Chad of Season 9. So it'll be best of 3s, best of 5s into best of 7, and then the lower bracket will be mainly best of 1, so we keep things streamlined. But yeah, we're gonna have some known names there. I've already got like a few of the top players appearing. Hopefully more of them come through. The goal is if we bare minimum have 8 people, we can run the bracket, and that's the condition for it happening, and we're close to achieving that. And then anything beyond that means that we can basically just add in best of 1 earlier rounds for the lower seeded players to facilitate that. Corv versus B, damn right. Corvinus versus B. We say that. I don't know how much B has been playing. I mean, he's been very eager to get in these show matches, so maybe he's been just grinding secretly in the background. But, you know, he did have divided attention, right? Like Zero Space, Stormgate, all these things. Whereas Corvinus has been pretty religiously on the AoE 4 train and just the AoE 4 train. And Chad wiped the floor with Wham. Yeah, dude, I like, I glimpsed that, and I was like, $100 for best of 5, Blade. Where do you get this money? And then I was like, I would have told him to do a play all 5 to get his bang for buck, but yeah, bless him. Big shout out to him for doing that. So, I believe they are now getting in lobby and ready. First game is going to be Abbasis versus Order of the Dragon. Oh no, Corv. Oh no. This matchup, I'm pretty sure heavily favors the Abbasids, at least from what I've seen before. The reason is that with with the Abbas, they can just spam into Camel Archers. So, there is a potential for you to try and men-at-arms rush them with a Minework build. The problem with that is that Abbasids, because they save so much resource in the early game off of fresh foodstuffs and the fact that they also have the Golden Age really quickly, they can afford to just spam towers. I've seen this type of strategy yield great results against mass men-at-arms before, and that was on maps like Cliffside. That was Beastie versus Kiljardi, where Kiljardi just used mass outposts to defend against it and gradually built into Camel Archers. So I think this is going to be an uphill battle for Corvinus in game 1. We'll have to find out, though. We're getting ready to load in now. In fact, let's switch over in prep. No time to waste, baby. Oh, now I love that music, but that's going to have to go as we go into game. Let me just actually toggle the score. All right, we're absolutely live. I am out of control. I just can't stop myself. I'm hooked on competitive Age of Empires 4, which is why we are back with another show match from the Season 9 preview, this time between Corvinus and 3D Clans B. Play all 5 in this situation. We're going to kick off with B on the Abbasses in the orange and Corvinus taking to Order of the Dragon. This is a tough matchup from what I've seen for the Dragon Boys, so I'm kind of curious as what Corvinus can do here. Overall, Order of the Dragon directly didn't have much change about them, but of course, with the whole Siege revamp, we might see a drastic change for a lot of civs in their approaches in the mid-game. I'm hoping we get there. Definitely feels like we could be leaning that way. Order of the Dragon on a feudal all-in might be a bit tricky ever since Camel Archers have been buffed through the roof. Yes, not just this patch, previous patches have been leading us down a path, a humpy path full of camels. Let me get those predictions up for you guys because I know you're absolute gambaholics and need to do it. But yeah, so we're trying to do more of these. I think we want to try to make this a more frequent occurrence. My goal is to get as much midweek esports action going as possible because I think that's really what's missing from AOE4. It's cool that we have these big legacy events on the weekends, but everyone is competing for that. So I've decided to slot myself quite comfortably where everyone else isn't looking. And glad to see we've got so many players who are actually willing and able and wanting to play into these. So look at the spawn. Corvinus, pretty good start with the back spawn gold. Doesn't have any pressure there. Archon Chapel placement might be okay. Nothing too crazy. Because they nerfed Archon, which I believe they nerfed both Archons, if I'm not mistaken, you will not be able to Archon here and clip to the east side of this gold. So the mining camp placement might hurt him in a minute or two, unless this is indeed going to be a mine work. Other side, B's likely going Eco Wing here. The reason why Eco Wing is solid is because you're not really going to get much value out of 4 units against Order of the Dragon at the beginning of Feudal Age. On top of that, by going Eco Wing, you can start to play efficiently into TC, efficiently into farms, and that gets you into Camel Archer spam. So yeah, B, he knows this. It's interesting actually because the TC meta has kind of shifted in the way it plays out, and because of that change, Military Wing kind of lost a lot of value. Eco Wing gained a lot of value when you add in the fact that farms are still ridiculously good, and Camel Archers become very spammable. So yeah, like I think Eco Wing is way too good. They also did buff it right. It used to be 30% from Fertile Crescent, and now discounts by 35%. That adds up pretty damn quickly in the grand scheme of things. And Boot Camp, by comparison, doesn't really feel that important, considering that Horsemen and Camel Archers are quickly becoming the bread and butter, or should I say the pitta and hummus of the Middle Eastern Civ. So, other side of this, Stone Gathering underway. Yeah, so Corvinus is going to mirror. It's interesting because he went Mine Work, yet he's going for 2 TC. I don't mind this if he gets it a bit wide. Say the TC over here would be sick between the berries and the deer. It's very loose, but if your opponent's spamming Camel Archers, they won't be able to take out the TC straight away. Another really nice thing about playing as Order of the Dragon with 2 TC is your garrisoning is more effective in that you will not have as much exposed economy as other civs will every phase of the game, right? Because remember, they produce less villagers, but their villagers are more efficient. This is why you see Order of the Dragon so very easily play out onto, for example, deer and boar, because they can bring 5 villagers and be content and drop an outpost, whereas other civs, other than the Roos, feel bad and know they're going to have to spend double the wood. And yeah, I'm a big fan of the changes with the Siege. I think it needed to happen. Springholds in their current state are just not... current state as in Season 8 state, not fun. The new ones are intriguing. I'm curious to see how powerful they're going to be. They're a little bit buggy at the moment from what I've been hearing and seeing. But I think there is a lot of positive change coming into AoE 4. And it's kind of what we need, what's needed. What's needed now, the big need now is, and this goes from the dev side, the TO side, everyone's side, marketing. We've got a great game here, a fantastic game that's making big strides. And by the way, I hope we see these big overarching changes more frequently. This is what gets us there, in conjunction with marketing. We do that, this could still become one of the biggest RTSs of all time. TC drop coming in, it's going to be on the deer. Love this. Other side of it, we've already got a move out for... Wait, B? Oh, no. What? He does see the deer, right? Yeah, so there's no reason to be playing out here. What's he looking for? The berries? No way! Yeah, he was looking for the 8 stack of berries there. And because B hadn't checked the back corner, he assumed it was going to be here. Wastes a lot of time walking over here. No wheelbarrow, by the way. And this is rough, guys. I'm actually really worried for being in this game now because it's a loose TC. And although Camel Archers will eventually counter what Corvinus is likely to do in Age 2, that takes time to scale. 35 seconds each. If Corvinus just leans straight away into men-at-arms spam, he could just brutalize the second town center. We might also just see him opt for going castle here. Having 5 people on gold isn't indicative of a castle rush, by the way. He's still got all these eco techs that he can get. I personally would love to see him just go men-at-arms spam into the second TC. Men-at-arms spam, and then you switch horsemen afterwards. Yeah, Wild's kind of went a bit dodgy here. It's wild, actually, because B did see this earlier on, right? He at least saw the deer and the gold. I don't know if he saw the berries, but it's really far out there either way. The spawn does feel much better for Corvinus than it does for B. The tree lines have just kind of shoved everything much further away, and Abbasis don't want to spread their TCs too wide, because usually you want to be able to chain them into your main base so you get the fire armor, which makes it much harder to bring them down. And whoa, what is it with B in this? I don't get this, man. This is the third time now across 8 games we've seen this, right? Because we had the Play-All 7 against Anatan yesterday, where it happened twice. It just happened again in the first game up against Corvinus. B is riding blind here. He doesn't know if it's a fast castle build. He doesn't know if it's a feudal presence. And considering the outpost placement, I think we can assuredly be guaranteed that Corvinus is rushing castle here. Okay, this is intriguing. See, Castle Age rushes, you'd think Camel Archers counters that, but it doesn't when it's this fast. Which is wild considering that Corv went 2TC as well. But his gold gathering, his food gathering, you know, you can have maybe 3 Camel Archers in the field max by the time Corvinus is in Age 3. And I actually think at that stage, if Corv just goes Horseman with Veterancy, which sounds a bit wild, you'd think Gilded Knights, but Gilded Knights can get kited, they can get whittled down by the Camel Archers, right? I kind of like the idea of just getting Horsemen to immediately counter out the Camel Archers. The alternative is Corv is going to open Gilded Knights and then switch into Gilded Crossbows, because although they don't get bonus damage against Camel Archers, they have great range and great base damage to bring these bad boys down. Did Corvinus potentially put server on US? I'm not sure why they'd be on US. Maybe there was some hosting issues? I'll have to check in on that. But I believe if they want, they can take it in turns. I think it was just a case of B asked Corvinus to host. Regnit's down the way. So only 2 Camel Archers. B has made the right call, by the way. He's saving up. Now, this is smart. If Corvinus drops stables, all you need to do here as B is pump Military Wing and go Camel Riders. I am not memeing. I am not dreaming. Camel Riders will take a giant Goliath-sized crap on Gilded Knights. Like, actually, Camel Riders may be one of the best absolute counters to Gilded Knights in the game. And the reason is that you are able to bulk and pinch Gilded Knights easy compared to, like, pinching Royal Knights, right? Like, you can chase Royal Knights away, but killing them is difficult. But Gilded Knights, especially when you get that camel handling, you just surround them, pound them down. So I'm hoping Corvinus is not going stables here, because I feel like he's setting himself up to be trapped if he does. Second outpost being set up in the meantime, so he's insulating himself against the camel archers. Deer not expired yet, so he's still got some food to work with there. Ideally, you want to be able to wall this off, but we can already see what is happening here. B is camping on the backside, and what? B, he's going up with the culture wing, so no military wing intentions here. Now, usually culture wing does feel better earlier in the game because you get more value out of preservation knowledge, and this is a game where B doesn't have any eco tech, so he will see huge savings there. But it does mean your military presence is non-existent. Corvinus already has the first horseman being queued up. I love that he's doing this play instead of the Gilded Knights for the reasons we mentioned here. The other thing is also if it does become camel riders, horsemen can kind of run away, Gilded Knights can't. But I don't think this is even going to be camel riders. I mean, we've got stables plus archery range. I'm wondering if B is just going to go knights here, which works out okay due to the fact that it's horsemen. The Corvinus should be able to easily just set up spears in prep. Another big difference here is one thing I don't like for B. He did build a stables, but he didn't build a second scout, so he's playing blind still. Prelate. The green camo, Mr. Corvinus. B didn't even see him, which is unfortunate because that would have been an easy snipe. In the meantime, Horseman to take down the Camel Archer, and the first relic is now on the way home. Horseman shifting across for that second relic, and we've got blockers on both of these central. Oh, Horseman being spammed by B. What? This is kind of wild. Like, usually you would not do this, but in some ways it makes sense because your opponent went Horseman instead of Gilded Knights. He's going to switch, though. There's no way he keeps bumping horses. This is just to try and block the prelates at the beginning. And the only upside I'm seeing right now for B is that these are not vetted Gilded Horsemen, because then this fight would get ugly. However, one thing that's kind of awkward about spamming Camel Archers, or not spamming them, not spamming enough Horsemen, is these very tanky Gilded Horsemen can just dive in for kills on the Camels if they want. And Corvinus, he dodges him! The timing on that was pristine. B, he arrived just a second too late. Corvinus pivots to the west side, further away from his base, but in the long term, it's going to get the relic home. You on the center, Wallo is going to come out. And B, I don't know what you're thinking here, son. He's trying to min-max. It's double Gilded Horseman, though. So he might be able to kill the Prelate, but he won't be able to hang around. Still going to be 2 relics at least for Corv. And we've already got mass farms on the way. This mine work's interesting, by the way. I don't feel like it's had drastic value so far in this game. Maybe it's about the Zornhau. Zornhau is kind of crazy. I do think it gets slept on a lot in these kind of dragged out fights. I don't think it's going to come out in this game unless the format changes. So yeah, it does feel like Arkan would have overall been better, but I'm wondering if Corvinus was kind of baiting B into reacting Camel Archers. I think that's what this was about, guys, because you see mine work, you assume mass men at arms, and your reaction has to be camels, which would slow you down in a TC and tech race. If that's the case, this is a ginormous bait by Corvinus. Military Academy on the way. He needs it. He's going into mass camels. And yes, Arkan has a smaller radius, was the nerf. But, like, compared to mine work, it still feels like the surefire choice, right? It's possible there was an option to go Golden Cuirass Men at Arms in Castle Age, which does feel a lot better at the moment than the Feudal Pump. But, like, considering you're up against the Bastards, I would be surprised if that's ever on the agenda. So, third relic now coming in. B, he's not playing for relic still. So isn't trying to play blocker by collecting them himself. It's 2TC versus 2TC, which means that B is not ahead. You have to add 28% onto Corvinus's count here, and you just realize how much of a lead he has at this point. It's quite wild how effective their economy can be, especially when you add in the Regnants as well. I mean, the Bastards do have the Golden Age, but it doesn't fully compare. What might is an eventual full farm sling with agriculture, because then you've got that extra 15%, which the Order of the Dragon don't have access to, right? Because it's a unique Abbasid tech. By the way, another thing to think about here is Abbasid's got like buffed by other people getting nerfed, is the base techs now have a 10% increase per level, but agriculture, the eco tech, is still 15%. So there's a bigger difference between them and other civs than previously existed when it comes to food income. Kind of wild, actually, that Abbasid's got subtly buffed when they're already so good. So what's going up? I wonder, is Corvinus just going to try to tech? It's possible. Your opponent has gone not just mass camel archers, but full mass camels. Oh, this is wild. It's kind of scary, though, into Gilded Spears, right? Lance Nectar also getting added in. We have got Zornhau on the way. I think Corvinus needed Spear Horseman here. I'm not convinced that the... It's kind of weird. Actually, I guess you can't do Spear Horseman because of camel handling, right? They're too fast. It's like Horseman would work, but then they die to the camel riders. Maybe what Corvinus needs is Gilded Archers? I think people just feel safer with crossbows because they have more range, right? And their base damage is really good. And the thing is, like, if you go Gilded Archers, your opponent can switch into, say, Golems. But if you go crossbows, you already have all boxes ticked. What I'm curious about, could you go... Mangoes suck against camel archers, that's pointless. You wouldn't go Springalds because they're only good against melee infantry. Yeah, I guess this is really the only option for Corvinus. I know camels are kind of OP. Corv will look to defend himself here. But remember, the spears may do bonus damage, but they take bonus damage as well from the camel archers. They are getting absolutely evaporated. Now a target on the back line. Prelate's just trying to sustain what little they have here. The one Gilded Men-at-Arms, but he's being ignored. Everything else is being target-fired down. Corvinus' army is getting wiped by mass camels only. Oh my god. This is wild. The army value difference is insane in this game. We might have a quick GG. I mean, so the upside for Corvinus is if he builds enough Spring placements, these camel archers suck, right? But he doesn't have that many. He's got what? Arrow slits here. Arrow slits here. Please. Okay, he can make Spring Order placement here, but that's it. It's almost like you need a keep drop, actually, to stop this from flooding. Yeah, camels are broken. I've been saying that they've been slept on. I think we can finally agree on that, right? The free melee armor, the 270 HP. Like, what's your counter here? You have to build spears, but you're building spears when camel archers get bonus damage against spears. It sounds so counterintuitive. Camel's just trying to snipe whatever villages they can, picking the reinforcements coming out here. He's still got a few riders in the mix, which means the horsemen can't play. And a lot of idle time in his base as well. About 20 villages, so about a third almost of Corvinus' economy is not working right now. And this trickle of troops is a trickle to death. Oh my god. The crazy thing as well is B is doing this without like pure power from Blacksmiths, right? He's only got Steel Arrow level 2 coming through now. Shows you the raw effective HP that these units have. 270 on the Camel Riders. And Camel Archers sitting at 175, looking pretty. Oh my god. These spears are lucky if they get a kill in return. And when you remember they cost 160 and these units cost, what, 230? It doesn't feel great. I feel like the only time that Corvinus is maybe getting a kill is out of this center racks if he finds a low HP unit. The TC is gradually mopping this up though. However, Corvinus has experienced a lot of idle time. I think he's been working on the backside of his base, which means, folks, this game is not over yet. I think B made a bit of a blunder here, camping on one location. And I think that's why he was worried about Spring placements coming through. He waited so long. Had he gone a little bit quicker, he could have stopped those towers from going up. But wasting all this time to burn down 2 farms to idle out the production buildings, it's lost him his advantage here. Military is now drawn neck and neck when it comes to pop. Eco lead is still big for B, granted. And he has picked up the remaining relics in the meantime. He also has started to pad his farm transition, being up 34. So it's not the end of the world, but I feel like B could have probably done more damage if he'd gone deeper there. Maybe he was worried about getting trapped, like if he went in he could come out, but now that Stay of Execution, Corvinus goes hard onto the stone. 26 Gilded Villages working this vein. Beast doing camels only. Oh, this is why we love having B for some show matches, man. Like, he does this kind of stuff quite frequently. The whole idea of, like, yeah, can I just find something almost, like, borderline cheesy in terms of, like, unit comp? 2.6k food. By the way, he can get more. He doesn't have agriculture tech. I hope he realizes that, because agriculture tech, he gets that, nothing's slowing him down with the camel pump here. Also, in the meantime, I'm going to start diving in. They are vetted up, but there's a camel rider here. And the camel rider will happily hold back an army, guys. Plus 3 armor demands it. I think, actually, at this stage, it's probably worth B just getting his hands on the melee defense, because he's playing against full melee army. Especially impactful against the Horseman, right? Like, Horseman hitting for, is it 17 damage at this stage? Okay, 18, so 20 total. Then the Arnis comes in. Then you think about the armor. I mean, you're going to feel like a regular Horseman at that stage. Valiant defense effort by Corvinus, but he's struggling to pin these camels in. This time, B did go deeper. Look to wrap around. In fact, Corvinus, he hasn't moved the villagers back yet, and they're going to run straight into the path of the camels here. This could be big. Textiles should protect him somewhat, but it is going to force the commitment. A few villagers are going to get chopped down. The Horseman Spearmen once again into the mixer earlier than they were willing. Spiritual defenses should be able to keep Corvinus alive here, but this is getting extremely uncomfortable. 103 eco now to 76. And the eco kill count just keeps ramping up. 22 dead villagers now. Make it 24. Make it more than that. That's why. Oh my god! Corvinus! He tried for a keep drop in the center! And B's second wave was perfectly positioned for it. I was looking at the number. I couldn't make sense of it. Little did I know, Corvinus was making a play while being dove in his base. Oh my god. I think he's about to get picked to the bone. The eco difference now. The military difference, even without agriculture here, it's 46 farms. And finally, Corvinus says, hey, what about archers? That was a great idea 5 minutes ago. Now, it's simply too late. Should be anyway. B with 20 camel riders and still scaling, which, by the way, is going to ramp even further. Golden Age 3 is only 20 buildings away. He's already got Military Academy. At that stage, camel pumping becomes easy peasy. You can see he's already down to 26 seconds. That'll get him down to about 20-22. Dive on the backside here. Needs to start burning down these outposts. E-repairs is going to be a bit of a nuisance, but I don't think you want to actually commit it onto an unfortified here. So we'll allow the first outpost to go down, and that is it. He goes down with it. GG gets called. B opens the series with a camel-only strategy to show us that Season 9 may not have directly buffed them, but they have been a secret problem for a long time. Oh my god. That is wild. Let me get a point on the board. Camel's OP, chat. I've been warning about it, man. I still remember when we mentioned it and we were discussing it, and we had Phil's Bird being like, oh, no, they're not. And then Dragavan almost just beat Avali with camels only, even though he's against the counter save, right? Like, they are insanely potent. You living in Turkey? Nope. I'm UK, mate. If only my bills were that cheap. No. I have UK pricing. Fun times. So, game number 2 is going to be on Himeyama. Let me just... Actually, should we name that as well? BO5, Playo 5. So we're going to get 5 games of Tree. So we are heading to Himeyama. Marlians versus Zhone. Ooh. Oh, that's intriguing. So what, we're going to probably get like a Castle Age Rush, I guess? From Marlians? A bit tricky depending on the gold placement. This is usually a good map for French and Joan because they're very aggressive and they suffocate the map. So curious to see how Corvinus is going to navigate this. I mean, you do have the Donzos, and Donzos are really good. Javelin scaling can be really good against Joan, but takes time, and if you misstep, you lose a lot for it. I want to see B pull onto the dock straight away. If you pull center pond, you're in a good position. Got to be a little bit careful of like a transport ship play, but we'll see. All right. Let's pay out those predictions. I need to get more mods, actually. I need more volunteers to be mods in the future. So B with the opening win. Let's see what's going to happen in game number 2. Oh, let me flip the score as well. One game down, and I can already tell that this series is going to be an absolute banger. One and all, welcome back to the pop preview. We are having a show match between Corvinus and B. Game number 2 is going to be on Himayama. Joan in the hands of B. And Corvinus is going to take to the new and potent Marlians. These guys got a big revamp. The Farimba garrison is completely different now. The defensive landmark in H2 is complete. And I think we have a remake. All right, what happened there? Apparently it was a bug spawn. I didn't quite glance at, but I'll trust them on this. I'll keep an eye on the next one. What was the bug, actually? I'm kind of curious on that. Is that even going to show up? I don't think it's going to show up, right? In the history, because it was too short. Did you guys see someone bugged about the spawn? I didn't quite glance what it was. Jab thrower's movement speed looks quicker in this case, in the pub. I think there is a javelin that moves quicker. You're thinking of the Mansa. The Farimba can give you faster moving jabs. I think we're good to go. Let's try again. I guarantee they've switched sides now and I have to flip it around. Guarantee it, dude. It would be so my luck. Hello, YouTubers. I see you too. They have, haven't they? They've bloody... Alright, let's quickly double check the spawn. I think we're good. Yeah, double gold, gold split. Ooh. Oh, this is easy for B. What? We've only had one game in this show match, and it already has delivered. And I think it might be delivering a shellacking to Corvinus. We're going to have to find out, because we are on Season 9. The pub preview here, with the brand spanking new Marlians and the altered Joan faction as well. B will take to Joan in the orange. Meanwhile, Corvinus is going to be manning the Marlians with their new and powerful Mansa units via Farimba in the green. Map is going to be Himayama, and we already have the correct move from B. This is so smart. Do this straight away. You're expected to be the aggressor. You know it's likely that Corvinus is going to be hunkering down either to play for the old school cow boom or go for a Castle Age rush with Farimba. There's no real endeavor to play along Feudal Age here because Joan reaps it too much. So great read, and I love the fact that B brought Joan out. I don't love the dock placement. Unfortunately for him, the spawn is a little bit cursed. Usually you want it next to the fish and you could stay here with Joan. So I like that he's just running back. This sucks for your level 2 timing, but it is going to give you a big influx of food for that feudal pressure point. And boy, is it going to be pressured. This is rough for Corv. Only one gold vein is really layered. The second one is beyond the tree lines because the spawn, it got shoved a bit further out. So reaching this doesn't feel protected, right? It means that you can actually get kind of pinched on the left and the right here by knights as they come in. Let's keep an eye on the scout rotations, though. On this map, it can be a little bit tricky at times. So it's 10 sheep to 12 so far, and it looks like they're mirroring now. Ah, that's bad news for Corvinus. He should know the south side has already been scouted. He wanted to be on the north edge of this, so he could actually go north and just get the majority of sheep. The way this is playing out, B should be positioned to get more now. Bit of a gamble, right? I think the best thing that Corvinus can do is try to clear up the back of his base, so come right across here and then wrap around the back. But it means that the northern corner will go to B. Yeah, I do feel bad for Corvinus because you're right. If this had been switched, it would have been the Marlian dream, right? So easily wallable, so easily controllable. Double gold right next to each other. I mean, you could even consider going for the Saharan trade network to make sure it never gets dove. But not going to be option in this game. Remember, folks, we are going to play all 5 and... Well, he might not be able to put the Saharan trade network at home, but nothing was said about putting it abroad. We have got the defensive landmark drop to block the food that B is gathering. Now, on its own, this sucks, but if Corvinus now like goes and gathers from the fish himself, it's actually kind of worth it. The reason is that he'll be able to get some fish, some food, and some gold by doing it. What I think makes this work as a follow-up is if you start using outposts, because the Saharan trade network got buffed, folks. It now allows you to get javelin emplacements, you heard that correctly, instead of arrow slit emplacements, which are more powerful versions, which I believe also get bonus damage against ranged. But the biggest detail that matters is that they only cost gold. So instead of being 50 stone, 25 gold, the javelin outposts emplacements are only 75 gold, and that's the thing you get so easily is the Marlians. Other side, we are going to be getting trade, though. This is the correct way to play this by B. So one of the biggest downfalls of Zhone in this matchup is they wait too long and they kind of go back and forth this dance and then eventually try to dive a Marlian player who has 30 Donzos and 30 Javelins. And what happens is Zhone just dies at the beginning of the fight every time. And the reason you get to that stage is because when you try to dive, defender's advantage and good defending type units means you can't end the game. If you force them out of their base, it's much better. So what B is doing here is he's designing a system that's going to invite Corvinus to come out instead of camp at home to win. That's a problem because it means you're more likely to trade ineffectively into Zhone, because even if you get a desirable kill count trade, if Zhone's still alive, level 3 is getting closer. And yes, you can spam the Javelin outpost. So you could, like, you had to build them normally for 100 wood, but then there's 75 gold for the emplacements. They're pretty bloody good. I wonder if Corvinus is going to read this and then move like north and try to block. Right? Like drop an outpost here with a Javelin emplacement would be kind of wild. For now though, he immediately gets one of the fishing boats. That's how powerful this is. Look at it. 11 base, an extra 10 against ships. Good attack speed. There's nothing you wouldn't like about it. Oh my god, this game is delivering so well. This series is delivering so well. We got Chamber of Commerce, which, by the way, like, B is probably the #1 player for doing this in competitive. Nobody does this more than him. And the reaction is the 2 TC Marlian build. Are you not entertained? I tell you what, if you aren't subscribed already, why not? You like this type of content, that's how you get more of it. This is why we host these show matches. You would not get this on the ladder. On the ladder, you get B up against a rank 400, Corvinus up against a rank 500, and we make do from there. These are the gems. And thank you very much, Red Darksider. Follow his suit, use those Prime Gaming subs, helps me out, gives you guys some amazing perks in return. So, Melee Zhone is going to be the choice, no surprise there. Do you want to know how many times a pro player has built range zone against Marlians? Once. Once is enough. Javelins is like the ultimate counter. If you build into range zone, you'll get countered by Javelins and countered by poison later anyway. So you might as well just play the advantage of the melee damage in the Age 2. Because either way, Age 3 is probably going to be made uncomfortable by range type units from Marlians. Stable drop coming in. So Corvinus is going to be, what, leaning into sofas? No, we've got Pro Scouts. That is 100% a Pro Scouts play. He's got Warrior Scouts on the way. Actually, is it Pro Scouts or is it just to snipe the traders? Because think about this, guys. Warrior Scouts are really fast. Faster than Knights. You won't be able to keep up with them. So if you play into Warrior Scouts, you can just harass the traders. And yeah, there it is. Spots the first one, heads on in. This is now a problem for B. Because this is a very long trade route, and it's completely unguarded. Holy crap, I think he's just dead. I mean, it's 2 TC versus 1 now. Oy, oy, oy. Second Warrior Scout's arriving. B. Oh, no. It's an archery range in the center as well, so Corvinus is getting that second layer and anticipating potentially spears here. First trader's going to go down, though. These guys are no joke. 7 damage per strike. No way to protect yourself. And now because it's 2 scouts, it's going to be a second trader dead even quicker. I mean, Joan can't do anything about this either. The irony is her own healing potential is being used against her, right? Like, she's obnoxious for this detail. But remember, warrior scouts have an accelerated healing path compared to normal scouts as well. Just walked away. Oh, B is being made to look like a headless chicken right now. What can he do about this? He's spamming Mass Knights. I love that he's not just giving up straight away, but this is pretty grim. He wanted to actively add in the traders, right? And this kind of prevents him. And does he know it's 2TC at home? Presumably B did scout this out. I'd be surprised if he didn't take a look. Kind of intriguing that, yeah, we got the Raxes so late. I was expecting Rax then archery range, but it seems like Corvinus was maybe in his own head a bit. He was anticipating archers, or sorry, like spears or archers, right, as a reaction, and he felt that Javelin could deal with both, but he kind of had the wrong read here. Thank you, Neuroclarity. Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome to the Swarm. It's appropriate to join the Swarm in a game featuring the Malians. They will be looking to swarm quite quickly here. There's a lot of production already. 1 stables, double archer range, racks. And already feeling confident. A spawn that felt like it was going to be rough for Corvinus, he's already very confident to come out and secure that second vein. Interesting walls coming out from B. I guess he's a little bit worried about a wraparound, was trying to alleviate options. Maybe wall towards the gold here, and then you have a mostly protected trade route. It's not ideal because it's not the full distance, but it's manageable. As soon as I say that, it's not the case. He's actually going to try to wall the entirety of the map. This is a pretty lofty endeavor at pre-10 minutes. Very expensive as well. Also, when you're against Donzo Javelins, there's a risk you just get sniped. If you're a pigeon, should it be a flock? Have you never been in Central Park and held up like a loaf of bread? Do they feel like a flock or like a swarm? Speaking of a swarm, oh my god. That's not a swarm, that's a pack of wolves right now. 11 Royal Knights already. B is not slowing down. You know, I love this. Every time I see B playing as French or Joan, he does what I've dubbed the Zertin strat. The Zertin strat is simply, you will build knights, you will only build knights. 50 minutes from now, you will still only build knights. I would not be surprised if he even goes Jones Riders. I don't think you want to go for Jones, or Companions rather, the horseback unique unit when you get age 3. I think you go for Champions, just because the problem, and I think this is a bit of an oversight, Jones Companions get bonus damage against crossbows, which is just like, why does it not include javelins? And yes, Crackdy is a Zertin strategy. We're in 2024, other people try to go arbitrary now. Zertin has always believed in the one unit. A bit of poke damage back and forth. So it looks like he's trying to do the dance on both sides of the base here, but B is going a bit slow, and I don't like this because it's buying time for Corvinus to get the Donzos together. I'm wondering, are we going to see a Farimba build here? Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't tested this. With Musafadi, if you get the Mansa Musafadi, it upgrades all existing, right? Same with the Javelineer. I think the one exception is the Freeborn, which is like there's no unit that is the Freeborn before, right? So like realistically, your comp doesn't upgrade great. Oh, it doesn't upgrade what you have. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, just getting 50 javelins suddenly Giga upgraded would be broken. I wonder if he does get Farimba here, though. I don't know if it has as much value in this matchup. With javelins, they need to target down Joan right now. Big farm up here. B getting in with the entire army. Divine Restoration gets pumped perfectly. I think he's winning this. Corvinus did not bring enough spears to the fight. Not enough javelins to snipe Joan straight away. She is absolutely giga stacked off the back of this one. Those are all premium deaths. 9 instead of 8 XP for the Spearman. 12 instead of 8 for the range unit. And he's not done yet. He continues to dive on in. What a timing there by B. Corvinus tried to intercept the trade. Felt like he had to make a move. And he was dead wrong. I mean, Corv, what he needed was a lot more Donzo production here. We talked earlier about this double archer range feeling a little bit questionable. He did eventually add in the additional Raxes, but it was nowhere near the count required. And I get where he's coming from here, right? We talked about this matchup being awkward for Malians because of this. They need to find that perfect balance to get into a javelin count to snipe Joan while having enough Donzos to defend. And the crazy and obnoxious thing that B done so well here is never building archers. He never gave a justification to the range part of the Malian comp. It was actually genius by being one-dimensional. And it is going to be the Jones Riders. Dude loves them. And remember, guys, it kind of makes sense, right? The reason why Joan Riders feels good is you've already got the stables. So if you need a switch up, you can now just spam these bad girls out. 155 resources each, and I can guarantee you they are worth it with the 8 ranged armor for dives. Yeah, I think with this change, you're going to see a lot more of Joan's Riders than you are going to see of her champions. Dive coming in now. Melee Joan looking for the cleave. And Corvinus looking for the way out. The way out might be to just go game number 3 here. Gonna be a dive underneath double TC. With the amount of armor here, they just don't give a damn. Meanwhile, he moves across onto the Raxes. More now being added in a rush as Corvinus just tries to flood Donzos to stay alive. But now he's walking back towards Joan, which could be a critical blunder here. Cleave comes out. Heavy damage on all the villagers. Nowhere for them to hide. Corvinus, it looks like he's going to lose that eco lead. Oh my god, the Knights are just mopping up here. Even if he survives this, so many battered and bruised villagers are now ripe for the second wave. B immediately buys back Joan, realizing just how big of an advantage it is. 19 Knights still. Corvinus with 1 Donzo. This guy better be Achilles if he's going to hold back a horde. And he most definitely is not. GG gets called. B's tricky trader. 1 Knight strat strikes again. Oh man, what a series this is actually lining up to be. Holy crap. Well, a bit short of a game, but a very fun game nonetheless. What do we call that one? I think for the YouTube upload. For YouTube upload, I feel like that's greed. It's got to be something about the greed, right? I'm trying to think what I want to call it. Try to come up with a name now. Oh, let's get back to the menu. We're missing our lobby music. Something to do with the Chamber of Commerce versus 2 town centers, right? What's better? Battle of the Booms. Yeah, I think that works. Oh, what's that? You want to know more about Protein Works? Guys, this is actually very tasty. This is the Bueno flavor. So basically, Kinder Bueno. Rate it highly. Really enjoying this latest care package. If you guys want to get your own, you saw that there. If orders are over £60 in the UK, free delivery. Elsewhere in the world, it scales down. So it starts like $30, goes down to $20 when above $50, goes down to $10 when above $150. By the way, big incentive as to why you guys should be taking advantage of this offer right now. One, it's a good time for the sales because my code works on top of the existing discounts that are there. But I'm going to give you a bigger incentive. Something that we're doing right now is if you guys go across to Protein Works and use my code, We are going to commit 200 more bucks to show matches. That's the deal. That's the promise I've made. So if you go across to here, you order up your stuff. In fact, there is even like starter kits or whatever they're called. I'm trying to remember what they're called. There is a big like pack or something. There you go. Like bundle deals. You can get your hands on bundle deals here as well to get started off. That's actually not a bad deal. Like 41 pounds, you get 2 of the flavors at 1 kilo, which I believe is the 16 servings. And you get the shaker as well. They even throw in the Hunger Killer. I haven't tried the Hunger Killer yet, so let me know what you think of that, guys. But you can get your hands on the Banana Smooth, which is incredible. And then I'd also highly recommend... Ooh, maybe go for strawberries and cream. These are the normal meal replacements. I've got the extreme ones because I'm a chubby boy. But you can add to basket, come in here, and then down here, if you put in code Killer Pigeon, this is how they know that I sent you. It's important that you do this when you make the purchase. Apply code, and you will... okay, I guess on the bundles it doesn't work. I didn't know that. But everything else it does work on. So, for example, if we go in here and let's say we had the Ultimate Diet Breakfast and we went in and we got some apple cinnamon swirls, right? These, although they are already discounted, you will get an additional discount. So I'm going to show you it right here. You go in. Wait, did I just delete it because I'm an idiot? I think I did. So you will get an additional discount on these. He says, as he's taking much longer because he's being a muppet. With you the Killer Pigeon. So you see how it adds additional off. There you go. So it works on top of the discounts. Do this because what we're doing right now, big promise I've made to you guys, if we get 10 sales this month, I will commit 200 more bucks into show matches for next month. That's my promise to you guys. All right. Time for the third game, though. Looks like we are going to be heading into Wetlands. There you go. Crackety definitely helping us sell. Stuff doesn't ship to Japan or else I would buy. Admittedly, there are some places. I'm hoping they'll be able to expand that network, but I know for the time being, they have Europe coverage. They have America coverage. I think there might be some SEA representation like Australia, if I'm not mistaken, but they aren't global just yet. I do keep poking them about this, though, because you guys are missing out. Trust me. They've got some absolute killer products. I love them. But let me flip that score. Why did I put this map in? This is what happens when you give players over 20 maps to choose from for a play all 5. We're in Wetlands on the Season 9 public preview. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Corvinus in this one, in the green, playing as the Ottomans, going up against B on the Japanese. We finally have a hit back here, guys. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. So far, B has had Corvinus' number every single game. The second game especially was very dominant. This game, however, Ottomans are heavily favored in feudal, and as the game treks later. I think this is actually Corvinus' best shot at a win so far in this series. So let's see what he can get up to. In the meantime, he's going to start off by moving out onto the deer. Love this to accelerate that tech timing. He knows Japan is not going to come out too quickly, as they tend to be a little bit slower, even if they want to play feudal, which, by the way, Japanese players have started to play feudal since the buffs that came on the previous patch, where the daimyo mana's cost got heavily discounted by almost 33%. It used to be 300 stone, and now it's 225. By the way, on the whole matter of protein works and the shipping costs being very expensive, recommend finding a bunch that work for you, right? Like I highly recommend the banana flavored ones. The breakfast meal ones are really cool. You've got the diet meal replacement ones as well, where I really love the banana. Highly recommend that one, as well as the salt caramel is incredible as well. The blueberry cheesecake riot is pretty cool. Even the protein bars are worth checking out. We actually, just for you, Fatlop, just for the Americans, I actually had them send me some of the vegan ones because I know they have those over there. I really like the triple chocolate brownie. So there's a bunch of different products there. Matcha latte is definitely highly recommend as well. But back to the action, because we've got a cool switch up here. I mentioned that Japan is hard countered in feudal. And every time that's happened, it's been Ottomans versus Japanese with Kura Storehouse. This is very cool by B. I haven't yet seen Shinobi up against the Ottomans. And my game sense is telling me that this might be the way out of the problem. The reason is that, and this is why like you get countered by Ottomans, it's the meta. The meta with the melee armor is a substantial blocker to a lot of Japanese moves in the early game because they lose the value like Tatara, the extra melee techs. Onabagisha cannot be built at all. They just don't do any damage. You end up just trading poorly in Feudal. But with Koka Township, they have such high base damage that the meta doesn't matter. Remember, these guys hit for 20 base, and it becomes 23, I believe it is, if you hit into a melee unit. So pretty bloody powerful. They also got buffed recently, as they are now only 50 food and 50 gold. And they take... Oh, sorry, it's 25, wasn't crackly. Why do I keep thinking back to 23? 23 seconds is how long it used to take to produce them. They now take 20 seconds. They cost 50 food and 50 gold. And they have an insane attack speed. The only weakness, of course, is archers. So Corvinus is going to have to read this perfectly and pivot into archers quite fast. Sultani Trade Network is kind of intriguing here. The reason why he's going for Sultani Trade Network is all the food in abundance nearby. Remember, on the wetlands, you have all these small ponds with shoreline fish. So you don't feel this strain of needing Madrasa as much as you do on other maps. I also think part of this is fueled by his belief that he can be there, because he was likely expecting a classic fast castle build from the Japanese. This is going to take him by surprise. It's very important that Corvinus actually scouts this as well. And there we go, confirmation in. So he now knows he wants to push more villagers onto the build now. I don't think you do this with just 2 or 3. I think you need like 5 people to rush this up now. Otherwise, the Shinobi timing is going to hurt you. No, apparently he just says, screw you, KP. 1 villager it is. He cancelled the lumber camp so he could afford an outpost instead. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're right. There is a bonsai tree. Wait, does the bonsai tree get bigger as you age up? I kind of hope it does now, because that would be an incredible detail. Can we just also praise these chickens and how they're able to hold form for so long? Meanwhile, Scout has revealed what's happening over here. The first Shinobi will not get there in time. Still, this outpost doesn't protect everything, right? Cool. I wonder, does B stop at 2 Shinobi here? Now that the outpost reaction is up. I mean, Corvinus should be reacting with archery ranges, but you can see he's being very stubborn about this. He wants the fast castle. Does this work? Like, you're mirroring fast castle now. And my only issue is, you know, yes, there's no Kura storehouse, so B doesn't have that economical value. But I think Shinobi scale reasonably well, and you can just have them as a second wave with Samurai. And this is likely to turn into Lancer versus Samurai, right? So I think what Corvinus is doing is banking on the power of Janissary to counter out the Cav. Does he have enough food at home for that, though? Sheep count is at 8, which isn't great here. And although he's got extra food nearby, it's still a bit distance to run here. I'm curious if B is just going to directly go into, say, Men-at-Arms instead of going for Mount Samurai. Maybe even Onabagisha. I think Onabagisha would be a mistake there, though. We mentioned the meta is the perfect counter to that unit. And your opponent isn't spreading wide enough on the map yet for you to exploit with Shinobi. With Onabagisha, rather. How did you guys vote in the end on this one? 81% for B. Really? I think people's player bias is showing a bit there. This is not an easy matchup for Japanese. And we're heading into a point in the game where your ideal move is Mounted Samurai, but it is the worst thing to do against Ottomans, right? I will say it again at the end of the game. If I cover both of the players' names and you just saw the civs, you would have all voted Ottomans. Don't lie to me. Ottomans won this matchup before Season 9, right? And Ottomans are giga buffed in Season 9. And yes, Corvinus! Yes! The Istanbul Imperial Palace. Guys, I warned about this. The Mehmed Imperial Army is overrated now. Yes, it probably is still going to be your go-to, but you should give a serious thought to the Istanbul Imperial Palace because of the new points and how many there are. There's a lot more power points to now lean into with the Vizier Council. They added in, I think it's 4 new abilities. And now, with this, you're able to access more abilities because you increase your limit by 3. And as you can see, you double the XP gain. This is big. Temple of... What? Alright. Where you at now, haters? Who wants to change their bets onto the Ottomans? We've got Temple of Equality. Never would I ever have. So Temple of Equality is kind of peculiar here, right? There's only one player I've seen successfully make this work, and it's Louis. Outside of playing against Order of the Dragon. Like, Temple of Equality feels like a landmark designed to counter Order of the Dragon and nothing else. So, curious to see what B's plan is here and the reasoning behind it. He has got 4 gold, so maybe the idea is you can just kind of gold trickle with these guys later in the game, right? Because you have got this tech right here called Zen. Zen, a while ago, got buffed. It used to be, I think, 500 resources, was brought down to 300. So your point of return on investment for getting Zen and just pumping the monks is lower now. This is still very curious, though. I did say that the Mounted Samurai wouldn't be as impactful, and I think this is maybe his reaction to that. Love that. Sabotage. Remember, it's going to do double damage against the scaffolded blacksmiths. We'll just Shunshin out of there. So I'm wondering what kind of Vizier points we're expecting this game. To me, I think actually Cavalry Archers makes a lot of sense. Cavalry Archers have reasonable range. They have really good movement speed. They can kite out their opponents quite well. We are still getting Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai will also kind of struggle against the Cavalry Archers. The interesting thing about the Cavalry Archers is with a double strike, they kind of just breach that that Samurai's deflective armor quicker. And 10 base damage isn't bad. It also guarantees that Onimusha can't ruin you as a follow-up. Opening-wise here, Lancer is going to get chased away. But did at least intercept and slow down the Buddhist monk. So no quick move out here. This is intriguing, though, because I mentioned that you don't really want to build Mounted Samurai mass against Janissaries. But what's kind of cool is the idea of the Sohai Sutra, right? Because if you debuff the Janissary, or even crossbows in this case, in theory, your Mounted Samurai can just carry through. So I kind of like what B's cooking with. It's really wild, but I can see the path to success here. And you don't need to debuff manually, but I would say that Buddhist monk play works better with high APM gamers. And the reason is that if you do not manually debuff, you tend to see your monks all debuffing the same unit at the same time. So you might have 10 monks and an army of 20 approaches you. Instead of all of a sudden debuffing 10, you'll debuff like 1 or 2. It's really kind of clunky. The problem though is if they ever fix that so that they always chose different targets, it would be broken. Because in theory, Sohai Sutra is a broken tech. The only reason it doesn't play broken is because you don't automatically, optimally target enemies. I can't believe this, man. Istanbul Imperial Palace and Temple of Equality. 2 of the least built landmarks in the entire game. Crossbow Mass is building up, 10 so far. And am I really being... have I got people slating my English? Look, we create the language. We get to butcher it, okay? Realm's coming out from Corvinus. Yeah, I think Siege Workshops need to be buffed, by the way. They're too expensive now for what they do, right? Like, mangoes suck. I'm kind of curious as to why we've got Sprions coming out from Corvinus, considering that there's no melee that you'd afflict, right? It's only melee infantry. Also, against the Samurai, like, it's deflective armor, so your first shots will do nothing. Yeah, this is kind of peculiar. Maybe it's to snipe out the Buddhist monks. I could kind of see that. So, the Buddhist monks, I'm going to keep saying it, they only have 90 HP. And they will be stacked up. Like, theoretically, the Japanese player is going to try to scale, like, 10, 20 of these. So they'll be second line, right? And if they're second line, that means your Pierce will go through. This is kind of crazy. What a game. Zen now on the way. Happy with the 5. By the way, I actually think that Zen's kind of a weird one sometimes because it costs food and wood, but like realistically with this play, you should have a lot of gold, not a lot of food and wood. You know what I mean? Because you should be getting a bunch of relics, so you should have more of that to work with. So I've always found the fact that Zen costs food and wood peculiar. but I get why it does. The whole idea is if you need Zen, it's because you have no other gold, right? It's definitely a weird one. Another cool thing that we can't overlook with the Temple of Quality is the fact that you're only spending 80 gold per Buddhist monk, which is insanely cheap. That's almost as cheap as the Delhi Dome of Faith Scholars. Are we getting 2 TC from Corv? Or is this just for the military? I think it's just military schools, right? When you're in Castle Age, military schools become worth it. That's why you saw Corvinus rush Age 3 and not bother with a single military schools. Military schools are critically overrated in Dark and Feudal Age. They really start to come into their worth once you reach this age. And we have got the Advanced Academy, as we can see by the fact he's queuing up the Janissaries. Janissaries that feel very different now, right? I think one big change is their gun tech got buffed. But that's because they got depleted elsewhere, right? I think they had like baseline nerfs, and then Janissary guns got increased from +3 damage to +5. Jannies are the answer we've been looking for, folks. Remember, it's Mass Mounted Samurai right now. B is not switching whatsoever. Daimyo level 2 is going to be the way. He might want to consider maybe a farm transition soon. I don't know. He can kind of spread wide, right? Because the issue with Corvinus' army is he doesn't play flanks. It's too slow, especially now with Siege. So his only optimal route to play the game is this. He might as well basically just queued up for ARAM on League of Legends. The other lanes don't exist to him. And that's really good for B because a huge value point exists for the Japanese on this map. Farmhouses. Farmhouses for the berries, but also for the fish. Remember, it's a drop-off building, but you need to build them because they're your houses anyway. But because the berries spawn near the fishing, this map really benefits, I'd say, Japanese above almost any other civ of the game. Because you got civs like French that get cheaper mills, but they don't get like a benefit of gathering on berries. You got civs like Abbasis that get better berries, but they don't get a bigger benefit from gathering on fish, right? It's like, Japan is #1 for that detail here. More text coming in. That is the Eco Tech level 2 for gold and stone gathering, guys. Get used to seeing it. Shaft mining. And Corvinus, the stone was obviously more than for the military schools. We've got a keep drop. Yeah, he's going to play Mass Siege. So he's trying to get a creep going, right, towards the enemy base. Pretty smart to give himself those kind of retreat points, those safe points. And yeah, guys, good eyes there. So we got it committed. I'm pretty sure Corvinus has used... Maybe not? No, I don't think he's used Pax... So someone's asking about the Villager speed buff, which is called Pax Ottomana. He's not used it. So Pax Ottomana would increase your TC's production rate by 50% for 4 minutes. He isn't producing quicker now. And what it actually is the trade account. So he's maxing out on the traders from the Sultani Trade Network for passive gold. And he also got a worker kill in this game. That's why he's currently 8 ahead. I would love to see Pax Ottomana eventually, but now it would be too greedy. Oh my god, look what Corvinus done instead. He got the Castle Age Great Bombard! Oh, this is an all-in timing. It's coming at a cost, though. This Mount Samurai dive on the backside is finding its rewards. Look at that! The eco lead is completely evaporated. 9 worker kills from that raid. B found his target at the perfect time there. Does this work for Corv? I think you need mangoes if you're B, right? It's a lot of crossbows to have to dive into. Oh, remember, that's another cool thing is the Wololols can buff you, right? Has he got that tech, though? No. It's Imp, right? Yeah, so if you get to it... Wait, no, you do get a buff. I'm pretty sure it still gives you a buff in this age. It's just it doubles in the next. You gotta be careful with this Great Bombard. Guys, they got nerfed. 210 HP. It's not that tanky. So basically, the buff I'm talking about, guys, is here. There's a Buddhist monk conversion. When you use it, for 20 seconds afterwards, your units get 20% more damage. Has a cooldown 120 seconds like the Warlords do. But on top of that, if you go Imperial, there's an even bigger buff to be had there. And it's kind of wild. You can see it has a short cooldown, but it also gives you 25% movement speed. But 20% damage buff at this stage is kind of wild, especially when you scale it with Uma Bannerman as well. Because the Uma Bannerman is already scaling you up to hit with 31 damage on your normal katana attack. all of a sudden you're hitting hard on like elite knights, right? Because you'd be up at 37 damage at least. Corvin is still going hard in the crossbows. But he has to be careful. He did lose a few of his Mount Samurai on the dives. It's kind of crazy that he's not switching still. Yeah, more stables coming. So, you know, even though there's a looming Janissary threat, even though there's already mass crossbows, he's just going one way with this, and it's because he needs to counter the siege. That's the thing about the Springles. The Springles are keeping away from going for Samurai. And I agree. I like the idea of what Sohai Sutra does, and then also what that Warlord does. Because what they're trying to do with the Buddhist conversion is they're trying to create a system where like Warlords are used, where you have a reason to keep actively using them in the game, not just collecting relics. Raid on the backside only finds a single villager, but in the meantime, the Great Bombard's moving in, and the Buddhist temple is about to go down. 3 relics up for grabs, boys. You better move fast. Buff comes in on the army. And look at the damage now. 37 with the Bannerman. He lays it like a cake. He starts to march out. The Janissaries are out of formation here. So they'll be first target. The monks are trying to heal. Second wave is coming in now. This is the pincher. This is the moment. B. He commits. Corvinus, I don't think he has enough here. This is not the front line you need. Crossbows can't hold this back. Great Bombard about to be reached. And that is going to release him from his obligations in this Castle Age play. B, once again, with a 1-2 strat, able to get another win under his belt in a matchup that is meant to be heavily Ottoman favored, but both of them decided to take an unorthodox path. Oh, that was wild. That was absolutely wild. So, it's a playoff 5, guys, so we've still got 2 more games to go. But holy crap, is that this one's delivering, mate. That was crazy. So, what do we name that one? God damn. Battle of the least built landmark, something like that, right? Is it about the Temple of Quality, or is it about both, right? Castle Age, Great Bombards, Mass Buddhists. Season 9 is crazy. Trying to think what I do with that one. Anyway, I think we're getting ready for the next game. Yep, they're already hopping in. Let's get ready to switch on over. I need to think on what I'm going to call that one. What's the band by B? Yeah, sorry, the UI is hiding one of them. B's bands were Byzantines, Mongols, Ibis, Chinese. We're going to Prairie. It's Yuji Delhi again. And what is up, Trackle? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate it. Whew. Starting to feel bad for Corvinus. Why? Look, he's got 3 points on the board. Psych. Oh, too soon. Too soon. I'm sorry. Alright, here we go. We've seen him try this once, and it was an absolute nightmare for him. Let's see if he can get it right this time. B on the Juji. It even rhymes. You gotta have it. Up against Corvinus on his signature deli, the civ that he's always been known for, to be in love with, in a time where elephants have never been more viable. Here in Season 9 on our show match on the preview server. We're on Prairie, a very open, a very exposed map. And a very intriguing matchup, actually. Because Zhuji Legacy can kind of contest Delhi Ghazi in Age 2. Zhuji got a pretty big buff, guys. It was subtle if you weren't paying attention, but the reality was actually it was huge. So Zhuji, they have Dali Cavalry, I believe it's called now. Dali Horses, rather. What that does is it gives them a 20% buff on the attack speed of their cav, which allows them to actually, with their economy, bite back against Delhi dominance in the feudal age. Curious to see if that's the way it's going to be played, though. Last time we saw this, it was between Anatan and B, and it had a very unexpected outpost rush in the early game from the Delhi. I don't expect Corvinus to take that approach. I'm imagining, though, we will still be looking at a Dome of Faith play. Dome of Faith just kind of feels a lot better here, right? Like, Tower of Victory is kind of awkward. It puts you on the clock in a matchup where your opponent could just spam Mass Shuganu. I actually am a really big fan of, like, Zhuji trying Mass Shuganu here. Traditionally, it's a really good build. I think it's a bit different between China and Zhuji. It can still work, but it's a different execution. So with China, the big challenge is the Barbican blocks the Sacred Site win condition, so there's no clock. But the thing that the Zhuji have going for them that's kind of different here that's cool is that Zhuji have more Chuganu at an early point. They get about 8 extra Chuganu before China can get them themselves. So there is a window of opportunity here where Zhuji can actually be more aggressive than China with just a mass Zhug build. The issue is how it scales later on, because although China is later to build Zhugnu, their scaling is better because they have the Taxmen and they have Imperial Academy. So I think that's why a lot of players will probably start just trying these Castle Age rush builds with Zhuji instead of playing mass Zhug. Especially on maps like this where like wood access is maybe limited, so the idea of bulking a lot of Zhuganu might not be as feasible. But opening-wise, this is a glorious start. 31 sheep to 18. Exactly what you want here. Remember, the Delhi aren't going to touch the sheep. So the fact that he got 31 sheep while gathering from them himself means B got about 60 to 70% of the sheep on this map. This is a fantastic start to this game for him. It allows him to keep his economy safe and condensed much longer than Corvinus will be able to. As expected, of course, that Dome of Faith is going to be coming in. Let me hit the 2 times, so I think we're just a few seconds out from live here. How do you guys feel about Prairie in general? I feel like we had it a while back, and players came to a point where they kind of hated it because half the civs didn't feel viable. I'm curious if people still feel the same way. I personally have always had a soft spot for Prairie. I think the thing I like about it is that it's very difficult to just camp, right? Like, the map doesn't offer you much. Maybe that's not entirely true. Maybe the 8k gold should be a 4, and that would fix part of that problem. But the wood, in particular, is unique in that most maps in Age of Empires 4 have a lot of safe wood. This has basically none. So stick on the 2 times. Blacksmith is coming down. Stable's being dropped as well. So Ghazi versus Horseman. You can see the supervision out. So the reason this is a really cool build is the Blacksmith's coming down. Check this tech that's going to be in there. This is pretty important. Dali Horses. 250 resources to get a 20% attack speed increase is huge for the Horseman. Remember, Horsemen already attack quicker than Ghazi. So the difference is actually significant enough that the damage scaling is almost on par. I'd say like your average DPS exchange is still 1 better for Corvinus here, but you're paying more. This is cool, man. And B already has the edge, right? 4 Horsemen. The only negative, the reason why this is still in theory favor the Delhi is because you can pull away and heal, right? That's the thing that you have to be very careful of if you're B here, is nothing stops Corvinus from just bringing those guys back now with Dome of Faith and healing. That's another reason why Dome of Faith is a lot better here than Tower of Victory. If you went Tower of Victory, it would be more expensive for you to pull Scholars away from teching to heal. Here, you can just keep producing them because they're only a mere 65 gold each. When does the patch come? Anyone's guess. I think speculation is sometime probably in October. Look at that. People believing in the power of Corvinus. Almost a 50-50 split on predictions for this one. We've still got supervision from B on the blacksmith, so I think that might be an oversight. He did also go for Imperial officials, right? So he didn't wait around. Sometimes I see people stay 2 or 3, but he went the full distance here, which is a little bit surprising considering I don't think there's really any grand need for gold in this composition. Unless he now wants to rush castle. Is he planning to rush castle? I mean, it's 3 people on gold, but he has taxation, so it's deceptive, and he has the trickle of gold from the meditation. I think he's going castle age, which is smart here, man. You don't want to scale mass Ghazi versus mass horseman. You'll eventually lose. And on top of that, you've now seen Spearman added in, so your 2 options are to mass Yuganu or just go age 3 in. I'm a much bigger fan of going age 3 because Lancers are giga busted for Zhu Ji now. 20% increased attack speed is kind of nuts. Delhi. I'll get into that pro scout. It's just 50 seconds away. Love the burn attempt here. Getting rid of the blacksmith is pretty big. I mean, it's interesting as well because this is going to the undermesh. The other one was actually the one doing Bloomery. I think he thought it was the other way around because right now B has no intent of going into range units. So you don't want to get rid of undermesh. You actually want to get rid of Bloomery here because Bloomery buffs the entirety of Corvinus' army. But love this. No Tower victory for you. But we've got Dali horses for the Zhu Ji. Look at that attack speed, 1.56 seconds per strike. Smart read to just keep engaging. And remember, he did also get the Bloomery. So kind of maximizing the damage here. Peels away the scout so he won't lose a unit there. He's not losing anything, actually. All the horsemen, the micro, only 1. Made that 2 go down. Corvinus is reluctant to come home, though. He's playing for those sacred sites as quickly as possible, but damage most definitely done, right? And now Shaolin Monastery on the way with 9. It's kind of wild. Oh, it looks like Corv was able to get a strike in there, but miss micro means that he does end up losing the Ghazi in return. Overall, these trades just working a lot better for B. Corvinus' military numbers kind of deceptive, right? 6 of those are actually scholars, so he hasn't got a big enough army to go and punish now. On top of that, because he doesn't have that many units bulked, contesting these Shaolin monks is very difficult. 15 base damage and a 0.75 attack speed means they can easily beat the crap out of a Ghazi in a one-on-one and leave with 2/3 of their health left over, if not more. On top of that, if you don't kill a Shaolin monk, it's similar to the logic with the Ghazi where you can heal them up. Only the difference is a Shaolin monk doesn't require you to go home to be healed up. A Shaolin monk will start healing himself the moment combat finishes. So yeah, scary game. Corvinus is making the right choice here to rush castle as well. But he's going to lose map control. Lancers are going to annihilate him here. Look at this. 1.35 attack speed. Remember, usually the way this works, and by the way, this does buff your initial lance attack as well, the Guandao. Or the Guandao? I believe it's Guandao. So usually the Guandao is about, I think it's 0.55 or 0.54, something like that. And then your normal melee attacks are about 1.5. So like a typical knight will get 2 attacks in 2 seconds. These guys are going to get 2 attacks in like 0.1, 0.75 seconds. Pretty wild. Scholars are at least going to get found as well. That's important because if Corvinus is rushing castle, he wants these scholars to just be flooding the map to picking up relics. But the mass lance is going to stop him from doing that. So race is on. First relic is being returned. Second of the Shaolin monks has been queued up by B. House of Learning now on the way for Corvinus. Yeah, so that's kind of cool here, actually. You've got an even playing field, actually, between Lancers. So you've got a 20% increase in attack speed for the Zhu Ji, but Honed Blades is going to give a +3 to Lancers for the Delhi. I don't think that's where Corvinus is necessarily going to go, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw War Elephants instead, considering they can annihilate this current comp. Meantime, though, annihilation on the gold line of Corvinus. Dive comes in. In fact, he can dive for the House of Learning. He can stop the tech up. He's idling him out. Corvinus losing villages now. The greedy boy never got textiles. And there's no room in this inn. Several villages likely to be lost here. Scout just being ignored. Villagers nowhere safe to be right now. And that is going to be, what, a culling of 5 and more to come. The rest move over to the sheep. And Corvinus, he has no units to react with. The 2 spearmen aren't moving. What's going on? Oh my god, B. I don't think Corvinus got a secondary alert. For some reason, he assumed he was fine there. Got distracted out here trying to block the decaps. and got annihilated at home. That's now 10 worker deaths for the Delhi. Ishii, caramba. You know, I think what happened there as well is Corvinus was trying to micro his scholars to the relics. Neglected to pull the spears. And in fairness, 2 spears will not beat Dali horsemen, or Dali horse lances, right? They'll just die to them. So, I think you have to try, though, while your villagers are distracting, to get stabs in for free. This is rough, though. Corvinus is in a brutal position, almost 10 villages behind. Return fire's coming in, but the Ghazi just nowhere near as impactful here. 2 worker kills to 10 now. Did he at least get taxman kills? I don't think he did. Oh, he got 1 taxman. Okay, that's not too bad, guys. Getting a taxman is more valuable here because Imperial officials cost 3 times what a villager does. And unlike the Chinese, they usually will give up producing a villager to produce a taxman. Corvinus now just trying to play those lances we talked about. Like, in theory, it's a good idea, but with B having so many lances already, I think your only course of action here is spears. Anything else gets you killed. Poor little scholar will also get killed. Yeah, he's getting found everywhere, man. There's no breathing room here. I think 4th relic is already, yeah, now on the way home. So B's picked that one up. So it's 4 relics to 1. No sacred sites. Almost no hope for Corv. I think B has to make a critical blunder now for Corvinus to get back into this game. Remember, he's also going to have to come out to the map sooner or build farms because the sheep count heavily favored B. B still has 9 sheep. Corvinus has none. So he's going to have to what? Go for the bat berries here. That's a really good spawn for Corvinus. He's fortunately had this. If it wasn't for this type of detail, this game would already be over. Because there's too much cavalry for you to come out into the mid. As he comes out into the mid and immediately regrets it. There's no veterancy. And there's no chance, no shot. GG gets called. That's a 4th game now for B. This boy is not waiting around. He felt the stinger yesterday, and he's looking for a clean sweep. 1 more game, and it's going to be a clean 5-0 for the 3D clan member. That's kind of brutal, man. What does Corvinus have left? What is better than what he's fielded now in these matchups? We've had Abbasid, Juji, Japanese, Zhone. We've had Malians, Ottomans, Delhi, Order of the Dragon. English versus Byzantines. No. Mongols, I guess? Mongols is... I actually think Mongols is where B's going to go. And then, like, what? Corvinus goes for... probably English. The English-Byzantine matchup's weird. And, like, if you have a passive player, then English are, like, pretty good. Because you get late game. But if you're up against a top player and they aggro with Byzantines, like, English just falls apart. I've seen it so often recently. Like, it was figured out a few weeks ago, and then, like, once that happened, the win rates start to skew. So, yeah, kind of a tricky one here. Final map is going to be Lipany. And we are going to see Rus versus Mongols. Okay. Yeah, so B anticipated the problem, I think. Maybe? Byzantines versus Rus is kind of rough, right? Rus tends to win that in the late game, historically. I think Mongols win this pretty easy. With the new Rus, like, maybe you castle rush Rus? Let's find out. Oopsie. Oh, have I still been recording this whole time? I have. Oops. Just realized that. I mean, it was a quick game. Alright, let's get ready to go. Speed up to live. Switch over. Get underway. He needs to do it for his honor. and so that he doesn't walk away from this show match with absolutely $0. It's the final game of the Season 9 preview show match between Corvinus and B. Officially hosted on this channel. B on the Mongols and Corvinus on the Rus. Rus are a different type of Civ these days, and Mongols fresh off the back of some big buffs. Kind of curious to see how this matchup's going to play out. We are on Lipany, and Lipany on the test server has to be standard Lipany, which means it's a very different ball game here. It's not the OP balance spawns, it's the BS spawns quite often with this one. But I think we've mostly got a balanced and fair one here from what I can see. So yeah, curious to see how Corvinus wants to play this. It looks like he's gone for a fast tech up. Wow. Yeah, gather the last piece of food, son. Yeah, so no hunting cabbing and no mining camp. What the hell is Corvinus up to here? This has to be Golden Gate, right? Oh, that's interesting. So what, Golden Gate into Fast Castle with barely touching gold? Because in theory, I think that's feasible now, right? With the change to tickets. So you now start with one ticket straight away, and then on top of that, it used to be it would take a minute to get a ticket for your Golden Gate to exchange resources. Now it's only 50 seconds. That's the only thing I can think that Corvinus is up to here. Kind of wild. Most people still open the hunting cabin because the trickle of gold is really nice, even for these fast castle builds. And also then you have the potential pro scouts. But there we go. The real picture starts to reveal itself, guys. Corvinus is going to be going 2TC. Which is kind of wild because B didn't go for an outpost rush. If he'd gone for an outpost rush, this would have been GG. Because Corvinus' game strat would have failed, right? But because it is simply a rush of H2 by B, with the Golden Gate tickets, Corvinus should have enough time to get his second town center. All right, I kind of like what he's cooking with here. It's not written in stone. It's not done, right? Deerstone is ridiculously powerful for all-in timings. So there's still a really big risk to the Rus here. On top of that, you know, if you're exchanging into a TC, sure, it's more beneficial Golden Gate, but still a big amount of resources not going into protection. So I think there's potential with the way this is opened up for Corvinus, but I wouldn't say he's favored right now. B has a very firm timing. He's proven he's willing to play very aggressive so far. And I honestly think the Mongols have ranked up by like 4 ranks on the tiering list at least, right, of the overall Civ count. They are incredibly powerful now. They used to just feel like a dominant pick situationally in tournament play. I think they are nicely adjusted and much more well-rounded now with the addition of the Khan Hunters. Reason being is Khan Hunters just lets you outrange the enemy archer mass, right? So although Rus can get 20% more archers, if there's Yam and there's extra 0.5 tower range, you just don't win that fight. B knows exactly what's happening. So Stone almost gathered up. Golden Gate almost complete, but the timing's kind of weird for this, right? I mean, there's no exchange tickets to happen. He doesn't have enough gold to even think about that. So he's just raw buying a normal TC. So at the beginning, this Golden Gate has no impact. But like 3 or 4 minutes from now, that could be the difference between getting a quick and efficient castle timing off the back of 2 TC play. And shot comes out in the mining camps. Bit of an awkward situation there for Corvinus, right? Because he got scouted so early, he couldn't delete the mining camp. So that's 50 resources waiting for B. Keshik spam is down the way. He's been stopped pummeled with stone. He went straight to the Uvu. So if anyone is trying to learn Mongols, like the step 1 of playing Mongols is build your Uvu. You always do it first thing in a game because the earlier you do it, the more stone you end up with. And you can see the impact it's going to have in this particular game, right? First Keshik's going to be a double pump. Look at the timing on this. He's just shy of being able to double pump again. So he might consider actively producing one and then going again. Looking at the gold situation, though. Wait, is B going 2TC? Oh, wow, he is. Yeah, this is 2TC, guys. They buffed the Mongol TCs now. They used to be 900 wood. They're now only 850. And he's got 14 people on the wood. Meanwhile, second TC goes up on the back. B is trying to grief the deer. Thank God they changed that. It used to be, it used to take 3 hits to kill a deer, and it was horrific. Of course, that was in Dark Age, at least in Feudal now. Yeah, but this is kind of ruining it. This sucks when you're Rus because hunting cabins are really expensive. This is nice, though. I think B needs to shove these deer more split. Otherwise, a hunting cabin here is great for gold generation. Almost losing the Khan there. We'll have to shuffle away just in time with the sheep. 2 Keshiks do arrive in. Corvinus. Are we just going to get Spears here? Spears makes the most sense, right? Like, trying to scale Knights doesn't feel great. I don't mind just using Wooden Fortresses, though. Because Wooden Fortresses, you're going to have access to gold, right? So you can trade across to get stone. And Wooden Fortresses with arrow slits and the castle turrets are horrible for Keshiks. As in, you do not want to be the Keshik in that situation. Because diving in, you just melt. Remember, castle turrets is the one that makes every arrow shot coming out do +2 damage. So it's almost like every single arrow shot is an arrow slit shot. Well, Keshiks, their health pool isn't that impressive. What do you do with his stone? Oh, he gathered 842. He has enough. Ball's now going up. I think we got a macro game, guys. Yeah, 2 TCs online. Okay, I feel like B, bless B. I feel like he was looking at this game and he was like, there is an opportunity to just kill him now. Or should I put him like a Russian accent for that? Nah, I'm not gonna do that to him. It's like there is an opportunity to kill him now, but KP put on this show match for us. He's paying us. Let's entertain. Let's go a bit deeper into the game. So there you go. Castle turrets coming in like we talked about. Just such a powerful tech. For 75 stone, it's almost always worth it. Look at that now. The base shot is 12 damage. A TC does 8. Love the ball play from B. There's no threat on the map to him yet. Knights are coming in. That has been scouted early. Falcon is just such a powerful tool. It's almost impossible to hide info from the Mongols these days. So he's going to start knocking on the door. Makes sense, right? Like, you know, worst case scenario, villagers come over repair, you're not getting in, but you're at least idling them out, you're buying time. You kind of need that because you are behind on economy, right? It's a 5 eco lead for Corvinus right now. Deerstone kind of offsets that a little bit, but nothing extreme. Come on, is he trying? Yeah, trying to be a nuisance over time. You've got archery ranges, so it's kind of interesting that Corvinus chose to ego chal the knight count with his own. B is scaling though. He's looking for castle. This is all a bait. I've seen these type of builds before and they're really effective because you overreact to the Keshik play and then your opponent just comes in with mass crossbows. And if you do that with Kurotai, it feels like a GG. Yeah, I think what we're going to see here is Kurotai play into mass crossbows. And although Corvinus does have the archery ranges to try and go into archers, you're not going to beat crossbows that are buffed like that, right? Remember, Kurotai gives the 25% buff, or 20% buff rather. On top of that, it heals. Why do Mongols never go for the advanced eco-techs? Because they suck. It really is that simple. They're quite underwhelming, actually. Right? So, like, you think the 7.5% is worth it, but 150 stone in the early game is just better put into unit production. Unit production gives you more options. Yeah, trying to dive into a high count Keshik doesn't feel good, which is why Corvinus waited until he had the 5 knights, or 4 knights rather. So we'll be able to push this one back. But B's got the space he needs. Tech up is about to be initiated at home. Love the fact that he played Deer and Boar to get this more aggressively. And it's not going to be a Kurotai. We are going into a true macro game. Step readout now on the way. And this is going to shrink that lead that Corvinus had from a quicker TC timing. Now, one thing that does suck playing Mongols right now, and I still don't think they fixed the Shaman bug. For some reason, Shamans are so exclusive, they refuse to be born as twins. You can't double produce them, which means B's timing to ramp for relics while he still has some map control is going to be hurt. And Corvinus should be pressuring in the moment the tech up triggers. The awkward thing for Corvinus now, though, is because the knight count isn't overly dominant, if he splits them into 2 groups, veteran Keshiks will destroy him. So he needs to take all these knights to one location, one relic, to camp out. Best case scenario, play here and then play inwards towards the deer. Or you play east side flank expecting deer. Going down the center feels a bit weird. I say, is this going to go down the center? Oh, I see the problem. Corvinus doesn't know about the boar. He does know about the deer, though. He can see there's only 2 deer left on the map. So he's going to target where he has info. The difficulty here, by the way, is the Yam. Yam will allow B to shuffle away quickly. Veteran see for Keshik should be on the way. Good scouting time there. Villagers will peel away, except for Free, that apparently feel free to do whatever the hell they want. So mistakes made there. Missed micro by B. He loses Free. Dive comes in the meantime, though, so it's going to be an equal trade here. In fact, B's going to keep the villager kill lead by 1. But Corvinus isn't done yet. He dives into the main. Diving 2TC here without undermesh is difficult, though. Villagers will be able to garrison inside. A few new spawners are going to be in trouble. The Keshiks are starting to body block this out. And remember, they're vetted up. More villagers being chased down. Meanwhile, on the south side, this TC is overburdened. There's way too many villagers here. Corvinus was trying to rush the age up. Keshik's going to punish him for exactly that. So eco situation should start to lean towards B here. Because these knights, they can't hang around. Remember, the veteran Keshiks have 1 more ranged armor. And they heal as they kill. Castle turrets might be the saving grace for Corvinus. And Spearman production now on the way, so B will back out of this. But now that the knights have been culled, I think we're going to see B dropping a temple soon. It would definitely make the most sense from this position, right? Either that, you're looking maybe a crossbow switch. He doesn't have an eco lead off the back of what just happened there, so trying to just scale into mass Keshiks might be a little bit dubious. And because your opponent's now bidding the spears, your thought should be he's not going to come out again. Korv does need to be careful with these spears, though. Trickling them is a quick way to lose the game because a good Mongol player will always micro around that, so that he'll basically switch aggro. Right, watching trickling spears versus Keshiks is kind of like watching people do a boss fight in WoW, where you just got these 2 tanks switching aggro constantly and doing it very succinctly. Because if the aggro isn't on you, you can heal up between and you can kind of trade the burden. It's kind of wild to me is the fact that we still don't have that temple, though. They've got signal arrows on the way. Whistling arrow is going to improve the duration here. I imagine it's pretty clear we're going to be going for defense arrows. Why don't I have health bars on all the time? I don't think I saw that option. Is that option actually in Age of Empires 4 and I just haven't seen it in the menu somehow? Did they sneak that in when I wasn't looking? But is there a one for only showing damage units? Because I think it's cringe to have it on at all times. You want the damage units. Abbey of Trinity on the way. And I gotta say, B, he may have misplayed his advantage here. He's still not gone for the temple yet. Yeah, it's only coming in now. So prayer 10 isn't going to be an advantage here because the Abbey of Trinity timing. So Corvinus will have an option to play for these relics. A pretty potent position to do so from as well. Very cheap to get with the Abbey of Trinity. On top of that, relic positioning does look favorable for him grabbing free here. First monk queued up. But why is B not building 2 of them? What a noob. You can't, guys. You actually can't. It's bugged. Like, must be within range of an Uvu. I'm sorry, what is that? This bug tilts me, man. I feel bad for Mongol players. When they think they got a buff, they got a nerf. Corvinus going for crossbows. So Corvinus is hunkering down. This is surprising considering he needs to get on the map for relics now. I also was expecting horse archers. Spinman are at least going to give him a good trade as he keeps trying to burn in. B has got the deer stone moving to the ford. Yeah, now it definitely feels like you wish you kind of had horse archers, right? Cut him out a bit. Deer stone. Going to park itself perfectly. That should allow him to charge around here and keep the yam for almost the entire duration. Smart health bars is most definitely not default because I never changed that. Ash is now coming out. Guys, if I shoot the health bars all the time, you wouldn't be able to take guesses on whose army is better. And then it would just be about maths. Is that what you guys want? Just maths? Yeah, like I just saw it there. The smart HP is broken, right? It came up for a moment. and then it disappeared. That's kind of weird. So horticulture now on the way in. Corvinus is getting into that farm transition. How many deep are we? Only 11. Not great. Keshik's now diving through. Better pick 1 or 2 units, but not able to get past that. B is going to back up instead. Relic exchange should really heavily lean towards B here. It's still only 2 monks. Or shamans, rather. I feel like he's forgotten to produce more. This relic feels quite safe. The east side ones are being grabbed here. Yeah, I think we've got a 4-1 split. Corvinus' army just doesn't move for relics. It's an issue. I feel like Corvinus has decided to take an angle that suggests he wants Imperial. And with all the changes, I'm not sure if Mongols or Rus win an Imperial now. You would favor Mongols before because Imperial gives them the Springwood advantage, so they can control siege. But that doesn't matter anymore. That's completely different. Deerstone is going to be thrown away. Pretty wasteful there by B, but kind of bad positioning, right? Wasn't able to protect it as B just seems to be obsessed with these 1-unit builds. Why? Like, what? Who called for this Keshik only strat here? It's kind of wild. I actually think Corvinus is going to win this. It's a lot of spears. And also, he's got the Saint's Blessings, so if you use that, he just got the improved one, right? So I think he took the improved duration. So +1 is really important here. Just needs to get 1 stab out. And there it is. Look at the golden glow. Defense arrow doesn't last very long either. Even with the whistling arrows, it's not going to keep you alive in this fight. The spearman mass. The mosh pit is winning. Catch count getting low. Look at the difference here. The army just evaporates. B now down by 15 economy and down an entire army. Spears mop up. The Wallow just to brag. Corvinus is like, I'm sorry, were you looking for this? And the blocking out on the step readout. This game looks over. Corvinus just needs to keep the push going. Right now, B is relying on Tower Defense Simulator to keep him up and alive. The Knights arrive at the perfect time to start being a nuisance here. Spearmen are wrapping around now. Villagers are getting absolutely massacred here. It's now over a 30 eco lead for the Rus. It took 5 games, but finally Corvinus is able to turn up. No more of B's silly 1-unit comps. I'm expecting Sass to appear in my chat in a second and tell me how Keshiks need to be buffed. Yeah, and that +1 was insane, guys. Like, reduce the damage difference of 2, especially when Keshiks hit lower than standard Knights anyway. Just makes all the difference here. Step readout now can't be used. So B is truly this far behind on economy. Almost 40 workers down. Relic situation is at least better. 3 down to 2, but it doesn't make up for this gap. I mean, Corvinus can do whatever the hell he wants with the game now. Right? He could go home and go Imperial and he'd still be in control. But I don't think he's going to look to do that. I think he's going to look to end it here in Castle. More units now rallying to the fort. B. Funnily enough, if he'd known about the mass spears, this actually would have been the counter. Springolds, guys. Springolds, they do get bonus damage against the infantry now, the melee infantry. These bulky boys. Look at those arms. You can tell that they've been using our Protein Works code, Killer Pigeon at checkout. So swole, so strong. You look like this too. Could buy a few. Separate out now going down. I mean, we're looking at a landmark victory, guys. Deerstone's already dead. He tries to pack it up to run it away, but it's gonna get pinched. wait, oh no, the A-click. Oh, the A-click behavior meant that half the units attacked the Siege Workshop instead. So now I'm going to try to shift that back. It's triple Springled. If B pulls this one back, it's going to be a miracle. Keshiks need to hold the choke points. Villagers are frontlining right now. Shivs are out. Everything on the line here. Can the Springleds carry him? Line damage is looking good. I think he holds this wave? It's looking like it. It's deceptive because there are villagers in there. But the Keshiks are being broken through here. The Knights make their way to the backside of it. A valiant attempt of a last hold from B, but no hopes of seeing another wave. His economy is dead. This game is over. And Corvinus will lock in the final game to secure part of the prize pool. So, 4-1 split in the end. Well played, boys. Well played. In fact, let me list that in my details. So, 20 buckaroos for B. Corvinus gets the 5 didgeridoo-dollary-doos. And then... Let me just line that stuff up. All right, fantastic. So, give me one sec, guys. Okay, no. I was getting wrong. I don't know what the hell. I didn't even notice that number. I'm always sus when someone rings me anyway. I'm like, huh? So, guys, what I think we're going to try to do now is we might see if we can get some impromptu show matches going. I'm trying to think, actually. I mean, we could maybe have more games, but I think that's good. I know Anatan is around. Have I got any other pros around, actually? Sorry, I just got a bunch of messages coming through in the background. Yeah. Baltoon was here? Yeah, I don't think Baltoon wanted to play. Do you mean Plat 1? Wowee. I'll see if Gnome... Oh, no. So I wouldn't mind getting some impromptu ones together. I assume Crackety is at work, considering the time of day it is. I think we've got Anatan around. No, it's alright, Baltoon. I was asking for people that want to play in some show matches on the test server. I'm assuming you're not interested. Let me double check. So, I think there might be some quick match games in the meantime while I try and figure out some more players for matches. I'm trying to think how much I want to spend. Because we're doing $100 show, like $100 tournament on Sunday as well. I don't make that much from streaming. So, ooh, there was a game yesterday between Corvinus and Lash that we could check out. And then there was some Myriad Corvinus ones on the ladder. So maybe we catch some ladder action. Just having a look through the players' data to see who they matched up against. Because even quick matches are pretty cool at this point, right? As people are experimenting with different builds. Obviously, the challenge is finding good matchups. Maybe Lash Corv could be cool. You play versus Baltoon? You just like seeing me burn money, don't you? So, let me wipe the slate there. I think we got like a pub game while I try to figure... If I've got pros in chat, we can try to get something cooking. Maybe B and Anatan? I don't like. I think they're the most available players right now, but we already done that. I don't know if people want that again. I could try messaging though to see. I don't know how available for how long B is today. Thoughts on the changes? Overall positive direction for Age of Empires 4. Much needed as well. So yeah, very glad for it. I think it's a good step in the right direction. What was the end result of B in Corvinus? The end result ended up being a 4-1. By the way, guys, if you ever want to contribute to these prize pool links, that's what the coffee link is for, as I've had people ask before. Basically, anything that goes into coffee goes into prize pools for tournaments, is the way I've treated it. Patreon is to support me, and some of that also ends up going into tournaments inevitably. And then obviously you got things like subs and whatever. But if you're like, I don't care about you, KP, I want this to go to the players, that's what the coffee link is for. And we're putting in good work this week. Like, what have we done so far? So we had the invitation, which was $50, right? At the start of the week. Then we had $35 yesterday. We just done another, that ended up being $25. We're going to do $100 on the weekend. Good lord. Leave a tip tab. Let me double check on my things. So, under it, you've got... So, yeah, where the Patreon is, I actually need to create a banner for it. Underneath Patreon, it says Coffee Alternative. And then it's got the coffee link there. Sorry, it's been done lazily because I haven't had a chance to add in another banner. I need to add another banner. So it's there in the panels. Making us feel bad? No, I'm saying you can put it into both. Did Drongo already show this one? Really? Of course he did. Wait, Drongo's not uploading the show match ones, is he? I'm sure Drongo's respecting the fact that those are custom games of almost a tournament-y nature. Hopefully. I know people in the past that have had that rough... Okay, if this has already been done by Rango, let's have a look and see what we can wrangle elsewhere. So, what I think... I'm going to ask if B and Anatan want to go again. And I'll let them play as many maps as they want at free buckaroos. I'm actually now curious. Okay. Coffee, yeah, is coffee equal Ko-Fi? The other name for it. I'm finding out now if Anatan and B want to do a show match. Available in an hour. What we might have is in an hour we'll have B versus Anatant. I'm just confirming with both of them now. I don't mind it though, because I think they both have crazy strategies, which is perfect for a new patch. Alright, yeah, Anatan is down for it in an hour. That's perfect. Let me see if B's up for it as well. Didn't see if you answered my question because of ads. You know how to fix those ads. Can we leave notes on the coffee link so we can tell you how we want you to divvy the prize pool? Example, winner. Winner takes all or £20 a win. I think so. I think you can put notes in there. I'll try to take suggestions on board. I will probably, like, in some cases I might have to override because not every player wants to do a winner takes all. Understandably so. Like, some like it, some don't. So I'll always ask the players if they're okay with that, but I'll recommend whatever's suggested. Does that sound fair? I think that's fair. Like, I want the players to feel comfortable with how they're spending their time. I don't want them to feel like they didn't want to do this format that was done. That's always my goal. It's why, for example, on the weekend, because I wanted to be thoughtful of the players' time for this tournament that we're organizing, the lower bracket is mostly going to be best of ones until the lower bracket finals, where it'll be a BO3. Because I didn't want to make players feel like, you know, the day was going to be insanely long. And because they're used to, like, for an insanely long day, they're used to it being like, you know, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, right? Right, sorry guys, I'm just quickly sending links out because we are going to have another show match. Which will be Anatan versus B. So I'll update the title. Anatan versus B up next. We'll find some pub games in the meantime. How can we test the new patch? I think you needed to, like, sign up to the I can't remember. Someone else will probably remember. I can't remember. I've been sent so many forms before. There is, like, a place you can sign up to get pub access. I don't know if it's open now. All right, so what we'll do... Just giving them the details, as this is quite impromptu. Alice here when you're back and ready. Alright, awesome. So, we'll find some pub games to cast for, like, next probably 40 minutes or so. And then, after that, we're going to have B versus Anatan. Why are you banning that word? Look at that, Next trying to save you money. If/when I'm wealthy enough to put £100 in, I'd like to play all 5, 20-year win, or 75, 25. I mean, that's fine. Like, play all 5s, like that, yeah, that's fine. I mean, like, £100, you'll probably be able to get some good names in there as well. Not these guys, you know what I mean, like almost anyone's name. Or we could potentially stretch that out, so it's like a best of 9, or play on 9 rather, with most names still would probably play into that. What that would, you know, there's other things we can do that as well, like Elderif. After the pop ends, I'm gonna resume doing my map tournaments where we test out brand new maps. So it could also go into one of those if you want, where we invite 4 players usually to play like BO5s into BO7, or maybe we do like BO7s, BO7s. So yeah, there's options there. There's plenty of things we can do, which is cool. But no, thank you. I appreciate when people put some money in. Like, what was it when we done one of those map ones? Someone, like, I think it's Hymenate, just came. He's like, I will give $100 for this. Like, what? Okay. Sure, son. Up for that? Yes, please. So, let me have a quick look, though, and see what players have we had on. I'm going to check my offline players. I'm going to see who's been playing and who they've been playing against. Okay, apparently clicking on an NA player's profile crashes your game. I don't know what that says about NA, but okay. Give me a sec, guys. I need to restart the game. Yeah, Pop is pretty laggy, actually. I'm excited for the weekend, though. I don't know. I got a feeling we might have like a 7 or 8 hour stream on that Sunday. Loads of good content there. Like I said, if you want me putting more money into these prize pools as well, once again, take advantage of this. I didn't have a chance to fully flesh it out, but I didn't know it's early. Fat Blob was like, maybe I'll try another bundle. The pancakes are good, man. I'll tell you now, the pancakes are good. Definitely worth getting some peanut butter to go on those. The diet meal replacement extremes are the ones I get, so my flavors come in there instead of the diet meal replacement ones. The protein coffee coolers are really cool. I highly rate the matcha latte, but I think you said that wasn't available in America. You've got the protein bars as well, which are sick. So yeah, there's definitely plenty of things in there. My beard is unique. Is that a nice way of saying it looks like crap? Be honest. I won't take offense. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll remember. When will the patch arrive on the official servers? Unknown exact date. The assumptions are mid to late October, but we can't be sure. So, you have to wait and see. But they're cooking. Okay, so anytime I click on Give You Anxiety's account, my game crashes. My spectator's like, not more Rams! I'm not sure what that's about. Oh, so can anyone actually test the future one? Or I wasn't sure if anyone could or if it was only select people. But yeah, if you have access, you can go to properties like Tiger's just show you. That's how you do it. Well-trimmed goatee? It's not even a goatee though. I've got these weird little wings. Winner takes all $20 each win? For what? Not for this one. The tournament on the weekend is $100 total prize pool. And it'll be 50. I think I said it was going to be $50 going to first place, 30 to second, 20 to third. Then my boys B and Anna are gonna have some show match matchups, like $3 a pop. But I've said they can do as many games they want, so they can have at it. So, I'm going to try different players. Sorry, guys. It's taking a second because it just keeps crashing when we tried GUAs. Who else has been playing? Maybe Sass? Okay, that didn't crash me, although he's privated. Don't know if Voldemar's been on. Voldy played twice. I don't think he got any good matchups, though. No. Let's check Whams. Mr. Whamsicle. I mean, we can recap the Blade series, the Wham Anatan series, if you guys want. I don't know if most of you caught that or not. You want your points back? Ugh. Just start the timer again. Fine. Start the timer again. So who... Oh, I need to give predictions out. Who won that one? It was Corvinus. Voldemort. Right? Like, I don't know, man. I've already won more tournaments. I'm dangling a tournament here for him. I haven't had him in on it yet, though. Let me check. Oh, guys, I can actually preview who we're likely to see on the weekend, actually. Some of the players that'll be interested. Who have we got here? So, some of the known ones, Sass, Anatan, and Corvinus are the highest ELO players that are signed up so far. So, we've got some known faces in there. Hopefully we get a few more. I don't mind the idea of it being like a 16 bracket and like the higher seed ones start earlier and whatnot. Oh, no. Next, like, why didn't I think of using my point redemption that way? Son. So, Wham. Ooh. I think Wham had some practice games against Puppy Paw to test out. Or was it only one? Oh, they use cheats. Okay, doesn't matter then. Oh, it was Play 05. Okay, Blade's UI said BO5, which is where I was like, huh? I mean, part of me wants to cast it, but it's already been cast, you know? Like, that's usually my feeling on it. So, Myriad's privated. Damn, I got the Mister on this server. Blaster in the past there. Has Crackety been on? Well, Crackman has played. Crackety matched up against Corvinus. I did not see that. Crackety also matched up against Diakusi. My commiseration. Guys, do you want Corvinus versus Crackety on Hidden Valley? Or do you want Diakusi versus Crackety on Rocky River? Diakusi is playing English. Just want to put that out there. So I wouldn't blame people if they didn't want to watch it. For those who don't know, Diakusi is a prolific English spammer. Do not show us Diakusi versus Crackety. You sure you don't want English versus Yuji? Some good old English versus Juji? No? Okay. In that case, we'll do Hidden Valley. Corvinus versus Crackety. That's true. We would get to see mega range Lombos. I think this might actually be Giokusi's patch. English got buffed somehow. I don't know why they got buffed, but they got buffed. Alright. Let's go for Corv versus Crackety. Isn't this map illegal? Feels like it. I actually kind of miss it. It's been that long. Hidden Valley is back. That's right. Season 9 preview here. And we've got Corvinus on the Ottomans going up against Crackety on his fabled and most beloved Juji. Both civs, actually, some of the biggest benefactors, biggest buffed civs of Season 9. The Juji got a bunch of crazy changes. Grenadiers now accessible in Age 3. The Cavalry are bonkers at this point. Ottomans on the other side have a brand new unit in the Cavalry Archers. The Siege rework definitely has drastically adapted the way the Ottomans play the game. And on top of that, they got 4 additional Vizier point options to choose from. So I'm excited to see what we get to preview here. Because I think this was within the first day of the patch going live. So this was them very much kind of fresh. Not wet behind the ears yet on what was going to be happening. So, Military Academy opening is kind of intriguing here from Corvinus. I guess there's value in shoving these deer right in to begin with, but I don't see the value beyond that. Maybe the gold on the back, which is pretty far out. I have been quite vocal about how I'm not crazy about these military school openers, though, unless you're in a situation where there's a deer shove nearby. And I'm not saying he can't deer shove that. It's more like, should you? You know when someone says to you, you shouldn't eat that plastic bag. And you're like, well, I can. It's like, yeah, for very obvious reasons you shouldn't. Trying to shove that far is going to be painful. So I don't think it's about the deer shove. This must be about aggroing the gold. The worst map in the history of land maps? Jesus, Kazi Johan. You know, buddy, I have seen your lumber camp in your Arkham farm placements. So when you say something's the worst, I really take it. I'm sorry. I take it seriously. So actually, I think this map was so close to being a really good map, and all it needed was destructible bridges here. One here and like one here. That would have made this such a cool map. If you actually had bridges that could be destroyed going across, like you get in, for example, Red Alert 2. And like we actually have in this game, the only issue is those bridges have to be usually across water, right? Otherwise, they're buggy. If there was a way to get 2 bridges, one here and one here, I think this map would be incredible. But it would have to be destroyable bridges, not just ones that exist. And yes, this is pop. We do not know exactly when the patch is going to go live. Meditation Garden coming in is pretty safe, though. Nothing too crazy. We don't see that anymore. A little bit surprised it wasn't on the wood. I feel like there's a lot of wood there. Probably could have got 40 plus, but the berries are just the easy target at all times. And on the other side, we're going to get Sultani Trade Network. Is this worse than Hideout? I think a big part of Hideout's issue is simply Roos. Roos makes that map toxic and unplayable. If it wasn't for that, I don't think it'd be terrible. That's his #1 issue. Like, if all of a sudden tomorrow Roos's hunting cabins didn't give gold anymore, Hideout might actually get used in a tournament to see how it plays. But until that issue gets resolved somehow, it's never going to happen. What's going up from Crackety, though? And all of a sudden, you have to ask, was the military school worth it? In some ways, it's kind of cool. So they did heavily nerf Palisades. Palisades used to take, I think it was 2 seconds, and now they take 8. Or was it 4 and now it takes 8? Either way, they got nerfed pretty hard, right? It still ends up being quicker for Juji at 5 seconds, but it's slow. It's wasting time. What I would love if afterwards he kind of shoves in the deer. If the timing is going to keep harassing the wall, which is going to force additional idle time on a delay, I don't think Crackety is going to take the bait, though. I feel like this is going to be a fast castle build. The reason why you want a fast castle here and not Jiganu rush is because Jignu kind of suck against Ottomans due to the armor. With the meta, you can get a +1 armor, which means you can guarantee that the Zhug always just do 1 damage against Horsemen. It's pretty sad. And I think Sipahi, people have started to come to realize just how good they are and utilize them in the correct way. Like, the biggest issue before is I think a lot of players knew Sipahi were good, but they felt very expensive and very risky in the early game. But players have gotten phenomenally better at leveraging what is a very powerful unit now in the feudal age. Speaking of which, first Sipahi gets queued up. Crackety, there you go. It's going to be a castle rush. I'm going to speed up just a tiny bit, seeing as it's very clear where we're heading here. It's going to be poke, harass on the tree line, and fast tech into Shallow Monk. So no real action is going to occur here until we're in Castle Age. Corvinus has got to read this for what it is, though, right? Because Sipahi will not beat Shallow Monks. Not at this scaling point. Yeah, it's kind of weird, actually. He's nowhere near having his own tech. He's gathering with 14 on wood, so he's actually playing Feudal Age. So Maz Sipahi versus Shallow Monks. That's tricky. On a map like this in particular, like what are we looking at? 3 sheep left over, but he has got the deer. So he's got about 3,000 food safely in his base. Then he's got the berries afterwards, so actually a lot more than 3,000. There's 4,500 food safely in his base. That's enough to be coasting here. And he's already stockpiled plenty of food to start pumping. I think you actually just go Lancers, by the way. Lancers with Dali horses are insane because you get the 20% increased attack speed. Zhuji are a cav civ now. I think the interesting thing is that Zhuji was always intended to be more of a cavalry civ than China. You can tell that by the late game choices, having Imperial Guards, having the Yuan Raiders. All of it was shouting, play cav. But with the Dali Horseman, or Dali Horse change rather, where now all your cav attacks 20% faster, it's very clear that the Dev in 10 is to lean into that idea more. And yeah, Corvin's going to be able to protect himself at home. He's going to need to, considering Lancers should be on the way. And I like this because it means that all of his army is going to be heading towards the enemy base. Nothing needs to be held in reserve to protect. It's not only securing his wood, it's also now securing the deer. They've just been on an eternal duty. Corvinus, wait, is he... Wait, is Crackney legit just doing Shaolin Monks only? He is. This is crazy. I thought we'd see at least like 2 Lancers, maybe. Maybe it's better that he didn't, considering how many Spearmen are out there. First Monk bringing the Relic home, so that's 1 banked already. And this is what sucks about Hidden Valley. I'm starting to remember why I shouldn't miss this map. Hidden Valley is horrible because in the event that you commit down one side, your opponent can just dodge you on the other side. And unfortunately, because Corvinus decided to come south side, he kind of wastes his attempt here. It's surprising as well because Corv has scouted, I believe, every relic location on the map. So he should have known that this was a free relic split north side and been blocking here because there's just more equity in that area. Playing south side is kind of surprising. So that means it's going to be, what, a 4 relic game? Because now, if you wanted to block this relic play, you'd have to march your army all the way back and then all the way around. This is why I said the bridges would make this a better map. Bridges in the center would fix all of the issues with this map. Kraken now pumping into the spears. It's going to be a spear Shaolin defense. Corvinus getting ready for a dive. He has got the undermesh. Be a hunt forward towards the villages, but able to garrison inside it. This is just such a hard civ to dive at this point in the game due to the village. Just gives so much extra protection to what should be exposed economy. Crackety microing it back here. Doesn't lose a single villager. Meanwhile, Corvinus, several units down. Did at least take out 2 spearmen in return, but the Shaolin Monks is the scary detail. Any damage done to them is temporary. Oh, this is rough. And now you don't actually have enough left to attack the monks on the right side here. Corv just needs to tech up. I think the longer he tries to play this feudal, the worse it's going to get for him. Is there any way he could potentially end this game now? I mean, if Shaolin Monks keep finding bad fights like that, sure. But otherwise, I think Crackety just hunkers down now with all this economy extra. Like, military school count is only at 2, right? Maybe we have some sort of cavalry archer play that can make sense. Maybe? Cavalry Archers is a cool idea. Remember, that's the new unit added to the Ottomans. They cost 180 resources. They're very different to Horse Archers, though. So they do 10 damage, but they strike twice. It's a really cool idea, actually, for a unit. And I've only seen them once in a game so far. They really impressed me. Even though that game ended up being a loss for the wielder, you really felt the power of the Cavalry Archers for a moment there. Damn, he really is just going full out. Crackety, meanwhile, stockpiling a lot of resources here. What are you up to? There's no way he's going to go imp. Right? There's no value in imp. No. Like, what is he waiting for? Are we finally getting lances? This is weird. Oh, wait, have I got a timeout, people? Fine, here you go. Enjoy your timeouts. Wait, where's the other one? Get him too. I like how Cal comes in and does it once for you guys and then leaves. Alright, so Crackety is now committing into the Lancers. We should have Blacksmiths coming down soon. You need to play into Dali horses here, otherwise it's worthless. Admittedly, you need like 5 Lancers to make it justifiable, but once you're there, Dali horses is really, really good. But we do have Cav Archers. Okay, this is going to be sick. So the Cavalry Archers are kind of impressive, actually. Like I said, 180 resources, 100 food, 80 wood, rather. But they are really, really fast. They're quicker than Horse Archers. Check this. 1.75 movement speed. They have more health than Horse Archers while being in Age 2. And even in Age 2, look at that damage. 8 base, and they attack twice. The sucky part is their attack speed, but if you're just stepping away, if you're raiding instead of committing to a fight, they're a solid unit to leverage. I think that's what he wants to do here, right? Just kind of poke and retreat. Don't hard commit into these fights. Camp on the relic kit. So he knows what Crackety wants. He's guarding both of them quite well, actually. Interesting split. So Cavalry Archers brought west side, and then he's just got the meta on the east. Meta's kind of cool here for the... I think just go attack speed, right, to try and overwhelm a monk that comes. It's actually turning out to be a really interesting game. It's not easy to split defend like this. We'll see why. Fight now coming in. There's a veteran spearman. Lancers able to rip around the side, though. And the spearman front line is already evaporated. Sapahi just trying to protect the Cavalry Archers, but he forgot about the spears! Gets pinched between the two. This is not it. Corvinus, there's no way he can win this fight. He needed another minute. You can see he was starting to save up for Castle there. But now forced him full retreat. Shalamonk's going to be able to pick up the 4th relic here. And Crackety now rolling towards the base of Corvinus. And I think that was pre-Dali. Yeah, because we still don't have a blacksmith for Crackety. Can we all agree that having no blacksmiths is the most Chinese thing possible in Age of Empires 4? There is no civs so frequently that we see winning games without blacksmiths than China and Juji. Usually China. I think Juji tends to build them more. This is kind of crazy. Flash coming in. A miss micro there by Corvinus. Peeled back the melee units, but had the Cavalry Archers heading forward there. Heavy loss there, 180 each. Pretty penny to be paid. Lancers not being peeled back. No, this is a little bit late there. So Crackety actually sacrificing a lot more heavy cav than necessary. Spearman follow-up should still be able to trade reasonably well, but credit to Corvinus with this attack speed aura. He's doing a damn good job. Fortitude now activated to overwhelm, and he's going to be able to hold. So Crackety, kind of a misadjustment there, misread. Throws away the Lancer mass. Has to reboot from scratch. What was this? This was the most ambitious overreach I've seen so far today. Crackety, he says, not your deer, mine. He garrisons as well. Villagers are going to pull the torches out, but this is not a good idea. No textiles for Corvinus. Oh my god. Who gets more kills here? Was that 3 villagers dead so far? The clutch repairs coming in. Villagers are starting to get targeted down. One, the outpost is going to go down, but the other one gets fortified here. No easy way to burn through it. Hand cannon slits also now coming in. What did this game just turn into? Lancer, I love that. He baits away so much torch damage here. More villagers can be targeted down, and there's still no textiles for Corvinus. Oh my god. And he is targeting down those villies. So what, probably 2 more eco units going down, possibly more. The hand cannon slits are about to complete here. Once again, the Lancers are baiting away all the spears. I cannot believe what Kraken's doing to him here. This is so subpar by Corvinus. He's not able to commit all the torches. 3 more villagers will die, though. And I think Kraken may have gotten enough out of this. It feels like it. In fact, it might not even be a kill on the outpost in the end. Lancer now arrives. Villagers are getting cleaved down. And although the outpost is dead, so is the economy. Corvinus, he needs to run. He knows it as well. It's an even exchange. Somehow, after all that, both of them have lost 11 workers. And the spearman might be able to protect what remains. Oh my god. Corvinus, he may be 8 ahead, by the way, but that's only because of the Sultani trade network. And when you consider one player has 3 relics and the other just has that trade network, Kraken's still ahead. That is one of the most wild fights I have seen over deer ever. I cannot believe they came out pretty much par. Kraken need to get an extra eco kill at the end, right? So slightly better for him. Farms are now getting set up because these cavalry archers are not cheap. 100 food each. Meanwhile, Palace Guard on the other side is kind of intriguing against cav archers. Considering Palace Guard, it's only 3 ranged armor, right? So you don't feel very tanky. Also, I am once again asking, can we get a blacksmith's? Undermesh is so good here because similar to the logic of why melee armor is so good against Ghoulims, it's the same with cavalry archers here. Because they attack twice, you want that ranged armor because you're actually reducing the damage you take by 2, not by 1. Corvinus in retreat. He's just going mass cav archers now. Funnily enough, Jugo knew would clean this up very easily. It's another easy direction that Kraken could have went in, but has chosen not to. How does Corv win this now? Because he's behind. If he's able to scale mass horse archers and then tech up, I think he's going to be very difficult to deal with, right? Because cav archers, they have 10 base, they have high health. They're a bigger threat. So if he can get that scale point, I could see the way. But it is very expensive to scale these. Every 10 is going to cost you what it would to go Castle Age. So every time you add 10 in, you are delaying your Castle Age by an entire tech, right? So it's quite pricey. You need to find some extra value. You can't just stay at home and scale the numbers because you know you're up against this relic grab. You know you're actually kind of up against the wall at this stage. We did also see Song Dynasty coming in with his Jiangnan Tower. So farm transition and 2 TC. Krakeny is turning this into a boom game. Good read by Corvinus to check the gold, but I think unfortunately for him, it might be a little bit too late here. Outpost already up. He doesn't quite see the threat, finally realizes it. Oof. I think you dive past though, right? 3 villagers, maybe you lose 1 cavalry archer, feels worth it. Monk finally has come back from this. I'm surprised it took 20 minutes to get this, but Corvinus was doing a really good job earlier defending it. Should still be able to though. Cav archers. Yeah, this is one of those situations where auto-attacking is bad. That's wild. He would have just been able to walk back with that if he didn't attack. Corvinus didn't realize. And we have got Jugnu on the way. All right, guys, what do you think? Mass Cav archers or mass Jugnu? Do I really need to ask that question? Jugnu should eradicate. even if you get towards Castle Edge's Corvinus, I don't think Cav Archers win this for you. The only thing I can conceptualize that Corvinus is thinking of doing here is diving the main base with Cav. Right? Because Cav Archers will raid and hit economy much better than Jugnu. Jugnu are more permanent, whereas Cavalry Archers are more fluid, right? And what that means is if these Jugnu ever get here, they're never leaving. If Cav Archers get here, they get here 4 times quicker. For now, though, it seems like it's going to be fight over the deer again. I can't believe this one location. Moving in, villagers starting to get sniped. Janissary point was pulled, by the way, so this is kind of an all-in to win a fight for Corvinus. And a good read there as well. Immediately, the Lancers regret even existing here. Juke trying to dive in. This is not enough, though. Krakeny is just kind of trickling to his death here. Where is he? Cavalry Archers. Not trading as fast as you'd hope here. Remember, the attack speed is abysmal on these guys. It takes over 2 seconds to strike. 2.27 for the attack. And that is with the Meteora. He's lost the army. It doesn't work. Mass Cavalry Archers just takes too long and futile from this position. Corvinus back to the drawing board. And the drawing board is just another crayon picture of a Cavalry Archer. I'm just going to pat you on the head and say, good for you, buddy. And then turn to the parents and be like, probably not going to make it. He's frontlining with them because he didn't want to give up the area to allow the deer gathering. It's awkward either way. He should have been starter stepping. Like, these units are terrible if they stand ground. They are not meant to stand ground. It's like horse archers. If you're playing cavalry archers, imagine horse archers, but imagine it being more painful to use. Yeah, he didn't want to give over area, right? Because he just doesn't have any front line. He doesn't have any map control. Now is Juganu here. I don't think he has any bloody hope. I mean, he's trying for a Sipahi switch, which is cool. He has got the farm, so this is somebody he can scale into. But Krakeny apparently knew what was happening. He already has spears. Damn. I feel like Corvinus is just getting read pretty thoroughly here. I'm going to speed up to 2 times here. Once more into the breach. Hand cannon slit is there. You don't have much torch power, guys. This is rough. In fact, this hand cannon slit could just be targeting down the Janissaries right now. Front line for Krakeny isn't lasting long here. Juganu are going to have to start backing off. There is a few Sipahi in the mix, and they can activate the Fortitude. So he needs to target them down. And considering they're still only age 2, the Zhu can do a lot of damage. They do 21 before reductions, which means they're doing 12 damage to the Sipahi. Good start, though. Corvinus able to work through that, and now able to start raiding to the back. Needs to be fast about this, considering it is the 2 TC play from Krakeny, and all 3 granaries are now set up. Corvinus also now in the spears. This starts to paint a bit of a picture for him, but he does discover the second wave of Zhuk, and he did just run out of Sipahi, so... Am I the only one like watching the cavalry archers and feeling that they're a bit of a bait at this point? I like them as raiders. I hate them as your main component. This somehow feels worse than horse archers. You know? I'm trying to think what the base of horse archers... Was it 15? Age 2 versus age 3? True, but even if you're age 3, you have to scale these, right? I wonder, in age 2, does Zhuk beat Cav Archer? I think it does. Maybe you can kind of start to step it, but like your hitboxes are bigger, so you end up in range of Zhuk. Cav Archers trying to bite back. Zhuk and are going to dive past. That means they're ignoring the Sipahi, so the attack speed gets activated. An overextension here by Krakeny. Corvinus is back up to 16 with his cavalry archers. Now, if he can start to force a continuous trickle here, there is a wild and unbelievable way in which he can win this. Still feels like a stretch, though. Like, I feel like the issue is more Krakeny not building the right unit than Corvinus dominating these fights. I don't think Cav Archers are OP, right? But we saw what? We saw Cav to begin with, then we saw a pass guard attempt, which was a bad idea. Then it's Juganu, which isn't a bad idea, but no horseman to assist. Or at least spam in the front line. Felt a little bit rough here. instead of now we are getting the Horseman. Crackly, he does have the economy now to support that. Right, this is a lot of farms, a lot of food income, almost 2k. You think they're broken? I don't know if they're broken. They're strong. I am impressed by them in this game. I do just think, yeah, like maybe Spearman quicker would have made sense for Corvinus. Like something as a front line. Just a cannon fodder of some kind, right? The problem with these is they're just so damn expensive. Like, I think that's meant to be the point of their bounce. Is like 100 food and 80 wood, right? Are they... Is their production speed correct for cavalry archers in the military schools? That's what I'm wondering. Is that why they're feeling kind of busted here? Are they producing quicker than they should? All right, we got an all-in timing here, guys. Corvinus is going to the Istanbul Imperial Palace. Now, we talked about this idea of getting like 30 to 40 of them and winning the game. We aren't at that 30-40 number. So although the cavalry archers will still be useful, I almost feel like I want to say the cavalry archers are better in feudal than they are in castle. In castle, I've seen them used as a little kind of raiding tool, and they're kind of insane. But as the backbone of your feudal army, it kind of has a similar effect to Lombos, if that makes sense. It's not going to win the same way Lombos will, right? And they don't have the range factor. But it's the fact that, like, they should be the last thing to die in your army if you handle them correctly. I think that's the interesting thing about cavalry archers. With 1.75 movement speed, it might be a bit too good. Veterancies all getting queued up. So tech out complete. He's getting ready for a push down the center. Check this. This is actually vile. This is disgusting. Luckily for Crackety, he didn't gather the wood as quickly as Corvinus did. Mass Horsemen are now flanking. Doing more than 30 damage in Imp? Yeah, but what's their DPS? People always quote numbers like that, and it's deceptive. You want their DPS. Because their attack speed is pretty bad, right? Which I think balances them out. Like, you know, if you could choose cavalry archers or camel archers, for example. Same amount of resources. You choose camel archers, right? You'd always choose camel archers. They're good. I just don't know if they're OP good. I think in feudal they're OP good. Later on, I would probably back camel archers, though. I think that sounds fair, right? Like, health increases are drastically higher for camel archers. Their attack speed is drastically lower. Their base damage is higher. And then you get camel handling, which makes you quicker than cavalry archers. I would agree that this unit is probably overtuned for feudal. I'm not so sure about Castle and Imp. Dive comes in. Crackety is making a home in Corvinus' base, but Corvinus is already running away with a few woodworkers he has. And it's the Great Bombard play against Mass Shuknu. This is it. This is do or die for Corvinus. It's what he stopped putting the points for. It's why he went for the Istanbul Imperial Palace. Is it going to be good enough? This might actually be the map. Like, how do you actually snipe this Great Bombard? This is wild. Crackety needs to break the final trees and get out right now. Juji Library is on the way. And the stone wall is coming in. Corvinus is like, thanks for coming to stay. Hope you stay in the winter. Oh, this is fantastic. It's the slowest death imaginable. Great Bombard. It's bowling ball time. Shot comes in. Wait, Corvus, no! No! He didn't defend it! Oh, no! All right, boys, wrap it up. Take it home. We're done here. Imagine all the dark nights in that basement room with all the planning on the walls and all the dotting between the different point of connections and the theory crafting and all the the potency and the brain power going OP, OP, OP. The Reddit threads telling you that this is going to be an Imbatech. You bought it all. You baited into it all. You believed in it all. And it was all wrong. That was the most anticlimactic finish ever. Oh my god. Do I even upload that? That was freaking hilarious. God damn it. I can't. It was so funny. Oh. Do I upload that? I don't know. It's like, it should have been the most insane finish, and it was just completely... I just can't get over that. I don't know what to call it, though. It has to be about the trap, right? He laid the perfect trap. He laid the perfect Ottoman trap. I can't get over that game. It was so dumb. All right. Anyway, so let me double check. I don't think Anno is back just yet. He's probably back in half an hour, and then we'll have that show match. And yes, Wingard range is broken. It's 100% broken. No one ever uses walls. You need to watch my show match from yesterday where Anatan started wall crawling the map, which I totally warned was going to start happening. It is not balanced. It is not balanced, I'm telling you guys. Who's Corv up against? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was like, we had a Zhone versus English game, and it was absurd. He eventually went Footman, but the initial groups of Rangers just felt so good. Like, Rangers may be the #1 unit now for English Wingard. They're either the first best or second best behind Footman. New archer range tech in University affect Lombos? Yes, it does. Which is why you can get 13 tower range Wingard Rangers when you put them on walls. Even when they're not on walls, guys, they have more range than castles. They have more range than, like, any siege, right? Like, what Great Bombard's at now? They're going to be at, is it 11 or is it 10? So Great Bombards is the only thing that has the same range as them, right? I think Culverins and Springles now have less range than the Rangers, right? They are the ultimate anti-siege, the ultimate building siege. It's not quick siege, but, like, your opponent can't deal with it easily. He has to win the full fight. Does the Silkstring tech work on Juganu? I think it doesn't, if I remember correctly. It only affects archers. So here, I'll show you guys. We go in here, and we go down to the Unitex. So this is this one right here. Silk Bowstrings. It grants archers +2 range and mounted archers +1. So Juganu is not counted for that. Crossbows don't get buffed by that either. This one was very interesting, by the way. So, like, gunpowder units should actually get counted pretty hard by horsemen now, was the idea with this, because they also added an extra 10% onto biology, right? This, by the way, was another indirect buff to English. Because now, most units have in certain situations had their effective HP decreased. I feel like footmen have been the least impacted. Because Wingard footmen already had higher health than men-at-arms. The weakness was that their melee armor was lower. But now by getting Elite Army Tactics, you offset their weakness, right? It's kind of wild. Wait, I didn't know the improved Elite Army Tactics gives bonus armor. Should we check that quickly? Is that true? I didn't see that one. That's kind of intriguing. It's under the Guru. Wait, was it Gur? Was it Uvus? Wait, where was that Unitex? It was under Gur, right? Or am I being an idiot? No, Blacksmith. I'm an idiot. Yeah. My brain was like, huh? Don't know why I thought Gur. Oh, it doesn't show the improved, which is kind of dumb. Bit surprised it doesn't show the improved. Wait, who's this? I haven't a dicky bird of a clue. Should we quickly check that? I'm kind of curious, actually, what the effects are, because I didn't check them from the Mongols. Bread and butter English have been nerfed. I mean, I think English players were leaning more towards Lombos already, right? It's like, my view on it is like, sure, you can kind of say they got nerfed, but like, they didn't fully get nerfed, you know what I mean? Let's quickly check this. Because now archers are better. And they have like the best archers in the game, right? Or easily one of the best. So I don't feel like English's late game prowess has been diminished. Other civs maybe, but not English. I also kind of feel like I want them to take away the third tier of ecotechs. Because you still end up with too much food and whatever that you can throw away armies, right? Which is not good. In a jiffy. What's the other one for all the resources? I forget what it's called. Does anyone remember? Smorgasbord? Is it? No, in a jiffy is the build speed. We already got that. Smorgasbord? Look at all you people. Ha! I baited you all. I just wanted to discover how many of you were cheaters. Got him. Yeah, so, like, go to H2. Oh yeah, within a jiffy, doesn't the Karnate Palace just spawn everything? Yup. Yup, it does. Balance in all things. New Mongols, S tier. Off we go, boys. So, yeah, so that's interesting. So the chemistry, there's no improved, right? Siege works kind of but Elite Army Tactics improved. You get another 2 armor as well as 10% damage. That is pretty wild, actually. And then biology. So that's pretty wild. 40%, which means you're pretty much at Elite Army, pretty much at French Royal Bloodlines at that point. Also, why is the pop-in coming in there? My face isn't important. Don't worry about it. Also, I don't know why that's lagging. I think the server's lagging me up a bit. It might be the giant army of PP pals that I have that are causing that. But yeah, so actually, guys, one of the biggest discoveries I've seen so far, I think one of the most crazy things... Oh, look, we have pauses now. Nice. One of the most crazy things I've seen so far is actually the minework change. The all pikes are insane. I think the meta is going to shift to minework. All pikes is legit really, really good. +3 damage on spears and horsemen is nuts. As long as you're not up against like Lombo English, I think you're going to go all pikes. Archer's being good in Imp. Yeah, like within reason. I think Archers are maybe slightly overtuned though. I don't think they need the extra range tech is the thing. I think pauses are only planned currently for customs, which makes sense. All pikes AWL is the new tech, which replaced the armor that you were getting on HRE before. So it's now an aggressive tool. So if you check here in Minework, it's this one here. So that's before it's discounted, so it's under 100 resources from what I remember. You get +3 damage for spears and horsemen. No, it's not awful, dude. You're smoking crack cocaine if you think that's awful. +3 damage. Remember, spearmen do 8 base damage. So with the Bloomery level, which you can afford because you get a huge discount in Minework, you're getting a 50% increase in DPS to your spearmen in Age 2. It is wild how spearmen are already the most cost-efficient unit in the game. This breaks them. And because it does horsemen as well, you can do a very healthy spearman-horseman comp and beat everyone. The other thing that people sleep on is the fact that prelates got buffed previously so that they give 2 extra villages the buff now. Try some Minework HRE in live version with the inspiration buff in Minework and now being good for spears horses gives you more... Yes, agreed. Like, it was already a point where you could start playing Minework because you can buff 9 villages instead of 7 now. But with this change, I think the meta is going to become Minework. Like, as long as you're not against, like, Lombo-type civs. Right? If you're against a civ that does archers really well, probably reassess it. Because they can still build spear archer to counter you. But if it's not like a premium archer unit, I think you can just spear horseman them. Still they get 5 relics after putting pressure? Yeah. Although there are some matchups where actually going Burgrave makes sense there. Because if you're spamming a lot of spears, it sounds counterintuitive, but it's the difference in tech timing. So getting your veterancy in 12 seconds in the right game could just win the game in the next minute instead of waiting 1 minute. So it depends. If your opponent has an opportunity to counterattack you because you teched, it might be better still to get Burgrave. What's Minework? Minework is the Age 2 landmark of HRE. It's this thing here. Most people go Archon. The meta has been Archon for a very, very long time. There was speculation that maybe Minework needed to have marching drills in there, the movement speed tech, to make it worth going for. But this change is actually making it good enough. You don't even need to put marching drills in there now. It's that bloody good. Equal literally always? Yeah, pretty much. There was like maybe a small window. But for the most, it has been that way. Okay, so let me check the live leaderboard. See if we got some people partying up. Diakusi is not playing English. Did we spectate that? For level 50 under, what does that mean? Elo, give me an Elo. Go to AoE4 World and check your Elo. English is always a safe one. It's easy to play. Byzantines is a bit more complex once you get the basics. Easy peasy. I still think Japan, in a weird way, is one of the most noob-friendly civs in the game. Because if you go Kura Storehouse, you have one of the easiest farm transitions in the game. Like, it's very hard to end up in a situation where you forgot to make farms or move to food and you're just out of food. Right? Whereas, like, even with English, if you forget to place farms, you're going to be out of food. You do have an Elo. If you played a few games, it would have given you an Elo. I mean, English is just the go-to. English is the go-to for new players. If you like playing aggressive, French is the go-to because you can basically get to plat just by understanding the first 10 minutes of French gameplay, I think. Because you can do enough damage to a lot of players with just reasonable micro. Then it gets harder. French gets so hard to play past that. But English can scale you all the way up to Conk. Alright, guys. Let's catch the pain. I think we might have Anno and B ready to rock and roll after this one, so I'll keep an eye out for that. As he said, he should only have been about an hour. You can tell it's an experimental preview server when Diakusi isn't playing English. But he hasn't strayed too far from the English, folks. We're live for DQC on the Byzantines that can become discount English, or maybe even better English with their own Lombo spam. Let's see what this boy's going to get up to. He's going up against Quiet on the other side, playing the Malians. This is a custom game they set up, so I think they are similarly ranked. Malians is in a very interesting place, though. One of the most changed civs, I want to say, in the last 2 patches, right? With the TC changes, that was pretty big. Pro Scouts making a return, and now the fact that they've got a new Farimba garrison. There's a lot of different things going on with this civ. Add in the difference of the Saharan Trade Network outpost now, where it allows you to get Javelin emplacements instead of arrow slits. Malians has been one of the more subtle but clear evolvers of the last few patches. So let's see what we're in store for here. I love the brutality. Kazuyan's like, yeah, I 100% want to watch DQC lose. So the reason that gets said is because DQC has a reputation for playing English and only English only. So much English only that I said it twice. We will be having more show matches, so the goal here is to have Anatan versus B in a play all 7 as soon as Anatan is back at the PC. Hence why we're checking out some pub games in the meantime. Grand Winery opening, though, which is very sensible, guys, because, you know, if you want Lombos, wink, wink, this is how you get to them. I wonder, is he just going to go 2TC? I feel it. I sense a 2TC build coming. But the problem with that is I think Malians are just better at getting 2TC. And considering he's dropping a Saharan Trade Network, I could see it being viable here. It's a little bit weird, actually, that he's gone Saharan Trade Network in this game. Because on the other side, like, your opponent could try to build Lombos, but he wouldn't be able to come to you because you can build Javelins at a faster pace. Going Javelins against more Javelins feels bad. Like, I think the only move that makes sense is if Byzantines were dropping Raxes for Limitane spam early, or going Keshik so they can cover fast castle. So yeah, kind of an unnecessary landmark here out of Quiet. I do think that this is going to get built more now, by the way. Because I've seen the Javelin outpost a few times and I'm quite impressed. I don't think the biggest advantage is their DPS difference. The biggest advantage is the fact that by going for this trade network, your emplacements don't cost stone, they cost only gold. On a civ that always has an abundancy of gold. Kind of wild. Grand Winery coming in. DQC with the first of the grows being set up. We're going to hit the 2 times speed to get through the early game here. As there is a high probability that DQC is going to build 2 TCs. Okay, I'm kidding. He hasn't got any active stone gathering going on, so I think he's just going to play 1 TC. But we're probably seeing fast castle. Even more so because it's a Saharan Trade Network. I don't think you feel threatened by this at all. And what is up, Corvinus? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Well played in the series earlier today. That was a very entertaining and fun one. The Great Bombard strategy was unable to beat the unexpected mass Buddhist monk strategy. Fun one all the same. If you guys haven't seen that, it is in the VODs. This was the official casting for the Playoff 5 between B and Korv. So, hit on the 2 times speed for a little bit here as Merkhouse comes in. DQC, moment of truth. Do you go Keshiks here? Probably not with the Saharan Trade Network now. I think that just blocks you. So, likely we're going to see him go into... Okay, I actually really like Silk Road. And here's why. It's not about the Javelins at all. It's about Camel Riders. It's the counter in the Castle Age, because if this ends up being a traditional build, the Malians get into sofas, you have a direct counter to them. It also allows you to aggro, right? So the logic is if your opponent builds mass Javelins now, you just build mass Limitane. Mass Limitane can brute force everything that a Malian player is typically going to do. Because usually they'll do Donzos, Javelins, maybe Sofa. It's kind of weird to see them here, but possible. Archers aren't done that frequently. And even if it is Archers, then you've got Javelins to counter that while Limitane absorb. So really like the comp from DQC. Should give him an edge here, but he needs to move fast. Because right now, Quiet has a better economy. Second pit mine already set up. It's an extra 200 gold income per minute. And he's going for a classic Fulani. This is not going to be a new Farimba build. Which means no Manson units coming out. Alright, hear me out, guys. It's DQC. It's going to be an hour-long game. We're going to go into Imperial. Did you guys know that somehow English and Byzantine were the most buff civs on Season 9? A lot of the changes around Imperial, I think, benefited them because range units benefit so much. And both of them can have access to Lombos. Curious to see how effective Javelins are going to be, as I'm pretty sure Javelins, they can't be scaled by things like Incendiary Arrows, right? So, like, this might be a game where actually Byzantines, because of the contract choice, feel really underwhelming in Imperial. But having said that, the idea of Limitane with 4 melee armor and then also the camel armor sounds completely broken to me. I actually think Limitane might be the best spear in the game now. Because remember, they already have ranged armor in the form of damage reduction. But now they're going to get melee armor on a unit that typically shouldn't have melee armor. I don't know, man. I think Limitane are crazy. See if we get that late. I've got a feeling this game might just end in castle. Javelin's now getting added in. So this is why we said usually you don't like the idea of going Javs up against the Malians, is because they will always be able to build more. But Diacusi's goal should be to try and get age-free to circumvent that issue. So the idea is you build enough Limitane so that Quiet can't attack you, and then you go age-free. The problem is, the way you're doing this is not great, due to the fact that your opponent looks like he's getting ready for a Fulani rush. Okay, I'm going to be real, guys. This is not a Fulani. If this is a Fulani, this is the worst Fulani ever. The way he's layering the ranches, he's going to be going... He has to be going for Ember. Imp Varangian with 170 HP. Yeah, you know how they have 15 less HP in the Men-at-Arms in Castle? Have fun with that. But guys, they have more melee armor. Oh, good. Another situation where ranged units are even better. I mean, it's finally getting us to where we need to be. I've been on record multiple times in my cast saying that I think Varangian are overplayed in Imperial. And I stand by that. You know, a perfect example is like, every time I watch Roos and I'm seeing Mass Lombo plus Varangian versus Streltsy. It's the worst thing imaginable. Limitane was the thing you should have been building. It's going to be even better now. And also, like, another crazy thing here is you can't even brute force Horsemen into Limitane anymore because of that melee armor. It's wild. It's actually wild, these changes. So quiet. How are we looking? So many ranches. Just going Mass Javelin. And remember, Limitane is the counter to Mass Javelins, guys. You have 8 base damage. These guys already have 1 ranged armor. They're reducing the damage they take by 25% and then by another 1. Right? So they're taking 5 damage instead of 8. And they have 10 more health than standard spears. This is hard, man. I mean, he's trying to trade out with the limited javelins of Diacusi, but this is where it gets ugly. You just A-click in with the Limitane, and then you poke with the javelins. And you see how over time this is just a good trade for Diacusi. In fact, Quiet, every time he tries to do this, all you have to do is pull back. The moment you pull back, it's a one-sided trade. Ay, ay, ay. Diacusi, he did get the Kyro Siphon up, so he can start shuffling in now. Another thing about Byzantine versus Malians is quite often going for the Kyro Siphon rush is better. Because of the way that houses stack, because they're smaller as an entity compared to like a blacksmith's, you can get full damage with the right positioning on both houses instead of one. I've even seen, it's weird because sometimes it's so inconsistent, I've even seen it once where he was actually mutually burning 3 houses at the same time. So like if you stand here basically, you could get the purify damage on 2 here, and then the clipping torch damage of like 10 per second on 1 house. It's wild. And yep, fair point. You can club down the cows straight away because of the burn. Once again, positioning is important there, right? But the funny thing is, Kyro Siphons have such great range, it almost feels impossible to not position well. Third Siphon getting added in. I think Quiet might just break to this, guys. This is very reminiscent of watching like a mass archer build for the Abbasids encounter 5 rams. The difference is javelins suck at killing rams more than archers, right? And all those Kyro Siphons that have less HP overall, because you've got the worst archer, it doesn't make a difference in the time to kill. Well, Saharan Trade Network being targeted down. Defensive landmark is not really defending. And Limitane, now breakthrough. Look what's happening with the A-clicks. He needs to target the backside, but he's not doing it. Several jabs already down. And now the javelins of yellow can just start attacking the defenders inside the outposts. Ah, this looks cooked. Quiet. He needed to keep producing. He got greedy here. He was trying to go for Castle Age. And now stabbing McStab time should lead to a wipe of the army. Cyphers in the meantime are going to start to get torched down, but not before they get rid of the one outpost that is protecting his gold. Saharan trade network down. Javelins now returning to deal with those villagers. Villagers that are going to have nowhere safe to hide, folks. They try to go for the clutch repairs, but the Kari Siphons are coming back in. The Limitane, half of them have mopped up the entire army. And GG gets called. Diakusi, we were worried about him playing like a toe. Instead, he pounces like a coyote. And perfect timing as well. Guess what, guys? We got a show match. I think I'll upload that one. What do we call that one? I don't know. I don't know if that one's uploadable. Nah. All right, guys. So we're gonna have B versus Anatan. I'm just checking in with them now. So play all 7. 3 buckaroos a map. It's nothing crazy in terms of prize pool, but it will be crazy entertaining because yesterday was absolutely out of this world between the two of them. Aggression kills greed. I actually like that the format's kind of reached that point. You don't get greed for free. It was so cringe when you were just able to like just get age free and nothing would happen, right? I'm glad that there's a lot of situations where that's no longer viable. Okay, so map draft is going to begin in a second. We'll switch over so you guys can see that live. Flashbang! People are like, wait, what do you mean KP? Ah! That's right. Whiter than my face when it's sun shining and I leave my door open. Oh, thank you, Fubu. Yeah, the goal is like getting, like I said, I want to keep growing so we can get to the point where we can start to fund them frequently. Big shout out. I just noticed that we had a coffee dono come through. Let me double check that. Does it say in the feed? Somebody gave support. Thank you, somebody. They've donated £100 in. They didn't specify how they want it used. So we'll put it into action. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, somebody. They wanted to be anonymous. Is there a way to increase the prize pool? What, for this one? I mean, if someone wants to drop a dono, they're happy to play for $3, but if someone wants to give us something extra. Alternatively, we can put it into the show match on the weekend. Currently, there's going to be a $100 show match on Sunday that I'm organizing. I'm going to be sorting out the format and bracketing for that later today and tomorrow to get us prepped. We already have some big names in there that are going to be participating. Some of the most known that have already said that they will play is... Let me look at the list. So I've had positive responses from Corvinus, Anatan, and Sass. And then we've got a lot of upcomers like Ezra, Chrysor, Trackle, Scatterbrained, and whatnot that want to play. I think that is Mr. Kaiser Johan appearing there as well. So a lot of people that want to play. B-Band Aztecs. No, that's African Waters. It's because there's an AoE 2 map called African Waters, and it auto-sort out the map for that. So, did no one wants to play African Waters? Big Saj. So yeah, so my goal is if I'd love to actually have 12 to 16 people sign up for that. What is up for Firsty Sips? If you want me to talk maps to you, you need to go back a little bit. Thanks for the sub, buddy. We had the show match on several new maps that were created by Kovayi primarily just a few days ago. So plenty of that. And plenty more of that to come. Once the pop closes, I will be looking to do more of those type of show matches to test brand spanking new maps. No bans could be good for these experimental show matches. What, you mean civs? I think it's okay. They have 6 civs to choose from. Like, they get plenty of civs. If you're doing maps, dude, they've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 33 maps to choose from. Sorry, 32 maps. They're fine on maps. Trust me. So let me get the draft link now. And we're underway. Byzantine and Iobid bans. Dude, I'm not going to get to see Iobids. I'm kind of sad about that. I think Iobids are kind of giga busted now. Io are kind of nutty, guys. So, like, Iobids in the late game are going to be very intriguing because there was an interesting tech that got added. The replacement for chemistry for gunpowder units. The serpentine powder, I think it was called, or something. Let me double check. Yeah, serpentine powder. Wow, I remember this name. I'm impressed. So it gives you +8 versus melee, which is kind of wild. But the other thing is you get movement speed increase. But your movement speed increases like 30%, if I remember correctly. So with Mamluk's Bravery giving 25% and then the 30% increase, that means a 1.12 movement speed unit will move quicker than a heavy cav unit. You heard me correctly. Basically, if you show up to the fight with spearmen and men-at-arms, there is no running away. There is absolutely no running away. I love it. It's kind of wild, actually. And yeah, Desert Raiders are going to be like wild as well with the Silk String for sure. So, pick-wise, opening series. What did we pick on the maps again? Let me double-check that. So, we've got Himeyama, Wetlands, Rocky River, and Prairie. Let me update the title as well because we are into the show match. And this is going to be a play all 7, so I'll update that as well. We go all night. There ain't no stopping it. Do you think it'll hit live game at 30%? Probably. By the way, you know I mentioned like Mamluk's Bravery? Also keep in mind there are things like HRE that already move faster. So have fun with that. I don't know, people are like, oh, HRE suck in late game. I don't think they do. I think you just build meta-arms and hand cannoneers and you can't be killed. Or rather, like, you can be killed, but there's no kiting you. If you try to run away from an HRE player, you're dead. It's like, you know that whole thing where they're like, when there's a lion, don't run away, be very still. It's kind of like that. Instead of being very still, make sure you slowly raise your shotgun to aim at them and kill them. Because if you don't, you're dead. So, opening picks though, Abbasids got through, and that was surprising because I think last time when these two played, they banned Abbasids on both sides, if I'm not mistaken. I really like Abba with this map pool. I like Abba in general. Camel Archers are broken. So we got, what, Himeyama, Wetlands. Wetlands, I think you can kind of play them. It's not too bad. Rocky River just make a lot of sense. Dry Ray as well. Prairie and Himeyama, not so much. So we're looking at the Prairie-type picks. Himeyama as well. French is usually popular in both of them, which is why B is banned one of them out. He's saving that till last. This also is a blocker to Jaune, by the way. You don't want to pick Jaune if your opponent can have French, because French beats Jaune. Even with the changes, I think French still beats Jaune, because they beat you before you get to that point. Love the Ottoman pick. Really big fan of Ottomans. I think we've seen the potencies of them. Malian's really good as well. So the Ottomans pick protects the Malian pick, while also still having its own agency here. Also, picking Ottomans is a protection for Japanese because Japan typically struggles against Ottos. So what you're seeing from B is he's not as much focusing on what his opponent's draft is. He's thinking about it, but he's also complementing his own draft with cover fire picks. He doesn't want to pick something and then give a counter pick across. I actually quite like this approach, especially around the midpoint of your draft, especially picks like this to protect your initial pick. Your initial pick should be a powerful one that you can win in almost any situation. The HRE getting through is kind of crazy, right? Like, and the French ban kind of feels like, yeah, it just didn't, like, it got him this zone we talked about. Roos at the end, I'm not too surprised, but I don't think they're crazy. The fact that HRE, like, I love the fact that HRE just made it through the opening phase here. Like, the fact that Japanese and Abbasids got prioritized over anything else here is kind of wild, right? Considering that we don't have any real water map. Look at it. We got Himeyama, which is not a real water map. Wetlands, I mean, if you really want to build fishing, you can. I wouldn't recommend it. Same with Rocky River. Right? So, like, these as opening picks is kind of crazy. But, you know, Japan, we saw B with that really cool build with the mass Buddhist monks earlier. And Anatan, you know, he's shown us how good the camels are. Like, I think camels are going to get nerfed by Season 10. I think camels are going to be... You know what's going to happen? You're going to open Season 10's patch notes, and it's going to say camels now walk with 2 legs, and they have to drag themselves along. Their movement speed is now 0.89. And I'd be like, I mean, it's inhumane, but in fairness. And yes, wetlands isn't just good. Wetlands is giga for Japanese because the ponds have berries next to them, so you can drop farmhouses on them and you get maximum value. No Civ gets that same level of value because you need houses anyway, right? It's just population buildings, but it's double drop-off value because Japanese gather from berries quicker than most Civs once they get the first level of wheelbarrow, let alone the second, and then fishing is just insane. All right, yeah, so let me load that into our draft overlay and we'll switch scenes. Who do I favor draft-wise? I kind of like Anatan's a bit more. I like the way that Bees weaves in with his lineup. I think they're fairly balanced because of the map pool here. If this was like a more generic map pool and we didn't have things in there such as, say, Himeyama, which I think would be quite different, and Wetlands, I'd probably lean towards Anno, but I think they both got a slice of the cake here, which is music to my ears. It means we're going to have a really fun series. So boys are getting set up now, and we should be hopping in a sec. Remember, guys, if you like these show matches, if you want more of them, already mentioned there's ways you can donate to them yourself. But a way to get me to donate even more, take advantage of the Protein Works right now. !Smart Protein Works, go check them out. They deliver all across Europe. They deliver to America as well. I believe it might have been Australia or somewhere in the SEA they also cover. And the delivery cost scales down as you spend more, so it becomes worth it. I think usually once you're above $50, it's not too bad. But wholly recommend the meal replacements. I really did quite enjoy the nootropics. Things like the protein bars are awesome in a pinch. Even the pancakes. I'm not a pancake person. I really enjoyed the pancakes. I'll let you know what I think of the oats. I bought some of the oats, the overnight oats. I need to try them. But if we get at least 10 sales this month, I'm going to put $200 into show matches next month. So that'll be my little thank you to you guys for making this a home run sponsorship integration. What's up, Schnack? Is that right? Schnack Brett Segler? How's it going, buddy? All right, so we are getting in the game. Let's load it up. That is a matchup I have not seen in a while. That's kind of cool. Got your wallpaper. Nice. All right, let me get predictions ready for this. Oh, they done full spec. All right, so we've actually got a few minutes. They usually don't do it, but whatever. Damn right, Anno versus B is on. I was kind of waiting. I was like, we did have these boys yesterday, but I feel like, and this is no like offense to the other players, but it's also just like these two are probably two of the most experimental players. Like Corvinus can be that way as well, right? Is like, these are probably two of the better choices you can come up with for a show match on an entirely new patch that hasn't been figured out, because they just have very wild ideas all the time. Like, they execute those wild ideas in competitive formats as well. How'd the series go? The series is incredible. Highly recommend checking the VOD. Same for the YouTubers. Like, YouTubers, Twitches, you both have access on your respective platforms. Check them out. The series between B and Anatan was incredibly entertaining. Like, sometimes, you know what's a good feeling? It's like when you're watching a match and you're like, I'm not sure if these guys are just hard competing or kind of doing this to entertain us. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that I've always enjoyed about watching both of these guys, is that the way that they play the game, it feels almost like they're just doing it to entertain you. So, also, let me just bump out about this. Doink. Just gonna shill self. Another way you guys can help, you want, just like, if you've got communities that are looking for more AoE4 action to watch at any given time, just let them know. I'm just bumping out everywhere about it now. I love that. I post about it and Frank is straight there. So, and then I want to invade EGC's channels. Okay, should we get the predictions going then? It should give you guys about like a minute if I set it up now. Price pool per win. So they were willing to work with me to be a bit more humbled on this one. So it's like $3 per map. But the deal I set them is like you can play as many maps as you want. So if they decide they want to make this a play or 14, we will go for a 10-hour stream. Big shout out to the lads. I appreciate that they're like flexible like that. There are some players that would demand $20 plus, and I just can't do that. I want to get to the point where we do that. And hopefully we will. B.O.B. until he passes out. Music to my ears, man. I do it for the content. I don't know. It feels good being able to do this as well. That's why, like, I always make sure I don't cast people's content if they've covered it themselves, because I don't want to feel like I'm leeching. It feels good to be able to like give. And I appreciate everyone's been helping for that. Oy, oy. All right, so predictions up, and look at you already off to the races of Anatan. I mean, English versus Ottomans. I don't think we're going to get Cav Archers this time, right, guys? Cav Archers would be bold. I don't know if this game goes... Ooh, if this game goes late enough, we can go Rangers versus Great Bombards. Ooh. I've never wanted late game so badly. Welcome, one and all, to another show match on Season 9's preview patch here. My Insanity's Anatan versus 3D Clans B. We had to have them both back. Ottomans in the hands of B, going up against Anatan on the English. And when I say I've never wanted late game so badly, I truly mean it. Because we need to test this. We need to see if it's true. Do Wingard Rangers beat Great Bombard spam? They're that gigered on the range. We're going to find out. So, opening up on Dry Arabia in this play all 7, I gave these boys 32 maps to choose from. We're going to have some diversity. Looking forward to some of the ones we're going to see in this set, in fact. So, opening up on this, though, I'm looking at actually the spawns, and I'm wondering, back gold, forward stone, do we see a long feudal play by Ottomans? Is that even feasible here? I feel like Ottoman players are really inclined to play feudal age now off of cavalry archers, but cavalry archers, while a really cool unit, kind of suck against English due to longbow spam. So, I'm wondering if there's a world in which B just tries to fast castle this? There is a lot of cool plays now for Ottomans. One thing that I'm curious about is whether we're going to see more players moving towards the Istanbul Imperial Palace. Overall, I think it actually is a better landmark in the landscape now than the previous choice. Like, I'm not that crazy about Mehmed Imperial Armory anymore because the Mangonels don't just win games now. So because Mango's got crippled so much, I don't think there's as much value in Imperial Armory as there once was. I also feel like I'm seeing a lot more players go towards Sultani, even now on this patch, than Madrissa before. But looking at this spawn, B's going to have to go for Madrissa. He got double Deer Ford and only 1 retracted berry. Sheep count as well is not looking that great. Only 9 so far to the 12. So Anatan in a pretty cozy position here. In fact, when we check the vision, yeah, they've carved most of the map. They've just got this east and south corner to check. They are going to cross paths now. So Abbey of Kings on the way. Kind of to be expected here, right? You don't need to go for a longbow rush. I think the Ottomans are pretty scary to longbow rush against at the moment. They've been getting buff after buff after buff, and players have got much better at utilizing Sipahi, which can completely ruin a longbow rush. So, Abbey of Kings just always feels safer. I feel like Anatan, when he plays the English, tends to lean towards the safer choice anyway, which is understandable. English in most matchups still feel better the later the game goes. And I imagine we are going to be seeing 2 TC builds. The question is whether we're going to be seeing a mirrored play by B. Some matchups, Ottomans feel good with 2 TC. I'm not entirely sure I'd say English is one of those. An example where Ottomans feels good with 2 TC is usually something like Abbasids, because otherwise you fall behind too quickly. How did you guys vote? Let's have a look. 55% for Anatan, 45% for B. Ah, that's music to my ears. That's what we love to see. And the score, let me toggle that on. You got in perfect time. It's just game number 1. And I really hope we get a capture rate upgrade soon. I feel like now that they've added 4 extra Vizier Point options, it's even more paramount that we have a UI that shows that now. As some of them are a bit more subtle, but very impactful. I am curious though, like the idea of 2TC, the reason I like it so much is in the mid game you can play into Pax Ottomana, which is the very cool Vizier Point that for 4 minutes increases your TC production speeds by 50%. So yeah, if you thought Song was kind of crazy, it's like a temporary Song on crack cocaine. It's very powerful. You just haven't seen the right build for it so far. I think if it does start coming out, you'll see it around like 80 eco pop for that transition timing just to complete your economy to 140 quicker. Because it is a lot more villages being produced, but it's also a lot more strain on your income. So 13 sheep to 7 in the end, so definitely a lot more to work with for Anatan, and we have got to pull out into the deer. Oh, this is cool. I love this. This might be a fast castle build, which is wacky. I absolutely love this. You know, Ottomans are going to probably trek towards castle. They're not going to put much pressure on. But with just the king alone, you can force them to react with defenses of an outpost. Probably 2 outposts potentially. Because otherwise you just keep poking in over time, get kills, right? Also, if this is a true fast castle build from B, he's not going to waste wood on a mill, let alone resources on a wheelbarrow, which means even these villages on the tree line are going to be feeling quite vulnerable. So, great read by Anno. And this should be fast castle into King's Palace. I kind of love that this is coming back in the picture, though. I was getting bored of everyone just going for the TC on the gold and building farms. I feel like we slept on the fact that, like, fast castle English off of deer was wild. You guys remember the days of Altai? That became the go-to build for English players because the deer spawn so quick, so closely to your base. You can even shove them in. This is, of course, a bit further out there, but when you know your opponent doesn't want to play the Age, which makes sense, I think, and I don't think you want to try to dive an English base with Sipahi. Probably one of the hardest civs to do so. It makes sense that you were just going to get the map for free, so you need to use it. I believe that was Anatolian Hills, right? Maybe not. No, he hasn't got enough units yet. So 10 sheep at home. King is going to force some idle time. We'll be able to back away. And this is all about delay, right? Like, you're not going to be as quick otherwise because your opponent has got the 72 gold trickle. In fact, you see B is very cozy at the moment. It's deceptive. Anatan is actually ahead on food income. You're just not seeing it yet because you gather so much food with Hunt before dropping off. I remember this always made players feel really weird about their builds. It first became apparent in competitive with Cauldron, where in Cauldron, because the deer was so close to your TC, you would drop straight there to gather food. But it really screwed with players on their tech timings. They'd usually be like 20 seconds late because they weren't gathering 10 food, they were gathering 25, right? So they would be like, why can't I tech yet? And then they'd look up and have 600 food. It was a really weird feeling because up to that point, most players were just used to sheep gathering. So heading into Castle, who does this favor? Ottomans in this matchup, I don't know if they have anything too crazy. Anatan can potentially still rely on the idea of Lombos if he sees a slow-moving army. I think you hunker down, right? If it's going to be 2TC and B's going to presumably go... Is he just going to stand with Mehmed, or is he going to go for the Istanbul? I'd love to see Istanbul here. Let's give me Mehmed. So now that he's going Mehmed, I think number one action from B has to be an immediate play into the relics. Because you know it's going to be King's Palace. It's very obvious what's coming now. And if you don't want to go 2TC, which would take too long from this position, because you need to set up the Administrator Scrolls now, right? I think the best course of action is to... Is that Cav Archers? That might be Cav Archers. I think the best course of action is to get 2 Imams out ASAP. And this is cool, because if this is Cav Archers, it's going to give him the map presence to play for those relics. This is definitely Cav Archers. Because I'm still not sure. I don't think B got the Anatolian Hills point. No, he must have by now. Yeah, 6-9. He definitely pulled that. Because Cav Archers is a tier 2, if I remember correctly. So he now has the potential to unlock that. What a cool build. King's Palace as well. I love the greed, weirdly enough. It's a game where B's showing no presence, so you're just seeing him hop, skip, and jump. He plays out to the deer. He's pretty much exhausted this. You don't want to be dropping a King's Palace here. So then he forwards it to the second deer stack, which also secures the gold area. And because of the layering of trees, he has a nice little wall-in potential to limit raid options. Yeah, this is a cool layering by Anatan. I love the way he's reacted to the map he's been given. It's very fluid as well. Like, this is something you'll notice about the best in the game. They're very good at these moves that justify the additional moves, right? So what I mean by that is, imagine you're in a game, you've probably all had this, where you're in a game where you walk over here to gather deer, and you walk back here to gather berries. That doesn't feel fluid. What Anatan has done is very fluid. Gold to deer and tech. It's all moving in one direction. He's not wasting time and effort going back on himself. Would I consider organizing free-for-alls on PUP? Quite possibly. The issue there is getting prize pooling, because I want to format it, and getting the balanced player format. Because I really liked the recent free-for-all formatting with, like, you know, scoring points for killing players. I don't like just doing a first place takes this, second place takes this. I like having a kind of bracket and a scoreline, so that players are always incentivized to kill, kill, kill. An immediate trebuchet. What? I mean, in fairness, mangoes aren't that good anymore, guys. They're pretty underwhelming. From every time I've seen mangoes so far, I've not been impressed. So this is kind of cool. Membered Imperial Armory Trebuchet, and then he's going to be having supporting units to blob up and head for this second TC. Yeah, this is cool. Like, if you needed any indication that this patch is drastically going to change the way Siege works, look no further than the fact that Ottomans are opening with a counterweight trebuchet at the beginning of Castle Age from the Imperial Armory. Used to always be mangoes. Now military schools are going to start getting added in. Anatan is starting to pull ahead. Remember, B was ahead at first because he has the free traders in the Sultani trade network. First Knight is now arriving, and the problem is he hasn't even built a single crossbowman yet. B, he's rushing Imperial. Well, it's been a while since I've seen one of these. And against Abbey of King's Mass Knights, this feels dangerous. So he didn't commit the points into the cavalry archers. To Maritz, right? I think he's going to go for the Janissary pull once he's built all the military schools to cover his tech up. Which is pretty smart here. His opponent, the only way he can block him on this timing is by spamming knights. So if you just use the choke points and you garrison the TC to play left and right, you can just keep your Janissary alive and kill the knights. It's hard, but B, I mean, he has the micro potential to do exactly that. There we go. Immediately starts queuing up the crossbow and the spears in the military schools. And no pro scouts. You'd never do pro scouts here. You have zero map control. You have no reason to go pro scouts because if your opponent's going to rush age and build units, you'll get blocked. And what? Okay. Of course, trebuchets, the natural defense mechanism against mass knights. I can't believe I didn't think of it sooner. Because, you know, guys, like, knights are really scary when they charge you. And they charge you on a horizontal or lateral, right? But vertical. Or even diagonal if you think about it. Like, trebuchets just come from above. Alright, we can't talk about the trebuchet. Oh no. Okay, so killing the villagers is definitely more value here. Finally switches targets onto them. And he's going to shift away before he loses anything. Trebuchet is also now targeting a different knight. What is this game? I feel like this is more mind games than actual AoE 4 games right now. V is almost the Imperial. Funnily enough, Anatan isn't that far behind. He's going for it as well. So it's 6 knights into Imperial. It's Nova Gatherer on the gold, but he has got the relics coming in, which is now causing that. Not what I was expecting from these two. Usually they're very aggressive. But I think they want to really stress test that late game situation. And he actually did go for it. We've got cavalry archers. We've got Imp Cav Archer spam from an Istanbul Observatory rush. Hey, this is delivering. These guys always turn up with the strategies. I love this. Farms as well at 13 minutes for the Ottomans going Imperial. Jesus Christ, this game. So Anatan should be going Wingard just makes a lot of sense here. He's overbooming gold. It's probably worth just exchanging at this point because you've got so many relics coming home. You'll have surplus gold anyway. Keep in mind this Cav Archer strat is cool, but it's going to cost you a pretty penny. The Istanbul Observatory will give you a university already, so you save resources there instead of spending 300. But these techs now cost an arm and a leg. 1,600 resources and 1,500 resources for all the primaries you're looking at here. Wingard now coming in on the other side, so I think we're getting Rangers, guys. Like, Rangers is actually the counter to Vet Cav Archers. You could go Footman, but you'll never touch your target, right? You could actually... Okay, hear me out. You just go Raiders. Because Raiders gives you Knights and Horsemen, and Horsemen can gap close Cav Archers. Longbows is definitely safest, but I can see it working. Knights are going to start getting thrown away. Great Bombard has also now been queued up. What is this game? I think this is the most chill I've ever seen be in Anatan for 14 minutes of gameplay. Like, there's some raiding, right? But there's no, I'm just going to end you now. I just love the double trebuchet so much. Tick up almost complete. All right, ones if you think we're getting Rangers, twos if you think we're getting Raiders. Nice. Oh, yes! We done it! Trebuchets counter Knights. What a hit! Oh man, these Knights have not found their value. Figured it out, guys. People are like, oh my god, AoE2 Trebs OP. Meet Age of Empires 4s. You'd think he has the Shattering projectiles. And it is the Raiders. Boom, let's go. It has to be Raiders, guys. The reason Raiders are so impactful is no one has a military right now. What makes Raiders OP in Imp rushes is it gives you bulk. Every 25 seconds, you're getting 6 Cav units, 3 of them being Knights. This is a wild opener. I remember Puppy Paw and Wham started doing this at the start of the year off of Imp Rush builds, and it broke people. It's wildly effective. Even more so when your opponent is going into mass Cav Archers, and you now have easy access to Horseman spam. Now, the caveat on why most people overlook Wingard Raiders is mathematically you're not saving much in the way of resources, right? So you are normally going to spend, what is it, 1,020 resources for the units mentioned here, whereas here you're spending 850. So it's not a big discount, but it's about the bulk. It's about getting raw count quicker than your opponent. We'll see how good they are. They're elite up. They yeet up. He's at 15 damage per strike now with the +2. Very slow attack speed. Horsemen have got the free ranged armor, and they have got Undermesh on the way. Now, guys, Undermesh is really important against Cav Archers. It's like when you play against Ghoulims or Onabagisha. You get more value out of the defensive techs than normal because it's 2 strikes. Because they attack in bursts, it means you're mitigating 2 damage instead of 1. Flash comes in. B, standing still a little bit too long here. Tell you what, impressive health pool at 140. And the Janissary count is up to 12. I understand, may need to switch over soon. For now, he's able to cut down the initial troopers. He's invested hard in this, though. These are elite Knights. Varian Horsemen, the elite stat's not in just yet. The Great Bombards are starting to target this out. The Janissary standing their ground, but for how long? I don't think they're going to be able to last here. Anatan, you might eventually get cleaned up, but value found here is the Great Bombard does get sniped by the Knights. Villagers too late to the action to assist, and they might now be in peril themselves. And keep in mind, although it looks like a military exchange is even, the difference is in the economy. It's a 30 eco lead now for Anatan in a game where he has 5 relics and 3 sacred sites. Absolutely crazy game, but B is not letting up. More Cav Archers on the way now. More Wingard Raiders on the way. They seem to be doing enough that Anatan is happy. And I would be too, guys. He'd done that without elite tech. Right? He had veterancy on those horsemen. Now they're an even better counter to Janissaries. Janissaries have been kind of adapted. In general, gunpowder units have been adapted, so they are less impactful against cav and more targeted towards infantry, right? I love that change. It's kind of necessary with the way that they've nerfed things like mangoes. He finally doing what he probably should have all along. Considering Anatan has so much economy, he should probably be looking to hunt that. Especially considering you can move quicker than knights. And right now, Anatan isn't splitting horsemen and knights, which means his comp is moving at 1.62 movement speed, not the full 1.88 the horseman could be. I'll tell you what, horsemen are, like, these horse archers are actually insanely tanky. 140 health is more than I would have expected. Isn't this what, I think horse archers are 145? Because they're 85 in Castle. Boys 42, I think they get 125, and then Boys 42 gives them 25, right? Something like that. So these are like Roost horse archer levels of tankiness, or being faster. And no meta speed. Instead, we've got Janissary switch up on the way. He tried it before, it didn't find its impact, but it's because he was missing this. Janissary guns is now being queued up. And I imagine we are still a long way off of Unitex, right? Because these are expensive. Really expensive. Might see it from Anatan soon. And yeah, it's already on the way. Biology, which is better than it used to be, man. If you thought French Knights felt tanky, woo-wee. Ready for it. The timing's perfect as well. He's going to reveal it in the fight. 351 HP on these Knights. Love that as well. Notice what he done there. That was a sick micro. Anatan ran past the first unit to save the charge to get to the villages. Dive coming in now. The undefended siege. B. I don't think you can clear this up quick enough before irreparable damage is going to be done. Once again, instead of raiding, he is reacting. And even if that reaction was to clear up this army, which seems dubious of chances at best, the damage would be too big. B, I think he's dead. Wingard Raiders is still insane in Imp Rush games. It's like a Burgrave in the 4th Age. I can't believe we got an Imp Rush on both sides to open this series, but GG gets called. English late game, still OP. Oh, game 1 done. Damn, that was a fun one. And Cammy was asking earlier about, has the 50 you gave been used up? I'd have to double check. It might have, because we had the $50 show match for the maps, and then we had $35 dues. We just had another $25 dues, and then we got this one. So maybe not. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. And then obviously we have the 100 bookers coming on the weekend, which, I mean, actually has been assisted a lot with some of the donos. So we might be able to bump them up to $5. Or they just basically decide this is really fun. They just want to keep going at $3 as many maps as they want. So, game 1 done. Let's have a look at where we're heading to next. So, good lads, they held it back because I said if you don't need the 5-minute delay if you don't want to. But please wait for game 2 so we can be ready to roll. So we're going to find out where they're heading in a sec. Let me mark off the civs. So we just had English versus Ottomans. Imperial Age rush between Ottoman and English. I think that's worth uploading. It was kind of funny, actually. Hello, Freya. What you doing? Oh, you want to come in, but I put a giant box of Protein Works in the way to block you. Checkmate, sucker. Now what? It's too heavy. Oh, is it too heavy? There you go. You didn't do it. Don't take credit for what I done. I quick-walled you, sucker. She's bringing my shoes. Darling, I can't come out. Daddy's working. Come here. Give hug. Give hug. Yeah.
Daddy, whoa.
Ah. Say hello.
Hi. Me.
That's you. Yeah. Are you cute? Give daddy a kiss. Mwah. Go to mummy. Yeah, go to mummy. Yeah, yeah. All right, guys. Let's get ready for the next game. Yeah, I know you want daddy. You have to settle for mummy. Love you. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye-bye. Oh, I know, you're cute, but I'm going to resist. And all of a sudden, you'd think I just locked her into a basement. The amount of squealing. All right. Let's get back to it. Oh, let me flip that score as well. Let me give out predictions. We'll go for another. It's time to watch the true entertainers of Season 9 of Age of Empires 4 here. Game number 2 of this Play All 7 show match between Minor Sanity's Anatand and 3D Clans B. Mongols versus Zhuji. B is obsessed. This is the 3rd time he's drafted Prairie and the 3rd time he's picked Zhuji. 50% success rate. But Anatand has switched it up. Last time they met here, it was Delhi in the hands of Anatand. Curious to see what we get from Mongols versus Zhuji. You know, I don't think you're going to see the Dali horses spam that we've seen before from the Zhuji. The problem is to do that, you're going to be running into Keshiks, and Keshiks can be spammed early on, and then they also trade remarkably well, even with that attack speed advantage horsemen have. So if Anatand wants to try and, make life uncomfortable, he should have control of the map to do so. B realistically should be forced into something a bit more defensive, and we're already seeing that. How could I forget, guys? Usually it's a Rax rush, and you can actually beat Rax rushes that the Mongols commit to with Chinese and Zhuji by supervising a Rax. But it's 10 times easier than that. Anatand went for a stables, so B can now block any outpost rush. The question I have is, was this an outpost rush at all, or was this a pro scouts load up? Because he built 2 scouts. He's rushing for the relics. Big shout out to you, Fast of the resub. Welcome back to Swarm, buddy. I think this is about sheep and pro scouts. The problem is I don't know if it was quick enough. B, he loves opening 2 scouts. We've seen this a lot from him, especially on this map. So he's already locked in quite a lot of the sheep here. He's at 22 sheep, and Anatand's at 22 as well. And I don't think Anno's going to find more. Pretty much the entire map, bar this 1 sheep, has been scouted. So for Anatand to make value of this play, it's almost like it has to be pro scouts, or you can just say, haha, I baited you, and go archers. Archers is an interesting idea, though. I've yet to see Mongol versus Zhuji and Feudal, but I've speculated that Mongol should be able to win that now because of Deerstone and the Khan Hunter range. It means that Zhuge Nu can't reach you, right? The question is whether Mongol can resist the dark side, the temptation, the greed of the Age of Empires 4 landscape, because we are on Prairie, and he's playing as the Mongols. He stays the path. Blessed be the way of Anatand. He understands. Deerstone gives you a quick win here, whereas if you go for the Silver Tree, it actually means that Dali Horsemen can kind of ruin you in Feudal, because they can hunt down and kill off all the traders. Whereas Deerstone gives you a very good aggressive timing to attack in Feudal. And B's only realistic reaction has to be Horseman, right? Like, I don't think Zhu can win this matchup anymore. How do you guys feel about it? 4K versus 5K? Okay, so you're quite balanced. Some more points going to B than Anno. It's going to be an exciting one either way. Big shout out to all the people who have been supporting for these tournaments to happen. And also, really big shout out to B and Anatand for being absolute troopers. 2 days in a row doing show matches on the patch server. Ooh, Spearman wasted here, though. Okay, it looks like the others are just out of range there. That Uvu was almost perfectly protected by the TC. And you don't want to now pack it up to make sure it is protected because of the misproduction, right? So Village is going to be pulled instead. You can't now dive this. You'll die if you try. We'll have to see. With the amount of wood gathering, I think we are going to see Archer switch coming in from Anatan. The only thing that might make Archer switch hard here is that wood is limited. But I think that's where Deerstone is really useful because it allows you to maneuver towards the other tree lines with less risk than other civs in the game because you have more movement speed. So less out of time walking over, quicker escape when enemies come in. And if it wasn't for that, you'd probably favor Juke here because although the Mongols can kite with the archers, the logic should be that B will be able to get a lot more Juke because they are primarily food and gold, right? They're only 30 wood compared to 50 wood for the normal archers. Meditation Garden coming up. Oh, that actually might be like the best one I've actually seen on Prairie in a long time. You actually got the gold and the stone as well as the berries. So that's about as good as it gets. 36 food, 25 gold, 25 stone. Prairie is a map where you're not often going to see higher than 80 resources meditation gardens. So this is a jackpot. This is a total win. That's going to go Magadai. Oh, B. He left it open like a goal without a goalkeeper here. He opened spears. He only built spears. So Magadai can now actually counter him out here. Cool thing as well is like you can layer in the Khan Hunter, which is really nice. Because remember, Khan Hunters, they give 0.5 extra tower range to most range units. But that doubles for the Magadai. So they'll actually go from 3.5 tower range to 4.5. Kind of like those cavalry archers from last game. I think one thing that's always important is if you want to make this play, utilize the Khan well. I find Magadai openings live or die off of the Khan's usage, because if you lose him, you don't get that bailout of a maneuver speed arrow or that clutch win on a fight from attack speed. But this should be stables now, right? There's no way B is just going to blind up into castle, right? I think he is. Yeah, he's 100% just rushing castle. So no stables. I thought he'd at least go stables, build a few horsemen, and then transition lancers. This is pretty wild. And we can see that Anatan is just raw sending it into Magadai without trade, by the way. Which is interesting, right? Like, they rejigged the price of Magadai so they're more gold heavy than food now. Which you'd think would lean more into Silver Tree. But I think this detail of the Khan Hunters was really well thought out by the devs, because it now gives you a very balanced choice around Magadai when it comes to the tier 2. Because both of the landmarks now have a warrantable reason to go towards them. If it wasn't for the Khan Hunter, you'd always say Silver Tree is better here. B, almost ready for that tech up. One thing I'm worried about is I don't think the Shaolin Monks are getting out of the base against this. Anatan is going to want to consider a blacksmith for this play. He did just scout out the tech up, right? Yeah, he can see what they're up to right now. So Shaolin Monastery is on the way. And this is where blacksmith comes in, because you need the +1 damage. Your Magadai only do 5 damage, so if you don't get that +1, you're going to be tickling the Lancers. Whereas now, if B fails to get a blacksmith straight away when he tries to go Lancers, he's going to be taking double the damage he otherwise would. Instead of going there, it's actually going to be an archery range. So I guess B's going to try to take a slow approach about this, right? Build Juganu, patrol out with the Shaolin Monk. It also gives him a strong defense, because we are approaching the point where Anatan is likely to dive you. Being castle. First Shaolin Monk gets queued up. Does Anatan try to age up at all? Doesn't seem like it. Which kind of makes sense. He wants to suffocate B. He doesn't want him to get out of the base. And B, how many sheep has he got left? Still 9, so not drying up anytime too soon. So much more dangerous now with that +1 tower range, right? Just feels so easy to get sniped. One thing that I do think griefs you now is because the Khan has 6.5 tower range at this point, it gives a really early warning to the enemy to move away. I think it might be better when you're approaching tree lines like that to not bring the Khan, to get him out of the formation so you don't auto-attack a villager. Moment of truth. Can B get his hands on some relics here? So wide shift on the west side. Smart move because Anatan is guarding the close east one. He's going to try to edge in. He's almost there. B. Ooh, a little bit slow to pull away. I mean, this is the tricky part, right? No wheelbarrow. And also that extra tower range, like old Magadai would not have been a threat here. It would have taken too long. They'd be full in TC range, but not with this extra +1. Being out to free Shallow Monks. Playing a wide and dangerous game here. Yeah, he's trying to play Northside Relics first. It's smart. He needs to dodge this issue on the return, and that's wild. You're seeing that correctly, folks. Grenadiers are now accessible in the 3rd age for the Zhuji. This is a big buff they received, and they also have a very unique tech now. Hard case bombs gives you a 50% increased damage to range, from range to melee to units you hit. So if he grennies onto these guys, it means any range to melee damage will be buffed against them for 5 seconds. Love that change, by the way. I want to see more techs like that in Age of Empires 4. It adds a very cool, intricate layer of depth to the fights that isn't there without it. Starting to feel like 2024 is the year of the bow, right? In more than one way. I mean, the meta has been dominated by these feudal archer masses, but this is a different kind. Magadai. A little bit of a waste there. I think he went for the attack speed arrow, right? So many villages idle. And then the Shaolin Monk getting blocked out on the flank. Jugnu are starting to arrive, but not in big enough numbers yet. And the Magadai. The Falcon's still here. Remember, scouts have Falcons as well, which, by the way, I think is busted. It means with 2 scouts, he has 3 Falcons at any given time. The drive-by comes in! B! He realizes too late! The damage is huge! 14 villages down! This game is over! 17 eco loss. Oh my god! Wait. What's happened with the villager count? Wait. This game might not be over? Oh wait, the Wallow. I'm an idiot. Wait, did he... Wait, what did he Wallow? Oh my god! No way! I thought this game was over. That dive, it was a trade. He Wallowed the ball. Oh my god. I can't believe that. I thought it was just a Wallow at home. Wait, did he simultaneously Wallow at home and abroad? Holy... B's a genius, dude. B is a genius. That was vile. No wonder I didn't clock it. I legit didn't clock it. I looked up at the counter. I was like, why is Anatan not building villages? He had. B simultaneously Wallowed in front of the army to make it look like a please don't dive me, and then Wallowed the boar to snatch away 8 villages. Which balanced out the 16 worker losses. Oh, in the end, Anatan is still now going to be ahead because he has trade coming. But B gets a state of execution, at least temporarily. That might be the single best Wallow execution I've ever seen. Because although he lost a lot of eco, and although it was only 8 villages, I don't think I've ever seen a Wallow smuggled so well. However, these villages are only an advantage if they make it home! This game is definitely over now. I mean, that was a sick idea for B to keep it close, to keep it entertaining. But it is now almost a 20 eco lead. The triple trade. I can't believe this. So greedy yet so effective. We're already up to 9 traders and scaling. Shaolin Monk is going to be brought down. Age 2 Magadai. Sorry, what was it? People were like crazy about Cowrie Archers being OP before? Dog. Anatan's like, hold my beer. Have you seen these guys? Magadai just so oppressive on Prairie. A map that was just nowhere to hide. Like, normally, you feel like the tree line's at least somewhat safe, but you know, even with a standard tree line, this buff with the Khan Hunter giving the +1 range is nothing to turn your nose up at. Almost a 33% increase in range. What an insane game. This is like, that one alone makes this one of my favorite games of 2024. Holy crap. I think everyone else should have a notepad out, taking notes on how to execute Wallalols with that move. Wasn't enough to save him, right? The game was already scrambled by them, but a sick little flex on the way out the door. Keshik's now getting added in after a heavy delay here. This is veteran Jugnu. Like, I think at this stage, Anatan realistically should be going castle, right? This army is so slow to punish you as well. And remember the tower range situation. You have the same range as these Jug with a Khan Hunter nearby. And well, Khan Hunter, I believe, is now on the way. Should get an initial strike that's good. Good defensive reaction as well. Just a few Jug here to hold back this very squishy Magadai line. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. So you notice the way he's just trying to curve the edge of the formation. Keshiks are now arriving. And these guys are not the paper shredders we were promised. There's no blacksmith techs. B, he's only getting the steel arrow now, which means he's going to get ran through. Army going to get cleaned up. The Keshik timing was perfect there. The tech not behind it for B. Missing that extra burst of damage that would have dealt with these Keshiks in time. God damn. Now double the economy for Anatan. And hopes of B of recovering this are slipping quickly in this game. Trade is getting ridiculous. We're up to 19 traders now. I love that Anatan is a big believer in this like delayed trade, by the way. I remember, I think the first time I kind of saw it was Numidan with the Deerstone into the delayed trade. And I was like, I actually prefer this. Deerstone gives you the presence and options in the early feudal age. You can still go trade, you won't get the discount, sure. But in the right circumstance, after building a lead, you can scale it at a ridiculous rate. Duke, they do at least have that +1 now. +2 is on the way in. Could be a game changer here if he gets it quick enough. Shaolin Monks are frontlining, so B, not dead yet, but I have a feeling Anatan is just going to go castle now. Right, I think this is the stage where it just makes the most sense to make the game easy to win. He'll probably keep poking until he sees the +2, but once the +2 is there, it's 7 damage against a unit that only has 4 ranged armor in the Keshiks, right? Although, if B overextends, I'm getting cut down. On the 8 Jugnu left. Second wave is coming. Villagers having to migrate the area, though. Anatan, yeah, that's enough. B, he jumped forward just a second too soon. Anatan in the driving seat for so much of this game will still work away with the win despite that insane Wallalow from B. What a game. Oh, I love watching these two. I mean, it might be an Anno win, but that was sick. That is the single best Wallalow bait I've ever seen. The greatest Wallalow bait ever. Age of Empires 4. Whew. Feels like going castle is real bad on that map. It's rough. So, like, in theory, rushing castle should be easy because you get so many sheep and you've got the gold, like 8k gold in your base. But the right matchup, the right circumstance, you brutalize them like that. All these videos being posted, they will eventually be posted. Not in a rush, usually it's like one a day. I haven't got like a fully dedicated editor, unfortunately. But they do get posted. All right, let's have a look and see where are they going to go for map numero 3. They actually haven't been posting in the channel where they're going, so we'll see where they end up in a sec. Oh, man. The greatest Wallalow ever, we didn't see it. No, we got baited. We saw the bait Wallalow. That's how good that Wallalow was. We were fit because we saw the Wallalow. Like, my brain is like, oh, that Wallalow's irrelevant. And I know that Anatan was like, that Wallow's irrelevant, right? Like, but he chained it perfectly. for the double wallow. You reckon he's going to bring the HRE? Nah, dude, he's got to give B a chance, man. Can't be that mean. So let's mark Mongols as well. So Mongols been used, Yuji has been used. All right, they're now loading in, so we'll find out in 1 second where we're going and what we're getting next. Let me pay out the points as well. Anatan looking to make bank off me, mate. This boy just keeps on winning. Are these games in pop? They are indeed, Mars. Did I miss anyone saying anything on YouTube? Nah, we're all good. YouTubers be chilling. So, wait. Did they not make it spectatable? Uh-oh. I think they forgot. Let's find out. Alright. Message him now. We should get a remake. Someone forgot. It's going to be Rocky River, Mali, and Delhi. Oh, good, buddy. I appreciate that you look at the chat when you're playing the pro games. It's all good. We'll get that set up. All right. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. So they are going to get queued into lobby again, and then we'll get ready to go. Oh, man. Dude, I need to calm down from these first two. These first two are freaking brilliant. First game was just absolute hilarity. The second game was absolute hype. Yeah, Anna's always keeping an eye out for that thing. Bless him. It's the worst feeling is like when someone forgets, you're like, and now I'm sitting here. Because like I don't want to penalize them or whatever. It's like it's kind of that feeling of like, well, I can't pay for this. I didn't even get to cast it. But it's a good hitting, it's a good teaching stick. You whip them with it. Like, remember, always observable. Because I've had that before. Like, I've seen that on like EGC where like the plans to do something, and then someone forgets. You're like, uh-oh, we've ruined the schedule. Which does hurt the shows. So really big shout out to them for keeping an eye on that. It happens sometimes, but I appreciate that they are quick to fix. So let's get ready to go. Every single game between these two gets better and better. So pay close attention because I never know what I'm going to see. I am expecting a baller of a map here. Game number 3, My Insanity's Anatan on the Delhi. 3D Clans B takes to the Malians. We are on Rocky River, folks. A rare sight these days, I feel like. Not that often is it coming up. Delhi Malians, a matchup that historically has favored the Delhi, but with the Malians and their recent buffs, their new TC builds, all these differences. Maybe B can show us something new. Put the predictions up, and I'm already seeing a lean towards Anatan, and that's no surprise. This guy has been on fire. What's impressed me between these two is every single game, I feel like we get better and better entertainment in these show matches between the two. Absolute big shout out to them, because we are, of course, on the preview for Season 9. This is brand spanking new stuff, new to be discovered things. Delhi didn't have any drastic changes. Malians did have an overhaul to their Tier 3 landmark. On top of that, we are talking about a situation where Siege got completely revamped. So, if we get to that mid-game, we might see some exciting and unexpected occurrences. Looking at the spawn in the opening, though, B's got an interesting spawn here. Forward pit mine initially, but then retracted behind isn't too bad for him. For Anatan, it's kind of rough. Berries, and then the other ones are pretty far out on the side. no close near tree lines. Like, you haven't got this type of spawn, for example. In an ideal world, Anatan would love this spawn because there is a world in which, you know, this game goes deep enough that we see cav on cav. And that raiding potential, those options at least, are going to be very important. I do quite like Delhi on this map, though. Typically, you're able to lean very fast into the sacred sites, and by doing so, it extends you into amassment of berries, which are very high value for outpost placements. Like, for example, here, you drop one outpost in between, or two outposts, rather, and you can always just kind of min-max, whereas often Delhi have to drop 2 outposts per berry. So, essentially half the cost to defend. Should be seeing a pretty standard play into Mansa Quarry here, right? I've seen a few people going for the Saharan Trade Network, but only really makes sense when you're being pressured. And when there's maybe like an option for an outpost rush afterwards, which this map doesn't really have that. Yeah, Derma Faith from the other side to be expected. And, okay, no, he just wants to save gold. I think this makes sense if you want to be very greedy with Malians. I think this is the situation where Saharan Trade Network makes sense. And it sounds weird, right? Not taking the eco landmark is how you be greedy. But it's such a powerful defense with the javelins now. The damage output, I think it got like increased by, it was 20% or something like that. It's quite high. So very difficult for even things like Ghazi to dive early on because the base damage is 11. And Ghazi, of course, have the 2 ranged armor. So add in the fact that Ghazi, compared to the start of the year, have 10 less health. It's not easy to get underneath the pit mine early on until you've got like 10 to 12 Ghazi. See what B does with that type of delay. Or house is getting added in the meantime. How did you guys vote? Okay, so, you know, there's some believers in B, actually. We've got more points going to him than Anatan. The only thing I can think as well is maybe B was worried about some weird, cheesy type of outpost rush. We've seen Delhi do that before. I don't think this is really the map for it. And, Anatan just discovered the back goal. So good thing he didn't make anything too overzealous in terms of aggro. The good news about what's happened here, though, is like, although B can be more greedy, one thing that I think maybe makes Saharan Trade Network a bit weird is in this matchup, this is logical when your opponent has to attack in you to punish your greed. But the thing that the Delhi do really well is just playing the map to punish greed. If you don't want to come out, they take these 3 sacred sites, and they just kind of eclipse any eco advantage you can get on the other side in early game. So what I'd like to see B do is you leverage this Saharan Trade Network to not keep any units at home to defend. Logic being is this should be able to hold back a few Ghazi coming by, and then his main army can contest on Sacred Site. So we'll probably see Donzo as an opener for B. And then the natural follow-up is like, if Anatan goes Archer, you just go Javelin, because normally Delhi can beat Mali and Jav spam with like Archer spam in the mid-map, because you just have great attack speed, right? But when you don't have the Tower of Victory, it tends to favor Malians. Stave was dropped now coming in. He on the tree line suggests that we are going to be seeing some infrastructure, but it looks like it's greed. Yeah, I think B's going fast castle. And it's not going to be the new Farimba type. It looks like it's going to be the old school Fulani. We did talk about this idea that when you go for this Saharan Trade Network, it gives you this. It feels weird because you've got 75 less gold per minute, but you've saved a lot elsewhere. Like, think about it this way. If you want to rush Castle Age, you're going to have some type of defense. So, do you build 2 outposts at 100 wood each, and then get emplacements at 75 each? Do you build Iraqs and build several Donzos for several hundred resources? Or do you just sacrifice the 75 gold because you'll probably be castled by like, what, 10, 11 minutes? So you would have got maybe 375 gold out of that for free. But the trade-off of building all those emplacements means you aren't really ahead. And arguably, like, double outpost wouldn't be good enough in its entirety. Building Donzos, you're going to spend more than you would giving up the Mansa. So I actually rate this build quite well. It's just whether you can get away with the greed. The outposts may not be needed, but the walls most definitely are. So trying to rush them up, the timing might just be perfect here. Oh, or not. Oh, no. No, beat. Oh, no. That's the wall nerfs right there. Right there. That is the wall nerfs in its entirety, folks. It takes 8 seconds now compared to the old 4. So quick walling is a lot harder than it used to be. Yeah, you can see the game sense being off for B, right? Like, in the old patch, that was ample time to build like this. He would have been fine. But new patch, one Ghazi able to get through, and one Ghazi is maybe all you need here. I think B has to sacrifice a villager to complete this wall. In fact, the best way to do this would have been to stand on the outside, then walk around. With free Ghazi here, he might just get sniped straight away. And as a result, he does now build the palisade into a gate. Anatan, in the meantime, is securing those sacred sites, though. 2 already getting locked in. Third one being shuffled for now. Well, it will be a pit mine down. The B is definitely still going to get his tech up, and it looks like it might have been a bait. Or it's a switch in plan because of what just happened. I don't see a Fulani coming, guys. This is Farimba. Is the Farimba Imba is the real question, though. I mean, not really. So one big problem is is it Freeman option? I forget what they're called. So one of the options you have here, the Freeborn. The Freeborn Warriors come with 5 ranged armor. They're meant to be a good counter to archers, but because they count as light melee infantry, they get countered by archers still, because archers get double damage. So that option's removed. Mansa Musafadi are pretty intriguing. They do look really strong. I'm not sure about javelins. I've yet to see a single javelin game, but your opponent's open with Cav, so the likelihood of you going javelin seems low here. Donzo will be able to just brush away the Ghazi. Farimba is going to be on the way. Now, can Anatan get this free piece of information? He should know what's happening here. He's only seeing 3 units. He only sees 1 runch. You'd see more by now, right? So Anatan was already aware. He's already stockpiling, and now he has confirmation. So this should be House of Learning coming in versus Farimba. Ooh. Do Mansa Musafadi beat Honeblade's Men-at-Arms? I think so, because you don't have Tower of Victory. If it was TOV, I'd probably still favor the Delhi, but this should be pretty good for the Malians. He only gets 1 choice, remember. And Anatan, he hasn't scaled any archers, so like transitioning archers now might feel a bit weird. The good news is he's got all these scholars to do so with. But I think #1 priority, yeah, you see him setting up for it now. He's shuffling out to all the relics. He's going for that signature classic 5 relic grab. Although admittedly, he's 1 short right now. Yeah, this timing is disgusting. I think the first time I saw it in competitive play was Marine Lord, and I called it the Marine Lord signature. It was so perfectly timed. The tech up came in, and you had 5 relics returning within 5 seconds. So I understand. Maybe a little bit slower than that, but we should now start to see him pick these up. So 1 grabbed here, 2nd one available there, 3rd over here, and 4th. And B doesn't have any fluidity to its inventory, so he can't block this play. Anatan immediately queuing up the Lancers. Homeblade's also queued up. 2 minutes away, 2.5 minutes away, but once these relics are returned, it's going to be accelerated further. And we have not got a choice yet, and I kind of like that from B. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, I feel like it's worth waiting to just confirm that you're making the right choice, because this is irreversible. You won't get another choice until Imperial. And finally, for the first time, I'm going to get to see the Mansa Javelineers in action. These guys are kind of cool. So they have the toxic arrows that you get on archers. But on top of that, they move quicker than standard javelins. 1.38 movement speed. If you've ever wondered what marching drill javelins would look like, this is it. And are you kidding me? B, he's having flashbacks. Last time he was on Rocky River, Anatan rushed Imperial of English and built mass rangers and then wall crawled the map. B has a memory of an elephant here, ironically against the Delhi. He's looking to do the same. This is brilliant. I mean, the stone walls are not quick to build, right? It's a big investment. And he's got a long way to go, but I kind of like the idea. He's going to wall crawl out towards one of the sacred sites to get the decap, because right now, he's on the clock. The question is whether he's got enough time and enough freedom to do this. We see that toxin coming through, so Lance's definitely feeling threatened here. This is a cool idea. But Anatan, what on earth is going on over here? He's rushing Imperial. I mean, he's built mass javelins. Why not elephants? Well, actually, no, for good reason, right? Because, like, range tag? So that's not the answer, surely. I guess it's just about getting good lancers? Or you just go Ghazi. Like, in fairness, Delhi Ghazi are really impressive. The stats are solid, very tanky, very fluid comp. Doesn't need enough food, and that's where Pro Scouts comes in handy here. Remember, he gets it for free, has the fast tech timing due to Dome of Faith, and this map has more deer than average maps. And it is going to be Palace of Sultan. So I was a little bit questionable the idea of Palace of Sultan just because like you're building into gunpowder elephants, which do have the range tag, right? So javelins will kill them quite fast. But, I mean, these elephants are overall very tanky, so if the javelins are wasting all their attacks there, they're not dealing with the lancers charging at them. This is such a funny build. B is on a mission, man. If only he knew that Anatan was going for Impage, he'd realize this wall is completely pointless. He could just decap for free. Like, there's nothing to stop him walking in with his javelin ears and taking this. And he finally realizes it. He's like, why have I not been attacked? Why are there only a few knights here? And why is Anatan in Imperial Age as the Delhi at 13 minutes? More whys than you'll find in the YMCA song. Oh my god. Anatan. I kind of love this War Elephant detail. In a weird way, it's like building spears against javelins. Problem is the movement speed. You can get kited here. A raid coming in. Looks like scouts getting sniped. One of the villagers already dead as well. So no more pro scouts play. Does B not just dive this? Do you not just put on your scuba gear and go in deep? I feel like you do. Weirdly enough, no, though. B is backing up. What is he scared of here? I mean, I'm not sure what the point is in Pakes here. You're not going to build with crossbows. Even hand cannoniers feels weird against Javs, right? Because the extra movement speed these ones have. We have got the elephants, got Mahouts on the way, but even Mahouts, you're not going to be quick enough to gap close here, right? Armored Beast is intriguing, though, because it means you're going to be taking 1 damage from these javelins. The poison isn't that impressive when you consider these elephants are about to have over 1,000 HP. You heard me correctly. 1,000 HP coming your way, Choo-Choo. Also, kind of intriguing here is the Delhi Imp techs, right? Because they're still free for them. Everyone else, they got nerfed because they're 1,500 now. But for the Delhi, with a Dome of Faith build, it's still very easy. Might be about to see how easy. Yeah, it's already up. So this is going to be a rush into biology. And guys, that's a 30% increase. Elephants got buffed by this patch, right? Biology got improved. So Armored Beasts take you over 1,000 HP. You're going to be like, what, 1,400 HP per elephant. Oh my god. Elephants that recently got buffed on their splash damage. This is crazy. How is this balanced? Guys, I've watched War Elephants beat mass spears. If you think they're going to struggle with mass javelins, think again. He's struggling right now because he's getting kited. But once these techs are in, B's going to have no option but to just run. It takes so long to kill them. You know what the saddest part is? Anatan can just micro away the injured ones back to the scholars afterwards, right? Get their boo-boos kiss better. He doesn't have to lose a single unit. All he's doing right now is buying time. And time is everything for the Delhi because they're getting all these techs. Meanwhile, the wall crawl is almost complete. Oh, this is brilliant. Now, elephants can siege walls, folks, but it's not quick. That's 3,000 HP, and you hit for 100 every 3 seconds. Oh my god, this is working. This is actually working. Despite the 10 ranged armor on these tower elephants as well, they're taking 20 damage, so half damage is going through. Gunpowder elephants is not the solution, folks. So there we go, 1,062 HP. Biology is a minute and a half away. The only way this strategy is going to work for Anatan is if he kills economy. Oh, this is so good. I've got such a big smile on my face, and we're only 3 games in. Love the fact he peels one elephant, just send the others in. I don't think they can break the wall quick enough, though. They're so good at kiting. Wall's almost complete. The elephant is intercepting. And a keep drop is coming in from Anatan. Now, interestingly enough, these guys will not outrange a keep, but they do have a lot of ranged armor. Nah, they're not going to kill it. This was a cool idea by B, but the ultimate counter is to just drop a keep in the way. It takes so long to die. That's not an elephant. That's a porcupine. No, guys, it's not animal abuse. We're just evolving them into porcupines. It's fine. This is no different than when a Pokemon trainer bludgeons his Pokemon with a Thunderstone. Okay? How else do you think those stones work? You hit them with it. Well, Anno has got quite a big food bank still. He's still got pocket resources. There's all the berries out on the flank. I think if B gets enough javelins, though, he can spread out and starve that. Okay, so elephants are now buffed to 1,318 HP. Huh? And remember, they charge. So they do move quicker than javelins temporarily with the Mahoots now. This game is so silly. She's at 45, sorry. A 45 javelin is. The hit for 1 damage and then poison. This is the slowest fight in the world. Elephants are also now starting to slip in. This is the problem. B, it takes him 1,300 shots to kill these elephants. He's got the poison, right? So it's less than 1,300 damage required because the dot. It's still a lot of time being bought by just 1 or 2 elephants, though. And finally, congrats. Like, your javelins are reacting to the 2 elephants on the flank. But what happens with the central elephants now? Do they not just come back? We've got B building stone wall towers. I can't. Well, villagers are going to have to migrate the area. They're running for their lives. Elephant. Oh, this is big. This is actually big. Remember, they do splash damage. So either lose the villagers or lose the javelins. What's it going to be? So war elephants, they only cost 750. These javelins are 120 each. You don't have to kill many for it to be a good trade. 1 elephant down. That took way too long. Elephants say death to walls. Stonewall Tower. No, it's not going to complete. The gunpowder boy comes in. That's 2 villages down. And we do have a move coming in from Anatan. It's going to be a look for a keep drop. So Stone Cavern in the center. Likely into a keep drop on the forward. This is like the slowest death ever. We went from game 2, which was the fastest death ever, to game 3 that is just death by, I don't want to say 1,000 cuts. It's more like 100 cuts, but it's a rusty blade, and instead of swinging really fast, it's like scraping across at the slowest speed possible. Right, you're being killed by a rusty butter knife wielded by a 110-year-old geriatrics that has the movement speed and APM reaction speed of a slug. But guess what? That old gal didn't survive to 110 years old for nothing. She got moves. It's the Congo line from the Conga. 11 war elephants move in, and they go immediately after the TC. It's Elephanto fun time. He's going for a landmark victory here. He's spreading it out. It's 18 elephants and counting upwards here. And the javelins just can't stop him. If it was death by 1,000 spoons, this is death by one ladle thump. Double landmark down. Third about to flop. Anatan has destroyed B. I have a feeling the Farimba garrison might need more buffs. Javelineers look like they're throwing toothpicks in this one. Game of 3, and it's another Anatan win. Elephanto fun time. You are out. I just, dude, I can't. Like, these games are just so funny. These games are freaking. This is pure entertainment at its finest. I don't know. Like, I wanted the wall crawl to be the focus, but it can't be. Like, he didn't even get to use the wall. It's the elephants. It only takes 1,300 hits to kill this unit. Oh my god. I can't do that. Yeah, guys, it's only 1,300 hits. What's the problem? Just 1,300. It's all good. I can't believe this. What an unhinged series. Alright, they're getting ready for the next game. I mean, how do we top that? Like, every time I'm like, how do we top that? And they find a way. Yeah, I think it's time to nerf the Delian. I mean, in fairness, Dome of Faith does seem too good. I feel like Tower of Victory is just going to be forgotten about in a month. Sorry, just double checking something. Alright, so let's have a look and see what wild and wonderful journey these two are about to take us on next. I don't even know, like... Wait a second. Wait, do we have the correct draft showing? Yeah, we do, right? Yeah. Okay, yes, because I've done it in a different thing. So... Wait, have they drafted yet? I don't think so. I think they're quickly doing something. Alright, so we might have a sec. You know what? If we got a sec, it's perfect. It's a perfect opportunity to tell you guys about our sponsor. They're sponsoring us for the 4th month. Protein Works. I've almost finished it. That was the Bueno one. Tastes like Kinder. Love it. If you guys haven't checked these guys out yet, 100% recommend rushing across onto their website to check them out. They have got sales on most of the time, actually, and it's a perfect thing to take advantage of. So over here, if you just go !Protein Works, will take you through. Why do you want to take advantage of this? Because the meals are actually a pretty damn good deal. I absolutely love these guys. They've been fueling a lot of my streams, mate. Usually I'd have to go for like a snack break by now, but thanks to these guys, I don't need to. I'm able to keep powering through because of these snacks. So I keep having the diet meal replacements. I'd highly recommend them. They're really cool. So you get 8 of these for £12.99, which is not bad. £1.62 a meal. They're protein heavy, which is great for me because I've started bouldering as well. And also, if £1.62 per meal is not good enough for you, remember, you can get extra off with the code Killer Pigeon. Highly recommend the pancakes as well. I'm not usually crazy about pancakes, but I was bloody impressed. I have the cookies and cream pancakes, and they are absolutely delicious. So definitely check them out. So yeah, Killer Pigeon code works. Delivery cost scales down as you spend more. And they have got a wide range. So they've actually got things like the coffee mixes. They've got the new Tropics, which is your energy drinks. They've got soups. They've got super meals. I actually really like the chicken noodle one. I'm going to be trying the mac and cheese one in the coming days. But yeah, these guys are fueling me. And when I'm giga stacked in a few months with muscle from the climbing, know that protein works as a big part of it. And if you're looking to lose weight as well, they're actually great for that as well. So with that in mind, though, I think we should get ready for another game. They just hopped in. Do you have images in Discord that you use for draft? What do you mean? Oh, you mean on like the map draft? No. By the way, do you like my draft? Look at that. Wow. Doesn't that look perfect? It broke again, Cal. It broke again. Goddamn broke again. All right. Speed in. Not my issue. All right, I'll just keep referencing that it's yours. So yeah, lovely draft UI from Cal. I thought we fixed it. I've been using I swear, like someone broke again because we fixed it before. I keep using the same draft, but it keeps doing that. It's the Tech 2 draft. Anyway, let's get ready to rumble. It's Wetlands time. It's time to get moist. No moist esports here, but we have got two other esports teams, 3D Clan and My Insanity. B, in this game, takes the Japanese in the orange. Meanwhile, Anatan on the Abbasids. His first pick, both of their first picks actually, in this drafting format. So some they covet highly, but they waited until the fourth game in this Playoff 7 to whip them out. And guys, I gotta say, I understand rating the Japanese so highly. Japan is wild on this map. Look at the farmhouse value. Other side, it's a dock. Okay, dude, I love this game. I absolutely love this game already. So they both have warrantable value points here. And here's why. Although by not dropping a mill, you miss out on an extra 100 food, you can actually food drop off from berries here, so that's not bad. But the other cool thing is that the docks only cost you 75 wood, so it's very efficient to hop pond to pond here in this matchup as Abbasids. And it's probably the best way to kind of mirror the efficiency of the Japanese, who by building their houses end up with drop-off buildings for fish, but also for berries that they gather faster from once they have wheelbarrow tech. Love the Coca as well. It plays into that idea that there's going to be a lot of pockets played onto here. And that's very important because one other edge Anatan gets by playing into these docks is he gets a very safe way of protecting his economy with archer ships early on if need be, right? If you build an archer ship here and an archer ship here, kind of feels like you've just got outposts set up. Although more dangerous, I'd say. And not that bad on the cost, right? Like a Dow costs 230 resources, an outpost for Arislits is 175. Plus the difference is you get it much quicker than the outpost and the Arislit, so you don't have to waste villagers' time idling them up to do so. Yeah, double dock in fact. So Anatan now setting up the House of Wisdom. His tech timing is going to be quite delayed here. I guess are you opening military wing here? You kind of need it, right? Without the archers, you're not going to be able to deal with the initial shinobi. And if you don't mop the shinobi up quickly, the horseman spam follow-up is going to ruin you. Love B's efficiency here, shoving in the deer. We haven't seen similar out of Anatan yet. Sheep count is going to be 8 for B. Anatan, meanwhile, sitting on 8 as well. How do you guys feel about wetlands in general? It feels... I don't know. I feel like I want to see it be there for comp, but it's still not there, you know? I don't think it's been fine-tuned enough. I'm not sure the last time it actually had a sweep done on it. It's not quite Frisian, right? It's definitely its own map. It just doesn't feel right yet. Frisian is better, but that's the thing. I think this has an opportunity to be different than Frisian because it's you spread wide, whereas Frisian's you play from a corner, right? But it's almost like it needs something else to make it a bit more unique in its identity than what it currently has. I do think that B is on point with the Japanese pick, though. Like, Japan on this map is probably, like, #1. I'm trying to think if there's a better Civ because of that efficiency with berries and fish. Shinobi now on the way. More queued up as well. Koka Township is going to be taking over, by the way. I think that 20 resource buff to the cost of Shinobi was actually enough to push Koka Township into a superior position. There are some matchups where you won't do it, like against Night Civs, you're probably still just going to go Kura and hunker down for Castle. But against other Civs, Shinobi are now a very viable unit. Boom comes in. He's going to start torching. In the meantime, Anatand on his way up. Finally, Culture Wing took a long time to come through there because he did go for a triple, make that a quadruple dock setup here to get maximum food. Is this right from B to attack the first dock? Because this dock has already found its value. You want to find ones that haven't built fishing boats yet. If this is an all-in timing, I like this target. Because by getting rid of this dock, you have access to Anatand's base. Whereas, if you go for the outskirts ones, Anatan will be able to get an archer ship in time. So, from that perspective, I quite like what he's doing here. So, keeping 2 Shinobi in this position locks this down. What makes it worse for Anatan is the fact that he did not go for military wing. He went culture. I think Anno's idea was to go camel archers, which is a solid counter against Shinobi, as Shinobi take bonus damage. But the timing may simply be off here. Especially the way this is starting to stack up. 5 Shinobi in scaling. In the meantime, B keeping reserves. So it looks like we're probably going to be stopping at 6 Shinobi and going Castle Age. That's pretty cool because it means Anatan's going to waste time building camel archers. And then you can just react by going into Mount Samurai, right? Even Yumi's a kind of cool idea here. I think Yumi gets slept on to deal with camel archers because you're able to bulk them so quick. Last little bit of fish to be dropped off here. First dock about to be eliminated. Now, in terms of cost, not the highest, right? Only 75 wood, but when you think about what you got out of this pond, you got like, what, 1 of the 3 shoreline fish worth and then lost it. You won't be able to take it back straight away. You're going to need defensive units first. And I think Anatan might just be going castle. All right, forget that. He's prepping the archer range. He's going to play the edge. He's getting baited, though. Villager going down in the meantime also. Shinobi gets away. We're now up to 8 Shinobi. This is crazy. I think Anatan's read may simply be wrong unless he's going archers. I really pray that it's just archers and not camels. Because camel archers take 35 seconds. In 35 seconds, you're going to be 2 more docks down. It's camel archers. Okay. So this requires a lot of micro adjustment because 8 Shinobi can just shin in and stab you down straight away if you're not paying attention. He sabotages the archery range. It's going to cost him a Shinobi, but worth it for what he now gains. What a move. I thought he was going to sabotage the TC for a second there. Be a bit cheesy, but this was the correct call. In fact, is he getting ready to do it again? He might be. Villager is going by onto the villagers. I should never rather going by onto the villagers. A little bit of a weird pull there, not entirely necessary. Second dock is going to fall. And because of the camping here, he can't rebuild. This is crazy. Military wing down the way, but camel riders here. I still think I think you just go for Yumi. Yumi is just slept on, man. Like, with it being 2 camel ride openings, the Mount Samurai might be a bit weird, and your opponent still has layered fishing it back. I just don't think... Maybe B doesn't suspect he's on these bonds. So he might just intentionally go into Samurai, but... What? That has to be a disconnect, surely. Why would he GG? I think that's a DC. Let me confirm. Message him now. Give me a sec. Yeah, B definitely crashed. That's unfortunate. All right, I'm talking to him now. Bless him, dude. B, I love that B was like, oh, already playing. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, okay, yeah, let's go. All right. In we go, in we go. You guys could have used the pause feature. Damn, that feels bad for B. I think he was gonna win that. All right, let's try again. We'll speed up, as I think they're a minute in. There we go, we're live. I can't believe this. B, he had such a crafty strategy, but now it might be fully exposed. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are live from Season 9 preview. That's right, we're getting hands-on ahead of the official release of this big patch that overhauled the siege. Game 4, we're on Wetlands. B with the Japanese and Anatan with the Abbasids. We just had to remake because B had a crash, and it's so unfortunate because B did have an advantage there, and it was building almost to a point that it felt like it was going to be a default win, but it was just shy of what I would have said was the margin to cover. So, yeah, bless him. B, he even actually went, we can just call it 4-0 if you want. I wasn't having any of it. Anatan wasn't either. He's like, no, you deserve to play this again. So we're going to run it back. It was really cool to witness, though. So Anatan, he went mass docks to fish, and B countered it with mass shinobi, sabotaging all the docks while being ready to tech up. I wonder if we're going to see the same. Love the opening from B. Once again, moving out the farmhouse onto the shoreline fish is very efficient here because it's your house, right? It's your house and your mill. It's perfect. On the other side, Anatan has started delayering the docks again. The question is whether we see him go to the same extremes as last time. He's already changing the plan. He's going for the flank docks that are less likely to get scouted here. So this is really efficient from both sides. For the Japanese, you only spend the 50 wood, which you'd need to build a house anyway, to get a mill. And then also, once you're done with the fishing, once you have level 1 wheelbarrow, it becomes worth it to gather from berries that are near the ponds. On the other side, Anatan is also very efficient. Oh my god, I'm so I hate myself. Because he only spends 75 wood per dock. So staying up on multiple ponds, very good for the Abbasids and Ibids, whereas most civs would not want to do this when it costs 150 wood just to get the dock alone. How's Ville fishing rate compared to other food incomes? It is the highest. There's nothing at minute 1 that a villager will gather from quicker than shoreline fish. Shoreline fish is 1 food a second. Boar, by comparison, is 0.9. Right? Sheep is 0.75. Deer is 0.84. Berries are now 0.69. What's really cool, though, is you naturally get Tawara, and once you've done that, like you're done with the fishing on the shoreline, you switch onto the berries, because Tawara gives 25% more, which means you're gathering at, like, close to a deer gathering rate. I think it's like 0.81 or something. So fish are now getting set by Anatan on the first, second, and third pond. It's going to give him a very delayed tech timing. The Coca Township's coming in aggressive. I genuinely think Coca Township's the future. Especially with the changes to the Daimyo mana, it was very smartly done by the devs because now playing Feudal doesn't feel horrible. So Horseman Shinobi is likely to start taking over in the meta. In the meantime, it at least functions really nicely to buy time for a tech up on a delay. Oh, I need to refund points and bring them out again. So delete. I'll start predictions again. Anatan B. Get voted. There you go, guys. It's kind of awkward, right? Because like we had a crash from B. We have a pause function now, but we don't have a reconnect. I applaud the devs for adding a pause function, but it kind of feels moot 98% of the time, I say, unless you have a reconnect function as well. There are some situations that helps where like if someone has a lot of lag, they can pause to let their game catch up. But outside that, it's a feature that is appreciated, but I really hope Season 10 has a reconnect function coming. So B now just already starting to spread north as well. Shinobi are shuffling in. Anatan is about to prep his tech up. Now, last time he went for the culture wing, right? I think military wing might be a lot better this time. We'll see. He might just try to stick the course. Culture wing it is. He's going again. That's really different about this game, though. I think last game, Anatan had a retracted gold. The forward gold is a bigger problem here. And B, I love the pivot. Instead of just trying to idle out the fishing, he's now trying to block the gold. Unfortunately, he hung around a bit long there. Anatan, that was a sick bait. He waited until the very end, pulled away so the strike couldn't come through, and that bought time for the villager's garrison to get the kill. Other Shinobi has already started to strike at the dock, though. This already feels a little bit weaker than the previous game. In the remake, I felt like B just had this on lock, but the docks aren't being crisped as quickly this time. He's actually looking to just target the backline eco, so he's spreading his Shinobi a lot wider for good reason. Anatan, look at this reach. He's going 5 docks this time. Last game was 4. However, this one might be a little bit too slow. Great read, B. Able to force the cancel. Almost got the sabotage out, which would have lost some of the wood invested for Anatan. And the villager will never move quick enough. It's a big difference in movement speed here. You can see it right there. It's 0.26 difference. So villager down. Now, one thing that's very tricky about what happens here from Anatan is if this is the same idea of going Camel Archer spam, which counters Shinobi, it's not as good as you think, and here's why. B could just rush Castle Age from his position, but he doesn't need to. Instead, what he could do is drop a Stables. Look at the stone. He's close to getting Daimyo mana, which allows him to then go Uma Bannerman Horseman, which will counter Camel Archers. Yeah, I think the Horseman Shinobi meta is about to begin. It's actually really scary, and for those playing on live that don't have access to Season 9 pop, it's already that good. I think the one way that Japanese viably play Feudal now is Koka Township into Horseman. Maybe sometimes you can go Yumi as well, but the Horseman feels so good. First dock down. 6 ninjas waiting on the edge of the base to sneak snook in. There's still a lot of spread eco here. I love the fact that Anatan is going ultra wide. Shinobi are quicker than most infantry, but they don't want to have to go cross map. Shinobi, Shunshin in. Oh my god, he just goes straight for it. Sabotage gets it low already. He's going to need to repair the outpost. You see B is waiting to grab him for it. Moves in now. I don't think you defend this. It feels impossible. Anatan. He's going to try to shuffle out again. No way. The TC's getting annoying. It's just on the edge of range here. Shivs aren't getting the kills quick enough, surprisingly enough. Villager's being brought low, but never being killed off. This is just so much wasted effort for B. It is the idle time, though, right? Like, Anatan is trying to fast castle instead of doing Camel Archers this time. And the outpost is going to go down. Gets a villager kill. Shunshin's away. We'll lose a Shinobi for his trouble. But Castle Age about to be coming in about the next 20 seconds for B. Anatan's is going to be heavily delayed. Especially when he starts queuing up Camel Archers. The Horse Bannerman's not that strong. It's not about the Horse Bannerman. It's about the Horseman spam. Horseman in general with a Bannerman. It's actually a very good comp, and that is sick. B's going Temple of Equality. Okay, so why Temple of Equality here? So, funnily enough, these guys are really good at actually sustaining an army advantage. The other thing that's really cool here is a lot of the options on the table for Anatan are high base damage. Camel Archers are high base damage. Camel Riders are high base damage, relatively. Lancers are most definitely high base damage. Ghoulam's high base damage. Crossbows high base damage. So if you open with this and then play into Mounted Samurai, you actually protect your Mounted Samurai play really well. Camel Archers, in the meantime, will be able to chase this way. So Camel Archers have been a known counter to Shinobi in the past, before the buffs to the production speed and the cost. The idea was that you could build into Camel Archers on like a map like Four Lakes, and you just run them down, and you'd scale Camel Archers to counter Samurai as well. It was a terrible matchup for Japan because of that. But I think this idea around Temple of Equality is the right idea from B. It solves the problem. And Yoroshiro did get nerfed, right? It doesn't have as good a production speed as it did once. That was so close. The Camel Archer almost ran beyond the dock, so he's going to get like blocked there. But Anatan reacted just in time, so we'll be able to shuffle away. Oh, miss micro there, though. Big mistake made. Camel Archer down. And that means the goal can now get harassed. I know, also prepping mass archers. I'm not a big fan of this because the most likely play out of the Japanese should be Mounted Samurai. Even when you see a Camel Archer. But wait, maybe I should be a fan of this. Did he scout this? Okay, you know what? No, praise to him. He's right. However, he may be wrong on the specifics. Instead of going archers, he's scaling crossbows. And B is now going Onobugisha. That's crazy. The reason that's crazy, guys, is if your opponent's showing Camel Archers already, Onobugisha is kind of dangerous because Onobugisha get hit by double damage from Camel Archers. But because of Anatan just kind of prepping the next wave, anticipating Samurai as most civs would with a tech advantage, he's now scaling into the incorrect unit to counter this. Even more so when you consider that crossbows are quite high base damage with bad attack speed. So that means that Sohai Sutra is more effective against these type of units. He's going to lose 6 damage on those on those crossbows rather. Camels aren't going to ride in, so initial trade might be good here. The Onabagisha have been vetted up already. Another awkward issue here is Shinobi get bonus damage against you. They hit for 29 right now. Oy, 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 even more. Look at that. The Bannerman Aura. Yeah, you heard that correctly. It does work. Shinobi count. They get the 15% damage increase, which is wild if you think about it. It's like having a mounted samurai level of damage buff, but instead of spending 240 resources, you're only spending 100. Camel Rider, I don't think you can even get a kill. It's so difficult because Onabagisha, when they charge, they actually move quicker than the Camel Riders. This is at least buying time, so Anatan should be able to prep the correct reaction here. That's not the correct reaction. I don't think Onabagisha get countered by Springalds. You'd think they do because they bulk up, so Springalds get the line attack. But the problem is Onabagisha move too quick. Onabagisha are like one of the best siege killers in the game because they attack so quickly and siege doesn't have melee armor. So, although he's getting bonus damage against Springalds, I don't think this counters you. You have 75 HP, so Anatan's going to have to, frontline with archers? Which is a dream for Onabagisha, because although they take bonus damage from archers, they also attack so quickly and archers don't have much health. Maybe boot camp makes this justifiable, but this does feel quite questionable. And yeah, I think Springles are still bugged, so if they only hit one target, Onabagisha, you tend to orb-walk Onabagisha. So what orb-walking is, those don't know. Orb-walking is where you A-click move, A-click move, A-click move. It's kind of what you do with archers, actually. Orb-walking is a term from Warcraft 3 and Dota 2. So orb-walking is really effective with, or starter-stepping, I think we often call it here, but that feels more archery. Starter-stepping or orb-walking is really effective if the Springles are still bugged, because it means they won't pierce, they'll only attack one target. And you will want to orb-walk here, so that you can get closer to the Springles at all times. Same logic with Mangoes. When you see Mangoes versus Onabagisha, Onabagisha will just run for the Mangoes. They'll run, A-click, run, A-click, run. Because it min-maxes your damage so that you don't just waste your time Congo lining towards the siege. Damn. Kind of glad for the remake in some ways. This feels like a very different game. I felt like if it wasn't for that remake, it would have been GG at 10 minutes, but now we have a game. Beat. Just thriving off of the relics. 4 already home, soon to be 5. I mean, this one's very easily grabbable in the center of the map for him. Wait, does Beat... Oh my god, it's the one spot B didn't look. He's about to find it, surely. It's literally at the one spot, but he's checking down here instead. He's got 8 of these monks out looking everywhere for this. And still the one spot he hasn't checked. He's finally going there. So it's going to be a 5 relic game for B. Also, the eco advantage for Anatan is short-lived, remember. The shoreline fish is starting to run out. There isn't much left here. So a lot of his economy advantage is going to disappear on the raw number count. Even more so when the Onabagisha find this. A lot of torch power here, so Doc's quickly being rushed down. Sixstar's also now starting to get locked in. Honestly, I'm starting to get convinced that the Temple of Equality is not just a meme. Another thing that's crazy about it is it's only 80 gold per monk. That's pretty cheap. Remember, Dome of Faith for Delhi gets you them for 65. On top of that, you have a lot of advantageous elements here. For example, if you bring your army nearby and Wololo, you will get a 20% damage buff for, I believe it's 20 seconds. It's pretty strong. Especially on units like Onabagisha, Mounted Samurai, that can move into battle quick enough to take advantage of that. B might actually benefit from using that tech. Zanatan is starting to march in. I think you just do the Wololo. It's so worth it here. If B backs up too much, it won't be an option, though. Spring's being built. We're going to find out if Onabagisha do counter this. Archer count is pretty good here, and he has got the composite bows already, right? No. No composite bows. No military boot camp either, so these range units aren't going to be an impressive front line for Anatan. Yeah, I don't like this from Anno. This is an overextension. The Springles. Better get one Shinobi, but here comes the pincher. Only big issue from both sides. B, he's getting the surround. Wololo, he buffs up the damage. And this is going to be one-sided. 14 damage on this Mugisha. They are absolute shredders. Anatan, he walked into the mouth of the tiger. And there will be no survivors. Army gets chased away. So high Sutra to make sure there's no even remotely decent exchange. And B is finally on the board. Holy crap. Temple of Equality. Its death may have been called early here. That build is looking wild, man. Holy crap. Let me have a look here. Anyway, let me just type that one out. That one's definitely getting uploaded. What a crazy game. If you delete the Monk while long, it doesn't go on cooldown. Oh my god. I mean, I kind of want to see that play in Imperial. I've seen it once from Louis where he crawled across to the enemy base, and the whole idea is that he basically just built into mass temples with Imperial, because in Imperial Age, the temples apply the Sohai Sutra as well. And then you just keep moving the relics forward so you can keep wall-lolling them as you go. That's crazy. Alright, so. Let's see how we're looking here. And yes, Ben booked Tinnica. There is money. There is... It was... I mean, we've got, what, $3 per match one? We might add a little bit more onto that. Because I think someone donated through, if I'm not mistaken. I think that might have been Cammy, and I think added 20 in. So, maybe we'll just give them... I might split it evenly between them and say 10 bonus for them. Maybe we try to fish an extra 2 games out of them for that. Wink, wink. But yeah, should be good. Okay, so let me have a look now. What have we got left? Map-wise. We've got a redraft after this. You both... I'm going to give you both a bonus of $10 each for the series. Wanna convert it into a play all 9? Both look like you're having fun. Alright, there we go. Best of 21. Damn, that would be good bang for buck. Alright, they're in game now. Knowing Anatan is going to look at that wall in game. I think it's map. Yeah, I accidentally gave him the 5 map series, so we're going to redraft map and redraft Civ after this. But we're now getting Zhone and HRE. I think HRE wins this. Isn't that like? I mean, that's like the cop out. Isn't the answer HRE always win this? Yeah, I think HRE win this one, boys and girls. What Zhone do? We're going to have to find out. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, the competitive Age of Empires 4 action on the Season 9 preview. Game number 5 between Anatan on the HRE and B on Zhone Dark. And thank God he got a backspawn in gold because shenanigans are afoot. We've got a Rax play. Anatan is going to look to get aggressive in the opening age. And please, please give us the mind work. This has to be the mind work play. If you guys have not seen the new and improved mind work, you might be in for a treat here. I actually think that mind work, it's going to be like maybe 50-50 between mind work and Arcan now, which is an insane buff, considering that before this patch, no one would be caught dead with a mind work. So Spearman already marching over. It's almost like Anatan was anticipating the dot play, but now that that's not happening, this play feels pretty rough. You're just kind of behind on your tech timing, whereas B is trying to be optimal. So the funny thing about this is because you're opening spears, B doesn't really want to open knights anyway. So he just wants to gather enough for a tech up, and then you can just one tech with Zhone. The only tricky part is the limited wood, but you've got 450 to gather here anyway. So you can prep to go straight into archers at the beginning of the H. And that's good for you. Like, H3's economy should gradually be able to get them to mass archers, right? But if the plan here was to be mind work, archers feels not as impressive. Mind work Palace is all about playing spear horseman. And you don't want to do horseman already because you're against Zhone. You would only be caught dead with mind work? Yeah, before this, but now, guys, I'm telling you, like, I'm not even memeing you right now. I'm not baiting you. Mind work is good. Mind work is more than good. Mathematically, just think about the basics of why it's so good. All pikes gives you +3 on horsemen and spears. So you add Bloomery in, you have 50% more damage on your spearmen in Feudal Age. It's crazy. School of Cavalry now coming in for B. He's going to use 3 villagers, including Joan, to do that. So, fairly rapid timing. I feel like most players do lean into this right now with the 3. Other side of it is going to be a save up from Anatan. If he wants to go Arcan, it's not a bad spawn for it. Actually, he got the double tree line next to each other. It's just going to be a bit exposed here. But this is wallable, very easily wallable after about like minute 8. So maybe we've seen Arcan drop here, Goldwood, or it's going to be the mine work. Sheep count is... Yeah, he hasn't moved the sheep, guys. This is mine work. So we've got only 4 sheep to 9? Okay, where are all the sheep hiding right now, for real? We've got a few up here. I think we've got a few down in the corner as well. Looks like B just found a few more, so he's at the 9 now. Something's happened with the sheep spawns. I think they are... Yeah, they're hugging the edge of the map there. And here we go. It's happening. Mine work Palace time. Let's go. Dude, this is what I want. Diversity. Options. I think what they've done with Minework is really smart. Like, Atri now just has options. I don't think Minework is going to be the de facto. I don't think Arcan is going to be the de facto. I think it's matchup dependent. And I think this is a smart and a key turning point in, like, balancing. Same with the Ottomans now. With the rework to Siege, Imperial Armory is overrated now. I think Istanbul Imperial Palace is better in a lot of situations. So that is the type of changes I want to see. Because what sucks in AoE4 is when you have a static landmark choice. And what I mean by that is one is clearly optimal, the other is a meme. Right? What we're seeing is fantastic progress from the developers towards a balanced formatting. There's still areas that need work. For example, I think Palace Wabi is still just going to be the go-to so often. It needs to actually have its discount removed. But in general, we are seeing a lot more TLC, Tender Love and Care, for this choice between the earlier landmarks in a lot of cases. Here's mine work. What are you on about, mate? Oh, sorry, it's mine work. Outpost now coming up. We've got 2 TC. Right? 2 TC zone against all in HRE. You know, if it was any other unit than Spears, I could believe that the TC would be safe. But what scares me is that. The thing that scares me more than anything in the game right now is that. Spearmen are so cost efficient to spam, and if they are your effective DPS tool, while also being cost efficient to spam, that gives you a great way of fighting, but also a great way of burning downtown centers. This is scary for B, man. I mean, second TC also feeling a little bit over-fixated, right? Too much wood being gathered. Now has to rush onto the stone. If he's trying to drop on the deer, this is not going to end well. As hand. Did he actually scout this also? It has to be a back TC, which means that B doesn't have much in the way of food. It's only 8 sheep to work with here. I mean, I hope you know how to eat dog, because it's the only way you're going to survive in this corner. Spam spam coming. Actually, have I got Crackety here? I don't trust Hillberries. I trust Crackety. He's never corrected me on this. Mine work? Mine work? Is it mine work or mine work? It's definitely not work. That sounds weird. That sounds weird. Almost sounds American. Spear's pushing in, so I like that Anathan's not rushing his timing here because you're kind of giving B the means to hang himself, right? By going for the second TC. He'll get value, some value, but you can still assault him before he gets the return on investment point, right? Even easier when you're forcing him to build farms like this. Oh, I know it's mein Werk, but I'm not going to over-Germanize here. I say ja already. We don't need to go too far. Love that he's just securing so much food for this spear pull, though. I noticed the extra prelates getting added in. The reason why the mein Werk build, there we go, done it, is so good is because prelates got buffed in the previous patch. Prelates used to only be able to buff 7 villages before being capped. Now they can buff 9. That's a substantial increase in the efficiency of prelate to villager ratio that makes them a more justifiable cost, a sidestep in your investment. Because at the end of the day, if you think about it this way, 9 times 40 is 360. That's 360% more gathering you're getting. So you're sacrificing a villager, but you're getting 3.6 villagers more worth of gathering. It's still a positive outcome on your economy. You're still 2.6 villagers up every night. And prelates aren't expensive either, right? Only 100 gold instead of like 150 like most scholars. Sure, it's double what you pay for a villager, but it still works out as a positive. In a situation where your opponent doesn't really have much. And you oh, no, no. What? Is this for scouting purposes? I can think of 0 reasons in this game why you would want horsemen. Except for it to be over quicker. 15 spearmen now marching. Second TC is not going to feel very safe. And we already have the undermesh for the die. Bloomery as well. Check the damage on these guys with the all pikes. They hit for 12 damage. That's 32 damage against cavalry in the feudal age, by the way. Marches in now. Villagers are going to have to garrison up. Spearmen are going to dive past, though. There's just not enough safety room for everyone here. And look at how many villagers are nowhere near the TC. No wheelbarrow either. He gets pinched on both sides. Joan's going to arrive, but maybe too late here. The villagers getting stabbed down. Shivs have to come out. Even Joan can die quickly to this. There's no running. There is no escaping this. The marching drills guarantees it. All of the eco advantage he built has just evaporated. Even Joan doesn't look that well. She got some XP out of that, right? I think that was about, what, 5 or 6 spears maybe going down. But look at the peasantry. So many dead villagers here. 4 villagers behind now, and Anatan is already prepping for castle by the looks of it. Either that or he just can't produce enough spears. Oh my god. And here's the crazy thing here, guys. He doesn't have to now go castle age. Anatan could just as easily build 20 more spears and come in and kill this TC. And you saw how close Joan was to dying there, right? Next time she will die. I think we are getting ready for castle. And I said the interesting thing with this build is you are going to go Regnitz, right? But you can actually go for Burgrave. And the reason Burgrave is really impactful is because you can end the game in the first minute of castle. If you continue to spam spears, the reason Burgrave's so good is because you get your veterancy in 12 seconds, as opposed to waiting 1 minute. Regnitz is definitely the safer option. I think it's where it's going to go. But if you're looking at some matchups where there's a clear timing attack, Burgrave is going to be busted with this new build. Sounds weird when you build Raxes as well to do that. Like triple Rax, why would you want Burgrave? But it is all about tech timing. But here you go. Safer choice taken. Regnitz now on the way. Yeah. This might be OP, but I agree. It's being used. That's a big improvement. You could maybe make all pikes 2 damage, and it was in Feudal, and it upgrades in Castle, and it might still be good enough. Or you make it 2 damage in Feudal, and then it becomes 4 damage in Imp, and you make it like Camel's Shields, where it's a tiered tech. That might be an interesting alternative, because all pikes to me, on a Civ that was already like the most busted and OP and most popular Civ in the game, all pikes completely breaks it. Yes, Tilberries, you have repeated what we've said. It is indeed 90 villages. That's the thing. It's the runway, it's the foundation that built the way for this. Guildhall now from B. Luckily for him, the spinman on the south side, so the dive shouldn't be able to achieve much here. You have to be very careful though, and I love the fact that B went textiles. It sounds really depressing to have to build textiles against your spears, but they hit for 12 damage. They hit the same damage as a Castle Age Men-at-Arms. Thanks to Bloomery plus all pikes. And they're about to hit a lot harder. Veterancy for Spearman now on the way. Tech up complete for B. But you're just going to go archers, right? So, like, all this tech effort. You can't go spears. Maybe Men-at-Arms would make sense. Like, Men-at-Arms here, and then you backline with Springles could kind of be viable. He's going arms. I mean, these should be called odd Latrias here. This is kind of awkward. Yeah, Gambeson's is big, but because of the all pikes, most of Gambeson's is eclipsed. I don't feel like crossbows is the answer you need here. They're expensive. They take longer to scale. I think he's in trouble. He can't come out of the base, which means this is a 5 relic game. Arbitrary's entire Gambeson's value just gets eclipsed by the all pikes, man. And on top of that, you're just behind on blacksmith techs, right? You haven't even dropped a blacksmith yet. And because of how cheap Minework makes these techs, it's very easy for him to get the melee tech. It's already in. So these spearmen now hit for 14 damage. B immediately queues up Gambesons with just 2 arbitrary. Farm count isn't crazy either. We're only at 14. Meanwhile, full map control means Anatan can set up farms, but he can also just move out onto pocketed resources if he chooses. It's kind of crazy he hasn't done that, right? Like, considering that B has not been able to build knights. Land snakes, and not just that, this is a big deal as well. Devoutness, going to make the prelates even more efficient. I hope we also get to see Inspired Warriors. Might not feel very efficient because it's just too many spears, but another +1 is kind of wild here. Anatan getting ready for the dive in. Anyone who thinks all pikes is not OP is just wrong. In its current state, it most definitely is. Joan barely survived that. It's 3 blacksmith techs in 1 tech, and it only costs, what, 200 resources? Look at this flood! Textiles might save you for a few seconds, but there's no army to keep you alive. Every time B builds an eco lead, Anatan comes into Raiden. Shown down. Villagers down. Too many eco to protect and garrisoning. They're all dead. This is over. If you thought HRE were OP in Season 8, my friends, wait until you meet Season 9. This is insane. Joan buyback. She's going to die to a handful of spears again. Joan might be an age 3, but Joan herself most definitely isn't. Dead again. No buyback anymore, and I think we are moments away from B calling GG. It's 27 spears still, man. Anatan's like, not enough. Queues up Military Academy as well. Oh, well, the good news is, guys, we're still getting at least 2 more games. We might even get 4 more games. We might be upgrading this to a play all 9. The bad news for B is that HRE is going to be drafted again, potentially. So ban it or pick it. Because this doesn't feel simple to beat. I mean, even if you went for English, right, and you lomboed up, the good old classic H3 mass archers with Arkham beats English doing that. So, like, that's not a solution either. I don't know if H3 are counted by anything now. Holy crap. Well, I know he's going to back up, so it looks like we're going to be prepping for, what, Palace of Swabia now? He's checked the pulse. He's looking like, oh, B's still alive. Let me just go get a grenade launcher to finish him off. And yes, the H3 Horsemen also get all pikes, so they also get +3 damage. So in late game, you have flexibility, right? You can go for spears or you can go for horsemen. All right, B. What next? Well, Arbitrate didn't work, but you know what they say? If at first you don't succeed, give up your failure. Keep going. Keep headbutting that wall. Bones stronger than brick. Fear of Antan gave him enough time, but I don't think there's enough time in this game. Look at his resource bank. So Imperial's going to be on the way soon. And Anatan's army can still win a fight, even against Zhone. Reminder, Knights don't get buffed by all pikes. All pikes is only for Spearmen and Horsemen. Does B just GG when he sees Imp? It's kind of awkward, right? Because if Anno kept diving, this is why I like these going Imperial Age. If he kept diving but didn't quite kill the game, the problem with that is the Guildhall will eventually save B. But now there's no risk of that. And, oh, no. Move Zhone back right now. No! Oh! That is not okay. She just got shish kebabbed. I mean, in fairness, it is age 2 versus, like, veterancy, right? But even against Feudal, you saw how impactful they were. They could just eradicate her. Level 3's in. He's made it, guys. Recovery arc. He gets +8 damage against spears. I mean, it's pretty big. However, what's even bigger? 1.5k gold to get elite tech for Spearman. Maybe we even just rush a university here. Why not, right? +4 armor, then you know, who cares about champions? Well, for now, it's going to be cannon emplacements. They're queued up and on the way. Zhone is going to ride in to death. Oh, no. Yeah, Cleave's not going to get the kill on the villagers straight away. So many prelates. 9 prelates already. Just can't hang around, actually, to try and stop this either. So all outposts are going up. The champions are going to at least raid on the gold, so that's at least one positive, but B's entire army retracted. It's like a total coming out of his shell and then regretting it straight away. So he's gone back into his base. He's going to hunker down. And I think we're going to see B try to just get Imperial Age to stay alive. I'm dead. And hold that food, Emma. I'm going to eat mine cold. I ain't leaving this. We got potentially 4 more games. Woo-wee! We'll get confirmation of that shortly, I think, because I think we're getting close to the end. B, it's going to take a miracle to hold this back. Look at that. 16 damage, rather. And we have Uni now on the way. So that's going to be, what, close to 20 damage? Oh, my God. Wait, no, Zhone, stop. Chill. You're not as big as you think you are. Now, the good news is, like, these spears don't have much ranged armor, right? Remember, they get melee armor from melee army tactics. They don't get extra health now. So, Arbitrary will trade better in the spears than previous patch. But all pikes, man. And at the end of the day, you're still going to be frontline with Arbitrary, which you don't want to have to do. There's so many spears. Hey, look. Level 3 melee tech. 17 damage. Elite Army Tactics should be coming next, right? He's got 1,300 gold income per minute, and he's only spending it on tech, so that should be next on the agenda. In fact, no, there's no need for a switch, guys. Anatan is doing his best to get Fitzy here to come back to Age of Empires 4. I mean, this is his time. This scrap is broken. I don't know, man. I kind of enjoy when the game's broken. People figure it out. We have to tweak it back. We go back and forth through the brokenness. So much more enjoyable to me, you know? Gotta work to the balance and then break it again. The Ice Frog way of doing things. Oh, Elite Army Tactics is now on the way. So Anatan is not going to dive before that. The problem is B is not teching. He's building a Castle Age army here against an Imperial Age army that's about to reach its full power. Ranged armor level 3 is on the way. And yes, you're seeing that correctly. Only 250 resource cost for a tech free. Spearman is starting to creep in as well. Textiles is a nice slab of health, but it doesn't really compare to this. He's shoving on the farm. Speed. Needs to vacate the area ASAP. Not reacting right now. Joan was a little bit distracted there, so finally starts to pull back. A few villagers chipped down. So far, 37 villager kills in this game. And he's going to hunt to the back. This could be big. The wood line. Unprotected. Lot of idle time, if nothing else. And Arms are going to try to contest this. I mean, it's a cool idea, right? But you actually need the champions. Love that he's actually switched that over. But these are expensive. 200 resources each to get Jones champions. If you can get them together, though, they are the counter. However, it's about to be an uphill battle. 20 damage spears with 7 melee armor. They trade better than the champions. Oh, my God. Push comes in. That's enough damage to burst through the Gambuson's Arbitrary as well. Anatan just A-clicking his way to victory here. Second wave is breaching on the south side. Arbitrary not able to hold there either. There's just not enough movement to disengage. Arbitrary holding on the east. He's getting a bit split here. Can he push him back? I mean, these smaller groups are kind of the problem, right? I think he's losing too many troops there. Joan did just go down. More villagers are getting idled out. Villagers are being exposed on the front end. Joan is about to get killed again. The Arbitrary on the front are holding for the time being, but the switch is coming. He's baited him deep enough here. Anatan queues up 16 Landsnecked to end this game. And folks, they will end this game. Villages, Arbitrary, both of them. The counter is this. The Spearman was simply the star meal, the entree. And now we're about to see B's entrails spread out across his base. An admirable hold. But at the end of this, I have a feeling B's just going to take one look at his villager count and realize it's all ogre before the Lance wave even gets here. It's 44 economy to 103. He didn't even send in the land snakes. I was like, I want to give him a false sense of security. Make him think the game isn't over yet, you know? And yes, Pavis you'd want to do straight away for the +1 tar range, because it's worthless afterwards. You're up against mass melee, and we have got a full switch. Oh God. Well, that's a pretty big swing. Elite text on the... I love how they've like changed this into it. Let's just test it all, you know? Let's take our time. Take the napkin, dab against your mouth, you know? Don't rush the meal. Enjoy it. I don't think I've seen this many land snakes since year 1 of Age of Empires 4. Right? Like, I feel like we have to go that far back. Oh, absolutely incredible.
Manoir assouvi. Belle œuvre.
How does B win this? Are champions good enough at dealing with land snakes? If he gets level 4 Zhone. I think if he gets level 4 Zhone, maybe. Because remember, they upgrade with Zhone. So if he was in Imp Age, these champions would still like be Castle Age. So it's all about the XP charter. He needs to get that level 4. He is going to have to come out soon, though. The Sacred Site win condition is ticking down. I think we are on the move now. Just spawned additional champions, so up to 12. This is so nice to see, by the way. Not Zhone getting the crap kicked out of her, but the fact that you actually now have an ability to build these. Zhone has more of an identity now than she ever has had because you are no longer restricted to building keeps to access your unique unit in mass. They were already reasonably balanced by the fact they cost more than standard unit types, right? A Men-at-Arms is 120, Champions cost 120. Cost 200, rather. Like, this costs the same as a Keshik. It's only 75 land snakes. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Right? It's not like he's going to waste time trying to kill these outposts. Oh, no. There's a keep down here. Anatan. We're about to swipe left harder than Tinder users. Uh-oh. Zhone down. Land snake coming in. Happy birthday, B. You're old enough to die. I don't know where we're meant to go with this. Land snakes. Mop it up! Woo-wee! Anatan just got the name the janitor because he's clean in this one. Crossbows. He's like, just kill me. I'm done. This is it. Game over, man. No coming back from that. HRE. Somehow one of the biggest buff civs after already being one of the biggest nuisances in high-level play. Oh my god. So, we've got redraft now. Going to double check what they want to do. In fact, because they've got a redraft, is this a rerun? No, we've just done another Anatan versus B. So, we should be getting a redraft. Because I'm not going to be eating until later. You know what that means, guys? That means we've got to get our bars. Whoop. Oh. I have got my loaded legends, cookies and cream flavored. These are dope. I love these. I also am a really big fan of the brownies. Emma, I'm not going to be able to eat. We're still in the middle of show match. I'm just going to eat mine cold. What are we eating anyway? All right. But yeah. This is perfect. The redraft give me enough time to eat this, and then I can go into eating food later. Corned beef? Yeah, I'll just eat it cold. It's fine. But guys, like, this is why you should be supporting Protein Works. If it wasn't for the meals, the drink meals, and things like these bars, I'd be starved. I wouldn't be able to keep going. Because I got these, we get to keep on rocking. Exclamation mark Protein Works if you want to get some yourself. Highly recommend it. It's worth the price. They are delicious and nutritious. They're good if you're trying to lose weight. They're good if you just want to not have to stop gaming because you can get the liquid meals instead. And they are also just absolutely fantastic for if you want to build muscle. Protein's in the name, right? So here you go, guys. Protein works like that. In fact, I'm going to link that across to the YouTube as well so you guys can take advantage of it. We are going to get ready for the new draft, though. They are linking me now. So we're going to have Dry Arabia again. And then we'll see where we head afterwards. Oh, hot set. All right, there we go. I'm going to switch over now so you guys can see them drafting the new maps. And then I'm going to get the chance to eat my bar. without dropping it everywhere. Hmm. Hmm. One sec. There we go. Let me just type that out. Just need to get the thumbnail ready. Oopsie. Ah. Shout out to the boys for mixing it up. Mountain Clearing, Socotra, Canal, Mongolian Heights. And Camim, I can confirm, 20 quid you gave is going to the players. So we've, I said to them, I'm going to split it either way. They have 10 each. Have fun. Do what you want. So we're going to have some meaningful and fun games. This is really good, by the way. Also, this by Camium is the correct response. They're that good. Alright. I've got a nice hot meal cooked, but I am content and happy, instead of speed running a bunch of that, to sit here and eat these awesome, delicious protein bars. Cookies and cream, mate. What are you waiting for? Get Protein Works. Am I bugged? Draft bugged. There we go. All right. In fact, I do need to get some water, though. So bear with me a sec, guys. I'll let the draft play out, as I am out of liquids. So be right back 1 sec. Back. Just had to kiss my daughter goodnight because not going to see her before she goes to bed. We've got 4 more games. 4 more games. And we have a draft. Let me load that one in to the UI. And I'll update this to a play all 9. Once again, shout out to Camion for giving the extra money so that we could increase this. So, let me switch over. Are they already in game? They're getting ready. So, game 1. Oh, we need to import draft, update graphics. So, game 1's on Dry Arabia again. And our map pool is going to be Socotra, Mountain Clearing, Canal, and Mongolian Heights. So, we're going to get very different games. Dry Arabia might be a bit similar to what we've seen already, but I think they're probably going to punt out different civs this time. HRE and Order the Dragon for B is... That's quite the turn. Meanwhile, Anatan now getting the Japanese... Dude, they've kind of swapped drafts, right? Like, half their picks have been swapperooed. Anatan had English before, HRE before. He typically goes Order the Dragon. He's a really big fan of that. Abbasids was his. Meanwhile, B, he had Joan. He had Japanese. I think, yeah, B had Ottomans as well. They're not going to do fast imp Ottoman English again, right? Right? Nah. But this could be a fast game. Because it is Ottomans, but it's Malians. Oh, this is brilliant. Alright. So. Last game was, of course, an Anatan win. That was a brutal win. Guys are farming up. Good lord. Yeah, this is very... Oh, wait, one canal. Oh, my god, it's even more Ottoman. Let me flip that score as well. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's a blast from the past here. We were on Canal in a Play All 9 series between Anatan and B on the Season 9 preview server here. Malians in the hands of B and Anatan with the Ottomans. Ottomans who used to be by far one of the most dominant civs on this map. Let's see how time has treated them if they've held up well here. Kind of curious to the Malian pick from B and what the thought process is. They did get buffed about a patch or two ago. Not the Season 9 preview, but for Season 8, they changed it now so that Malians fishing gathers gold as well with their fishing boats. So I think B might be trying for a dock rush here, maybe pull like 3 villages, get a transport ship, and then that's protected against any sort of Rax rush. Anatan hasn't gone for a Rax rush though. He goes straight for the dock. Okay, so this favors B then, right? Because like typically you're not meant to be able to get away with this dock play because an Ottoman player will rush a Rax up where his dock might be and then spam spears. We're not getting that. We're getting a very chill and somber beginning to this game from Anatan. Canal's good. I miss Canal. I don't know how the players felt in general, but I was a really big fan of this map. I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. It created very unique game states, right? We're going to have a very chill start. Unexpected. I think they want to test something. The fun thing for me is even when these guys are testing things, they do it in a really enjoyable way. You know what I mean? It's actually been incredible. Even the games where it clearly felt like they were testing things. Like, we literally opened this series with Ottomans, and it was Ottomans versus English, and they both imp rushed. And even in that game, I had a smile on my face the whole time because it was so joyful the way they done it. Most of the time, when I see 2 players playing a macro game in AoE4, I just kind of have a really angry look on my face. I'm like, this is every game of AoE4. But this has been refreshing, man. I think these might actually be the 2 flagship players for like just testing in show matches on a pop server so far that I've seen. So, Ottomans will be looking to tech up, and we're probably going to be seeing Sultani Trade Network here. You've already got the fishing, but on top of that, remember, this map has double trade site, south and north. So you always have a pivot option if you get blocked on one side. B, I'm curious. This could be an outpost rush. Yeah, so remember, they just buffed the Saharan Trade Network, which definitely doesn't get confusing when both of them have Trade Network. I'm just going to call the guy who done this out. Great imagination from whoever worked on Ottoman's Malian expansion. What do we call these landmarks? Trade Network. Are they both going to do trade? Not really. Funnily enough, Malians don't really go to trade off the back of Saharan Trade Network anymore. They use it now for outpost rushing because it gives you access to a unique emplacement. Instead of getting arrow slits, you can get javelins. But, wait, can you make up your mind? It is definitely going to be a trade network. There we go. We started with the positioning of a trade network where a Mansa would go. Then we got a Mansa where a trade network would go. Finally, we have got the defensive landmark coming in from B. So yeah, folks, this got buffed. Javelin placement's in there by default. Javelin placement has 11 base damage. It is insanely powerful. Gets bonus against ranged. And then, what makes it so good on Outpost is you still spend 75 resources to build those emplacements, but it's pure gold instead of being stone and gold split like normal emplacements would be. It's much better for a civ like the Malians that accrue so much passive gold. Anatan is going for the wall in. I don't think that's going to save him from a potential outpost rush here, though. He's trying to get the perfect position. Good guy, Anatan. I like that. He's trying to not delete the fish with the wall, as that's an illegal move. That's a no-no in comp games. If you look like you're doing that on purpose, you will get banned out. Admittedly, he wasn't doing it on purpose, but he doesn't want to be a bad boy. Only in the fun way. So trade network now on the way. We've already got the trade network going, but that's going to get confused. See, once again, guys, like, please rename one of these. The Sultani and the Saharan. So the Sultanani, is it Sultanani or the Sultani? I always call it Sultani. I feel like I'm missing the end there. I think you should be actively trading with this. But the reason why Anatan is paranoid is because B is playing Malians. Malians, once they tech up, can drop a stables and upgrade this Warrior Scout into a killing machine that will already be in position to stop your trade. So I kind of respect what he's doing here. B is playing dangerous there. This is the right map to dive a TC. I have seen B multiple times in these show matches lose his Scout unnecessarily. Luckily for him, on a map like this, everything's on wood, so they're not close enough to Garrison to insta-snipe. I think B was looking for confirmation of that. So yeah, 16 villages on the tree line. How did you guys vote on this one? Has to be Ottoman favored, right? 92% on Ottomans. Now, some of that is Anatan, but a lot of that is in this matchup. B is a heavy disadvantage with Malians. And there's the stables drop we talked about. So Warrior Scout's coming. Not a bad way of trying to burn into the enemy. A lot of docks as well. Jesus, Anatan. So we've got the position dock for an arrow slits player here, right? That blocks a lot of fishing, like up to here, which means that B has about 5 shoreline fish to work with, and then he's starved. B is going to try to aggro that back his own way, but difficult now, considering the dock is already up for Anatan. We do have spring play coming from B, but I'm wondering if there's like an easier option here. Is going castle and rush better? Farimba in this matchup isn't a bad idea, right? Because I think Freeborn do quite well with their 5 ranged armor against mass Janissaries. Because Freeborn are kind of bugged. They get countered by archers, but they don't get countered by Janis. Well, Canoe is at least going to arrive. And we're seeing how B can kind of benefit. Wait. Is that a bug? Or do fishing boats only give gold off of deep water? That's a bug, right? They're meant to get gold off of all fishing. Oh, sorry, no, that's a UI bug. I remember we talked about this before. Yeah, so guys, it's weird because most things show it in the UI, but with fishing boats, they get given the gold when they drop off the food. So it doesn't show here at all. So he is getting gold. It's just weird in the way that they've captured the info. Because, like, for example, with olive oil, you see the olive oil you're gathering before you drop it off on the villager, right? So yeah, I hope they fix that because it's very confusing when you're watching games. And we're layering the cake now. So more walls coming in from Anatan in case there's a breach, which is likely at this pace. We have got mass warrior scouting. Anatan is going for a castle rush. He's already got the imam points ready, so Anatan, I need to invest in some sort of defensive ships here, though. This could get awkward. There we go. Archer ship has been queued up. Wait, was that intentional by B? I think that might have been a bait. Yeah, so I think he was expecting Anatan to react with an archer ship back here and then strike here, but Anno seems to be aware of the shenanigans. Dao is now being queued up on the forward dock. Walkanu has already arrived. Arrowslit should be able to shove this away, and the archer ship should be able to protect, but he's going to probably need to pull 2 or 3 fishing boats, because the moment this archer ship comes out, B's going to want to pile on with the Warrior Scouts. Commits to the dock instead, though. Warrior Scout, just about able to get away there. I wonder, is it actually better to go Springwalds here? Well, 4 dock is going to be going down. And looks like he's going to try to break through. We have 16 Warrior Scouts. Guys, I know what you're going to say. B is not doing one of these 1-unit strategies, okay? He built a war canoe. It's different. He's evolving. Oh my god, this is brilliant. Anatan is like, I may need some spears. Really? You think? Because, like, we are creeping upon a risk that B just floods Warrior Scouts into the main base. Which is wild, by the way, to be doing this against Ottomans who will eventually get Janissaries. Janissaries that you don't even counter until Castle Age because you don't get bonus damage against ranged until the 3rd Age with these units. Walkanu is going to be able to shove away the archer ship. Antan is going to have to vacate the area soon. And it's going to be an Imperial Palace. Istanbul Imperial Palace on the way. Love to see this. Especially against Mass Cav, there's just no point going Imperial Armory. You need the perks that you get out of the Vizier Council ASAP here. And it shows that Anatan has 25 military because they bugged the fishing boats. The fishing boats are showing his military. This is a UI bug that still hasn't been fixed because we looked in the Capture Age office for people working on Age of Empires 4, and all we found was a gerbil running on a wheel. He did have a little name tag in front of him which said Active Age of Empires 4 Capture Age Developer, but something tells me he can't move the mouse to click send on the updates. So we're probably never going to see that get fixed. Riscat's not marching forward. Understand. Oh boy. Get back in that base. A demo ship play might be big if Anno. Does he queue one up? He's going to have to defend now. He's going to get surrounded otherwise. Warrior Scouts dive in. Villagers have to get back from this. No demo ship coming from Anatan. It might be the one way that you can clutch this fight up. Instead, B is just surging him with the Malians. I mean, Veterancy actually got cancelled and requeued there. So wait, what? He cancelled it? Okay, now you're even further away from a counter. His scout spam is getting out of control. Anatan about to lose all docks. And it means he's going to lose all fishing, and that's a lot of fishing. He was, what, 17 was the pop cap? The threshold, he reached the maximum. Going to be going all the way down to 0. I love that. The Warrior Scouts in the transport ship. A quick way to guarantee that no counter comes out to contest quick enough here. Anatan has queued up a Grand Galley, but I don't know what that's meant to do for you here. B now saving up for Age 3. Wait, doesn't a Grand Galley lose to 16 Javelins? Oh my god. The naval battle we never got to see. Ottomans and Malians have been in the game for almost 2 years. We have never once seen a Javelin transport ship versus a Grand Galley. That changes today. No. That changes today. That changes to B. Yes, it's happening. Go, be all you can be, Javelin ship. Oh my god, the Javelin ship's gonna win. The Javelin ship is legit gonna win. All right, it's confirmed. Javelin ship beats Grand Galley. Hooah! What loadout coming out. Good blocker here, the Warrior Scouts. Most get away, all but one. Oh my god. Thanks for coming to this educational stream presented by me, Killer Pigeon. We're learning everything today. Can't believe a transport ship Javelin play beats a Grand Galley. They may actually just be the worst ship in the game. Oh my god, Warrior Scouts are just so quick. Anatan, he's trying to spam spears to defend, but Farimba Garrison is already on the way. I'd love to see B just layer in some Ford Raxus here and going to Mansa Musafadi. Maybe even Freeborn, actually, because Freeborn guarantees that Janissaries can't save Anatan, right? That's your one scary factor of your B is like Janissaries could recover his game. Realistically, you don't want to be building Janissaries here anyway because Javelins is just as possible. So like, maybe it's even safer to go Javelineers. They do have that poison damage. Whereas Freeborn are going to struggle a bit against Mass Spearmen. Guess we'll find out in a sec. Tech complete. Has to be Musafadi, right? Can't imagine a world where you go elsewhere here. It does mean you're mass melee, which is a bit weird, but I think it works. And oh no. Wait, did Anatan never get... There's no temple. That was the Imam point, right? And now Janissary is being queued up. But guess what, guys? I have a ranged army. Yay, me. Alright, so maybe Malians are really the OP ones on Canal? Because, like, transport ship play is kind of OP. We saw that on Water Drake in a tournament. And we're seeing it now on Canal. You just can't reach them. You can't catch them. They're 1.5 movement speed. And there's enough damage coming out of this to kill the Spearman in one go, right? Because it's like, oh god, now I have to do the maths. It's, is it 116 damage? Yeah, so you definitely kill a Spearman in one go. 116 damage on a 110 health unit without undermesh. So you just die. There's no surviving it. Oh my god. And yes, the transport ships firing is a unique Malian thing. They get a javelin throw for every unit garrison size. So when Malians were first released, there was this cheesy strategy of garrisoning villages inside to ruin your opponent. Players stopped doing it because they realized it just, like, as long as you don't panic, you don't lose to it. Because the logic you go through is in that situation, your opponent is using villages and idling them up to try and kill you. Here, however, those are scouts. It's not the same. And we do have it confirmed in Mansa Musafadi now on the way. These guys will wipe the floor with Anatand. This is a great read to deal with Janissaries. We still have that transport ship with barely any health. It's a risky game for Anno, but he's finally going to bail on it. Or you could just, like, build another transport ship. I mean, that's an idea, too. What the f... I am intrigued, Anatan. Continue. He snuck out all the way across map to build a TC, rather, with one villager. He even gathered the stone here to guarantee it. I can't believe this. I mean, this would be one hell of a recovery, but I don't think you've got that much time. Warrior Scouts dive in. Also, on top of that, like, what's your plan? Go south and go to the deer? B's already on it. Man, maybe this play works if B wasn't playing deer, but was instead eating cow at home. Because he's eating the deer, there's, like, no value down here for Anatand. What's your plan here? Build mass keeps? By the time you have castles online, there's going to be like 60 Mansa Musafadi that will burn those castles down. Oh, man. And they're going to be coming in fast and hot. Military Academy now queued up. Now, that is intriguing as an idea. Cavalry archers to try and hold. But he hasn't got food, guys. Anno has 4 sheep and nothing else. His berries are about to be exhausted. He has 2 farms. I love the cavalry archer idea here. I just don't think he has the time or the resources. And the other thing is, like, if you just forget to bring a scout, the gap closed from the Mansa will be there due to stealth, right? Scary situation, man. And the cavalry archer's already been revealed. So remember, you can only get cav archers by committing into the vizier point, which tells B you're definitely going to be looking to go into them. Otherwise, you've just wasted a vizier point. And a third TC now being attempted, but the timing could not be worse. Understand? He has to leave. Oh my god, look at the bank of B. 43 Mansa Musafadi, he's halfway to Imperial. Actually, 2/3 of the way to Imperial seems more accurate here. Closer to 3/4. Scouts are going to find their way in again. Janissaries are starting to trickle out, but trickle's the issue here. Remember, These scouts now counter you. They get the bonus damage against range. They double the damage. So when you leave your initial Janissaries exposed like this, you're not the answer you think you are. I think the killing blow's now on the way. He's stealthed up. He even has the local knowledge because B is a Sweat Lord. He needs that extra 15 healing. Spearmen are not going to have a fun time here. They get revealed, heading into the base. The outpost does spot them. Immediately just attacks anything that would get in the way of his fun. B. He's returning the favor. A 1-unit comp to dominate the game into a 1-unit comp to end the game. And yeah, not just 4 base melee armor. I think they have slightly more health, right? I might be wrong about that detail. But in general, these units are insane. It's still the 9 base damage. Sure, it's kind of low, but think about this. The spears, half of their damage doesn't go through. More than that, because it's 6 melee armor versus 9 melee damage. This is about as one-sided as it gets. GG. Game over for Anatan here. B able to get another win on the board. Oh, good lord. He's going to force the GG because he knows that Anatan has been creeping out onto the map, right? So we can see a free TC Ottoman player trying to go Imperial. Oh my god. He's going to try to rush a landmark, guys. I don't think you can build it quick enough, though. His villages are a bit split, right? So he converges them here to do it? I don't think this is quick enough. Nah, it's over. He's trying to rush age 4. But the Imperial Palace is already half HP. This is going to be the game for him. B. Solid strategy with the Malians. Warrior Scout spam to take control. A classic here. Damn. All right, so mark that one up. B, another point in the board. And so, final point worth $5, and then they're both getting paid $10 because I'm splitting that generous donation from Camian for the final 2 games. So, 6 deep. Let's see where he wants to go next. This is freaking brilliant. Oh. We have still got more to come. Wow. So let's see where we want to go next. Draft-wise, let's list it out. So Malians used, Ottomans used. Blimey. I'm seeing Woprox on the test server. I did not see that coming. Woprox is one of the more prominent modders in Age of Empires 4. Might he be coming back? I don't know. I think that's one thing that disappoints me is that there's not been any improvements on mod support. That would have been a really nice thing for Season 9. So, hey guys, here's some new tools. I guess we could always hope for Season 10. I still stand by it. Like, I love that a lot of things are improving around like the base game, but the content editor is going to be one of the easier ways with the right modders to build the game into a huge player base. Because you can create more than just a standardized format. You can turn it into a playground for people, you know? So I think it is really important. So, let's have a look, though. I'm going to see what we are getting next from these two. I don't know where they've been doing their draft, because they haven't been doing it on the AoE2 thing. They haven't even been listing it in the thingy. I think they've just been hopping in and selecting a civ. I reckon, though, what maps did we have? Oh, they skipped Dry Arabia. See what they've done now. Wait, did they? Yes. I'm kind of fine with that. So we've got Socotra Mountain Clearing. Canal was just done. Mongolian Heights. Wait, is my maths correct? We're 6 games. No, they're still going to have to come back for Dry Arabia. Unless we end in 8. We'll see. But just go meme clearing, right? Good old mountain clearing? Or English versus... What would you do there? I mean, Anatan's kind of screwed on mountain clearing, right? I don't think he has anything. Juji? don't think Shuji works there. We're going Socotra first, though. Rus versus Zhone. Wait, why Zhone? He's going to outpost rush. This is an outpost rush map of Zhone, guys. Haha, look at all you people wrong. 8% betted on B. Someone just got rich. Oh my god, and there's no time to waste. We were right. We called it right. It's an aggressive play, not the outpost rush straight away, but we open up on Socotra. Zhone Dark in the hands of Anatan, and he straight away goes for the boar. Other side, B on the Rus. He would have loved that boar as well. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. Let me flip that score. We're getting deep into the series here. A play all 9. Anatan leading 4-2 as we hop into game number 7 here between these two absolutely wonderful fellows. This has been an absolute pleasure. The Season 9 preview, I call it a success. And we can shuffle our tie as a community and take some credit there. Organizing these show matches, getting these boys in to show what these civs are made of has made it so much better of an event. Because let's be totally real, right? Usually what happens with this patch previews, because you go back to the standard afterwards, a lot of players don't like getting used to things and shifting back. So a lot of players will just test out the new things, say whether they're broken or good, and then they'll go back to playing live. I'm glad we were able to come together as a community and get some money in to get some players to keep coming back and testing it. And we will have more testing on the weekend when we have a tournament bracket on Sunday. So, Anatan, with the board play, is really smart here as an opener because you are going to accelerate the rate at which you kind of get XP here on Zhone because you're gathering quicker from board than standard sheep. It also just strips B of a valuable resource as the Rus. And on top of that, you could even turn this into an outpost rush because it's not very far to go. Like, this is what I was kind of expecting from the get-go from Anatan, is to try an outpost rush, but I think he's going to play it safer than that, considering we haven't got a Rax drop. We got this instead. The boar is a really big win here, though. He's already a quarter of the way through, so by the time he has to come back, this play would have paid out, because he should be beginning School of Cavalry and be on his way to Wheelbarrow. In fact, I'm curious if Anatan is going to try to build the School of Cavalry here. Because usually you want Zhone building it, so she gets a quick level 2. And oh my god, B. He's going for a Kremlin rush. Does this work against Zhone, though? I know. I don't think this works against Zhone. She has so much HP. So if you frontline with her, and all the aggro's on her, yeah, that's what he's doing. Look at it. Look at the positioning. Is it finally happening? Are we finally getting to see Zhone being a baller? Or shall I say a brawler here? Maybe not. She got animation locked there, so the other villagers ran by. He just needs Zhone in. It's the way you win this. He's going to be a dive in now. Trying to get the positioning right. She's absorbing a lot of the attacks. Villagers are going to start to be brought down. Kremlin being built up by 1 here, and B already losing an eco unit. Scout is going to go down in return, though. And B, it looks like he's going to be able to get that Kremlin up. So in the end, it's a bailout here. He doesn't try to hang around. Anatan, a cute idea, but B, with the 11 villager pull, says, my ball. However, guys, it's not his ball. He doesn't have any wood. Okay, he has lumber camp coming. Okay, so not too bad. So yeah, he'll rush lumber camp, gather. I was worried that he actually didn't have the 50. Man, Socotra remains one of the wildest maps we've had in competitive. And I love it. So, who's advantage from here? B has a huge tech advantage. Zhone is definitely going to be level 2. I think you go range form here. For a start, B can get into Knights, which is threatening to you. But also, he now has a lot of exposed economy in the center of the map. So you can just keep whittling away at them with range form Zhone. And you can, the best thing is actually, you can sit yourself here and hit right, hit left, right? So you just keep pivoting between the two. Still no hunting cabin yet. Let's go with the houses first. Finally coming in with it now. It's another danger, actually. Another reason why range zone is good here is this boar is not safe to gather from if it's range zone. Now, all the building, all the delays, everything else, I wonder if Zhone will be ready for level 2 before the tech's complete. It's going to be tight. How did you guys vote on this one? 95% Anatan. You all saw the poll, and you thought it was over, didn't you? No one expects the 11 villager pool Kremlin. Good lord. This is also why I speculated that China's kind of broken on this map, is the Barbican rush, right? Or you Spearman rush when you see that they try to Spearman rush to block a Barbican. And then you just stage from there. So, School of Cavalry in. I know, it's going to queue up one knight, right? It's worth it to raid into the base, I think. And yeah, there you go. He even adds in a stable, so pretty hard commitment into Mass Knights here. And he's got 14 sheep to work with. Meanwhile, it's 10 for B, but B does, of course, have the board now. Level 2 zone is probably going to be complete upon stables completion, I imagine. It's awkward in this state because we're used to the timings, but they got skewed because of all the walking, right? When you're walking, you're not getting active XP. Only passive. And passive is very slow. And there we go. Range zone it is. Meanwhile, the walls. This is so obnoxious from B. 4-5 passe walls are wild, remember. They've got 2,500 HP. Nice snipe on the initial villager. And unfortunately, the timing here. Ooh, the knight! He gets in! He can stop this right now. Villager trying to run over to get this up. There's still 2 pieces of wall that need to be complete. Anatan will not be denied. 3 more worker kills in the span of 25 seconds. An opening in the passe wall. And the knight on the other side as well. Okay, this is trouble town for B. Another villager going to go down. I imagine you maybe hunt east side looking for an additional. And that one would just be a one-hitter due to the wolves already. This is brutal. We also now have a dock drop coming in. It looks like there's an archership play, so he's trying to block the gold. He knows how active the gathering is. He knows it's about night spam. This is a cool idea. Behind this, B is trying to tech up, though, and he has a problem. That's 3 knights and 1 zone in your territory now. You do at least have the gremlins, but not a substantial amount of them, and he's already pulled the point. Yeah, I love the wall change, by the way. The wall change was the correct call. It shouldn't be this easy to lock down the map. Changing it from 4 seconds to 8 seconds was a smart move by the devs. I 100% approve of these changes. Archership in the meantime. Oof, able to get a villager kill. Awkward game now for Anatan because all the gold, bar the centrals, are on the edge of the map. So Zhone is going to hold back for the time being. Knights are looking to snipe down more villages here. Militia are going to be pulled to try and deal with that, but the damage, not impressive enough here. In fact, the knight might be able to get another villager kill. If he gets the charge now, that villager's dead. I think he's going to back off entirely. He's already got the wall up. Okay, so Anatan happy with this result because you can't wall this close to the sacred site, so it's a blocker now. Extra knights are coming home, as is Zhone. And I think we might see Anatan mirror tech now. It's tough, though, because of the gold access, which is why this area is even more important. If he can lock this area, he has gold access, and the archership play doesn't really pay off in the end. I mean, he got 1 worker kill, so it's not terrible, but it was pretty lofty of an investment, right? 230, or rather 240, sorry, on the galley, and then you had the 150 on the dock. And we now, ironically, have Anatan playing into docks as well. B, he's getting closer to a tech up, but like, you're not well protected here. In eco, you're very weak, right? It's 24 to 30 economy right now. Villages are on the move. What is B doing? Wait, is he going to Wooden Fortress rush? Oh, he's trying to wall more. He's got a transport ship here. Oh, that's kind of interesting. But the wall from Anatan? No! Run, little piggy, run! I don't think he's going to get this one up. What the hell is happening in this game? He's doing everything he can to force Anatan into the choke point because the Kremlin is obnoxious. Joan is here, though, and Joan is a problem. Oh, no Divine Arrow used. A bit of a mistake. He has at least got a second opportunity. We'll wind it up. These villagers stuck on the wrong side of the wall, though. Knight comes in. He should just be able to transport ship out of this. Anatan a bit greedy. Wasn't targeting down the injured one, so more villagers away. But, guys, it's a 7-villager lead. And 7 idle for a very long time now for B. I can't with this game. This is the most memey show match I've ever had. It's like, it's valid because we're testing broken things, but then you just get here, and this is completely unhinged. And we've got an incomplete wall, guys, so this will burn down quicker. Horseman spam as well, which is an efficient way of getting through the wall, and we have a wooden fortress rush now from B. My brain can't handle more of this. I've still got 2 more games after this. Help! What have I done? Anatan. He doesn't know. This is well smuggled. The second wooden fortress might be problematic. They are now on the way. And the villagers pulling back are going to see this. It might be too early. Horsemen need to hunt for it right away. The knight's coming as well. He's going to bail on it. B has to fall back to the backup wooden fortress, which just got revealed. Oh my god, this game. Anatan has quite the bind here. Not much wood access to the north side. He already exhausted that one. So you can't allow this wooden fortress to go online. And also, remember, Joan, she's stuck on the wrong side of the wall. So she can't snipe the villagers either. Oh, this is some brilliant ship usage. What does the first tower actually offer? You just saw what it offers. It protects him against a dive. Villagers now being pulled by Anatan. It's not going to work, though. There's already arrow slits here. This attempt to defend the wood is over. He needs to look elsewhere. Guildhall is on the way. B, meanwhile, has continued to play the edge. But Anatan, now with the galleys, is coming in with a counter. However, the wooden fortress is not a dive point you can contest. And also, keep in mind, B can now repair the injured ships with these villagers. Yes, Anatan has at least protected his gold. I love how we've just got a transport ship play from him as well to get knights and horsemen into the enemy territory. Wall has been burnt through. B should have a safe tech up there, guys. I think you're probably going to see him build a high trade house, like maybe delete the lumber camps here, or you build it here. It should be kept safely next to the Kremlin, which can't be dove right now. Anatan's army is too small. Joan, barely alive, by the way. Time for another snipe. This was a 10 eco lead. The wooden fortress just continues. Oh my god, this game. Well, he could just snipe them insta. But why waste the arrows, right? Oh, he gets the 2-for-1 special. And that's smart. Because the diving by the horseman, it buys you time for the cooldown of Divine Arrow to snipe another villager. I don't know how B's meant to win this. This has been very crafty, but almost feels impossible at this stage. Especially with men-at-arms now being queued up. Another dive, another dead. Joan is going to go down. A little bit of a missed micro there by Anatan. But she has served her purpose. A 12 eco lead now for Anatan. After that disastrous opening. Horseman diving in again. The buyback comes in for Joan. Not sure what happened there with the Divine Arrow. There should be like a 1 HP villager in there unless it bugged out. Guess we'll find out in a second. A reminder, he is garrisoning with villagers. This is not... You don't want to be stuck here like this. You want to actually be gathering with these, or at least continuing the outpost crawl. This is the most messy game. Truly the most messy game of Socotra I have ever cast in my life. Now, admittedly, Socotra hasn't been in the game for long. But considering how chaotic and ridiculous Socotra usually is, that's still saying something, guys. If you just tuned in, you wouldn't be sure whose base this is. B has yet to tech up. Still. Outpost rush continues, for the love of God. Men at arms are in though. This doesn't work. B, no, big mistakes made. He's going to lose too many villagers from this. I mean, he gets it up. Horsemen now arriving as well, but it's already half HP. Villagers shuffling over to get inside the Kremlin. The dive continues. Arislitz is not going to be fast enough here. Villagers trying to repair, but the men at arms stand their ground and take off the flesh pound for pound here. 26 eco to 46, man. I think it's okay for B to admit this one is over. I respect the grind to try and get back into this. And there were moments where you could see the way, the possibility. The walls coming in. Oh my god. Wooden Fortress is going to go up. Anatand. He can just go here for wood, though. He's not out of options yet. And Joan has to be close to level 3. There's no doubt. Men at arms are shuffling around towards the Wooden Fortress now. Villagers are getting sniped. Oh my god. This was more cheesy than like Mongol outpost rushes in 2021. I think Men at Arms just win this though, guys. He's already got the ranged armor 1. I mean, Castle Turrets is on the way. It's just not going to be quick enough. So another Wooden Fortress is going to go down. Villagers are going to try to repair through it. Anno can just dive in. Another village dead. All right, what do you think, guys? Is this the single most entertaining game of Socotra we've ever seen? I think so, right? It looked kind of over for Anatand after that Kremlin. But the way he clawed back in, the timing, the difference in the wall build speed decided everything here. Those walls should have been up. This should have been cruise mode. Easy GG for B. But the nerfs to walls are already bearing fruit. How many wooden fortresses are we building here? Oh my god. Villagers coming over to try and assist now, but too little, too late, I'm afraid. Final torch damage coming in. And that is building down. Villagers exposed, and that should be the GG call. The most chaotic game of Socotra ever. Oh my god. All right. So, that is... So, let me mark that up. So that is going to be Anatand secured, what do we say, $3 per map. So he secured $15. B gets 6. But they're both going to get a bonus of 10, courtesy of Camin. Thank you very much, Camin. So $25 for Anno, 16 for B. And we still have 2 more games to go. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that one, like, writes itself. Like, it's the most chaotic game on the most chaotic map. Right, there we go. So, yes, I upgraded to a Play 09. Courtesy of Camin. Big shout out to him. He gave £20, and I said to the boys, here's $10 extra, play 2 additional games. So, they are getting ready now. Let me mark off what has been played. We have had Jean, and we've also had Rus. This has been incredible. Oh, is that? I know what. I'm just gonna randomly type to Winston. Are you not entertained? That's so good. Oh. As many games as they have time for? I mean, like, I said they could keep playing if they wanted to at $3 a piece, but I think it's going to round out nicely to have, like, 2 more games. We'll be at probably, like, 7.5 to 8 hours played. They would have, like, you know, then it doesn't, like, I didn't feel good about offering $3, but it's like I'm trying to be budget friendly here so we can do more of these instead of it being, I can do this once a month sort of thing. Maybe that makes it more special, maybe it makes it less special. But yeah. And besides, we've got $100 going into the show match on the weekend. So yeah. Oh. So yeah, 2 more games. We're going to Mongolian Heights next for Order of the Dragon versus Byzantines. What? That's wild. Alright, whoa, I've never seen those message effects before. That's trippy. That looks like some... That almost looks like the Nether portal effect from Minecraft. Same level of detail. Thank you, cursing. Where to contribute? So, if you want to contribute towards prize pools specifically, coffee is where you go. If you want to send me money, yes, you can do with that link there. Patreon is also another way I've set up because Patreon is, I think, is like more favorable for me, and it lets you guys. It means that you can, like, if you want to just have something like a subscription going, it's there for that. If people have ideas on things they'd like to see added to Patreon, let me know. I still need to figure out perks to give you guys for that. But appreciate the support the same. And thank you very much, Always Cursing. Good lord. Wow, there are 3 options. Alright. Should I get predictions ready for you guys? Also, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Use those Prime subs here. I'm just going to flex and say, like, it should be your number 1 or number 2 choice of location to use those subscriptions. All this content, you don't want to have to worry about ads. Wink, wink. Alright, here we go. They're not bored. They are having that much fun. Game number 8 on the Season 9 Age of Empires 4 preview patch here. That's right, we've got a show match between Anatan and B, and we are going deep into the night. B, now with Order of the Dragon up against Byzantines in the hands of Anatan on Mongolian Heights. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Yeah, kind of a cool one here, actually. HRE, you'd expect to see here Mongols. We've seen some English traditionally. I haven't often seen Byzantines on a map like Mongolian Heights because it kind of feels counterintuitive to play into fishing unless you want to go Hippodrome. Now, that's where it gets interesting, guys. We are watching, I'd say, one of the most impressive Hippodrome users in the game. Anatan has a way with the horses. He whispers to them. And I'm wondering if he's going to do it for us here today. It is a bit risky against Order of the Dragon, but my thought process is if you bulk Horseman and pinch, you could... No, I don't think you can do it here. Like, the more I'm thinking about it, if there's just a few Gilded Spearmen, you don't ever want to pinch a Gilded Spearman because the Horsemen do too much damage. Take too much damage, rather. Right? Because Gilded Spearmen are like 2 and 1. That being said, if this happens to be a Men-at-Arms spam, you would be very happy to have the Hippodrome. If he's going to do it, though, it's going to take some time. Anatan has gone for the pond. Or rather, the river here. B is moving out now, but he's already teching with 1 on the mine work. Is this an outpost drop? What is he up again? What's he up to? Well, there's no wood gathering, so I'm a little bit confused. Huh? Wait, is he really committing 2 villagers to kill a dog? What? Okay, there we go. We have some wood gathering. That makes more sense. I thought we had... I was about to call the series for medical reasons because I felt like B must be like dehydrated or something. Because that was getting questionable. The outpost makes total sense. Yeah, it took him a while. He finally chopped across on the tree line. Minework Palace is on the way. The outpost is going to be a blocker to extending fishing. And the wall traps him here. This is well executed by B. He gave Anatan the room to ruin himself. There's no way he can now send fishing, so this is just a wasted investment that gets blocked. And after a small delay, B can now start fishing himself. I don't know if it's worth garrisoning villages, though. You want to be building a dock yourself, right? And yeah, we should now see that. He's got 168. Does end up cancelling some of the fish, which is unfortunate here. But he can bulk this up. Thank you, thank you. Always looking to try and improve the esports scene anywhere I can. And this, I mean, this has provided the entertainment. I think a lot of us were kind of hyped around the siege changes, and we saw the intrigue and the potential. But, and maybe I'm tooting my own trumpet or whatever, but like I feel like we done right by this pop on creating the appropriate spectacle and hype that it deserves. Right? I think we hit it out of the park with that. Really big shout out to Antan and B for helping that as well. Wonder how many players are watching right now taking notes for Sunday. So archer ship on the way. Anatan is just trying to scale into Limitane, which is a good way of trying to burn through docks, right? Like archer ships will have the damage heavily reduced. Speaking of which, archer ship has now arrived. So nice body blocks there. That's sick. Perfectly positioned there. B does block one of the fishing boats from getting back to safety, courtesy of the outpost assistance. Love the fact he's still here with the Guild of Villagers to collect up now. No, I don't think too much changed. I actually think you need big changes like this. People want change. The reality of modern gaming is people expect change. If you take it a slow one step at a time, people are unimpressed. The only games that get away with that are ones that have legacies of like 10 plus years and are about the granularity. Like, for example, StarCraft. But I think even then, like, you struggle to engage the newer viewers because it's almost like you need to flip the table to bring people who are out of the mix in, because you're, in a weird way, leveling the playing field, I'd say. I've always been a big fan of this drastic change approach. Like, Dota 2 really got me on board with it. I love Ice Frog's approach to balancing because the game always changes. You're always in a state of flux and reaction, which is good. It's healthy. It's what makes esports great. What makes traditional sports great is this idea of 30 years of practicing the same game. And although the rules kind of change, the way you approach it can change, the rules, like at their core, rarely do have to be adapted to. Whereas someone that's been marvelous about esports is, over the course of a year, the game can look completely different. And adaptation's a big part. So I love it from an esports perspective, but I also love it from a casual perspective. Yeah, Anatan. Limitane proving a little bit of a nuisance here. B is now getting into the men-at-arms, though. He does have the shoreline fishing. So what's Anatan's plan here? He did go Hippodrome. We did anticipate this. This is really powerful against men-at-arms. He's baiting him. The Limitane play is solely to bait the men-at-arms reaction instead of spears, because men-at-arms are more efficient. And you've already got Mindwork, so you want to do this. So similar to how B gave Anatan the room to ruin himself in the opening, Anatan is now giving the room to B to ruin himself as well. In fact, I think this might just be Cataphracts, not even Horsemen. Oh, wait. Is this going to be System of the First Hill? Am I weird for liking that? Because I actually think that slaps pretty hard here. System of the First Hill is sick.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I'd have to double check, but I think Cataphracts might be capable of two-hitting villages because of the charge damage, but I'd have to double check. It's close for sure. Without textiles, they might be able to two-hit Order of the Dragon villages. But yeah, this is Castle. Other possibilities here. Do you rush? Okay, so no. I don't think you want Land Snake, so I'm not sure the Golden Horn Tower is that valuable. We have got demo ships, though, so he is going to contest the fishing. Oh, the villagers! Oh, this is big! B, he didn't keep track of this! But the timing! B doesn't realize, he still doesn't know. Demo detonates, that's so much worth! One demo for 2 gilded villager kills. B, big mistake made there, was not tracking his villagers. And actually, Cataphracts do have a charge. They charge onto the enemy, and then they club. It's not a traditional charge. And it's going to be Golden Horn Tower. Okay, so no Sippy Cups. But we still at least have the Hippodrome. Men-at-arms are proven annoying. One villager has gone down. Yeah, these guys are really ridiculous, guys. Their attack speed is so quick, 1.12 seconds. Yes, the Trample. Which is a type of charge. which does 10 damage. And then I think your Sword Strike is like maybe 30? So that's enough to kill a Gilded Villager. Oof, this is expensive though. Anatan, just losing a lot of the gold there. He needs that gold as well. Remember, Spat Boys aren't cheap. Cataphracts cost 150 gold, which is why he's so desperate to get a little more. Does get what he needs, but definitely comes at a price. And B, is not far behind on his age up timing here. Not just that, a lot more fishing coming. So I think we are just going to see mass men arm spam here. Curious to see how well Cataphracts do against that. At least you're not being countered by Spearmen, and that's not going to happen now because you have Lombo potential, right? So it'd be kind of silly to try and go into Spears here, even though they're more tanky. He's going to get scared away, even though he's got the undermesh. But it's because he's waiting for the tech before he engages again. First Cataphract is in. Here you go. Here's the stats. So, okay, it's not enough. He needs 1 melee damage. It's 27 per strike. So you trample, which is 10, and then you strike twice. That would be 64 damage. And Gilded Villagers have 65. So if he gets Bloomery, he can 2-hit Gilded Villagers. Look how effective they are, though. I mean, it is an early Gilded Men at Arms, but so tanky. The 4 melee armor, the 360 HP. It's not a bad idea by Anatan. And also, it deals with the rigidness of most Byzantine strats. It gives you that mobility. And also gives you that 1-up with the high DPS from Triumph, right? It will be a +4 damage, which kind of alleviates that concern I had about sniping villages. But I don't think you rush to use it here. Timing's important. We actually have Gilded Knights getting queued up. This doesn't scale quick enough for B, right? You need to be careful with the gold, because if the trample comes in, it's big damage. Oof. Doesn't quite connect there, though. The Men-at-Arms able to body block. It's only layer 1, though. Second one is on the way. Lombos are still patrolling. We do have an outpost up here to try and protect. This is a really good trade for Anatan. He already killed one of these early Men-at-Arms. He's killing a second with 1 Cataphract. Right, so he spent 330 resources to kill 480. He still has him alive. Trample does reach through. Too many villagers in the gold. Bit of a miss micro there. Anatan definitely could have taken down a villager. Will still seek and destroy. Lombos, in the meantime, are going to start to struggle with the Gilded Knights. But these units kind of just feel for free, right? It's with the Olive Oil. On top of that, he's reaching in and finding economy kills. 2 villagers are going to go down. It might be more because of the misclick B. What was that? He meant to send the villagers to the corner, but he sent the knight instead. So an additional worker kill over what should have been allowed. A dive underneath the TC. B, this is getting a bit out of control. Triumph has also been activated, so these guys have more movement speed. They have a heal over time. It's going to allow them to die for longer, so more villagers likely to go down here. Still no textiles from B. One of the Gilded Knights is going to be able to get a kill. Other one will be able to get the charge in, so this is big, getting those 2 Cataphract kills. But it did come at a cost for B. One thing that's scary now is that Anatan is scaling Lombos, and that's really good against this fishing economy, because Lombos can reach in and snipe, and you can't use archer ships to defend. Right? Archer ships have 6.5 tile range, and Lombos have 7. So that's another issue I see for B here, because when you look at the raw eco count, 10 of what he has is fishing boats. He's far behind. And that's wild. He uses the Lombos to body block. It's so weird, but so effective there. Like, the Lombos are kind of cannon fodder here. The Cataphracts are the MVP. Trample is also coming off cooldown soon. It's awkward. We said you don't want to go spears here for obvious reasons due to Lombos, but I don't feel like the Gilded Knights are addressing the Cataphract threat. He has at least got relics on the way home, but so too does Anatan. He went into the monastery. Smart read. Cataphract chasing that one away. Nice garrison to save him. Gilded Knight barely gets in there. But he's losing these trades right now. They're running out of safe points to retreat to. It's just overwhelming. 2 Cataphracts versus 1 Gilded Knight. The maths doesn't favor you here. And apparently, he doesn't care about static defenses either. I mean, who would with 360 HP? little bit of a wasted effort attacking the Gilded Knight back, but gets another eco kill. Elsewhere, the idle time being achieved here is just kind of preventing B from getting the necessary number of knights together. His knights are also quite heavily injured, and he doesn't have enough prelates to fix that quickly. I love the relentlessness with which Anatan is pushing. He's not giving the breathing time that B would need to heal up. Another interesting thought here is, although we don't have the sippy cups from the cistern, what we do have are monks that will eventually need another job. And that other job can be healing these injured cataphracts. Lombos. A little bit of trouble here. Bad hit there, but the health lost. I'm not sure if that's entirely worthwhile. Love the split as well. Just chase after a few. Don't send all the cataphracts after one. However, the slow reaction out of B means he's going to lose another knight likely here. It's going to be an activation on the Triumph. Dive does come in. Lombos are going to start sniping out the prelates and the villages. More Lombos are on the way. The health bars are not impressing me in this game. It's 14 military to 29. Lombos able to pinch more on the drive-by. Villagers are running for their life, and I think we're close to the GG call. I mean, B has got a third relic on the way home, sure, but he's not going to have much more of an economy but relics at this rate. You can already see Anatan is hunting everywhere with the cataphracts. Gets clubbed down. And the blocker was perfectly timed. Trample through. That's at least 2 more villagers dead. Love the perfect split. He knows that 2 cataphracts can deal with 2 gilded villages. Oh, 1 can deal with 2 each, but the gold is so close as well. If Anatan just rears in here, this will be the GG call. Oh my god. Not opening with spears. You're against Byzantines who go Lombo contract. There's a reason you don't open spears here. The Men-at-Arms was the bait, though. Like, Cataphracts as a reaction to Men-at-Arms was smart by Anatan. It put B a step behind. The Gilded Knights, I think, is just not the way. It's awkward to try and go Gilded Crossbows because there's Lombos and Cataphracts can charge through. It's tough, for sure. And yeah, Fishing Eco is 12. He has 28 Bio Eco. Anatan is pretty much full 55. I think he's got like 1 fishing boat. Cataphracts again. Another interesting thing is like attack speed, right? Like Gilded Knights do attack a bit quicker. Base damage is 36 versus the 27. So like they will win on 2-on-2 exchanges. But I think that's close enough that if you add a third Cataphract into the mix, Catas will win. Demos. Yeah, not great trade there. 160 resources for 90. This is ridiculous. What a cool strat. And agreed. Like, I think you maybe are able to get Spearman if you go Burgrave here as or the Dragon. I'm starting to feel more and more like Regnitz is a bait for this Civ. They're all about tempo, and their timings are off if you just try to like castle rush with no units. It takes a ridiculous amount of time. 42 seconds to build a knight. 42. Most Civs struggle taking 35. And not just that, it's not just the fact it takes 42 seconds. It's the fact you have to hold on to 480 resources before then committing to another 42 seconds. That's what makes it so difficult for Order of the Dragon to get numbers together. It's not just the time, it's not just the cost. It's both things together. Cataphracts now with the trample. And the Cataphracts move at the same speed as normal knights. I think they were once upon a time slower, like 1.58, but at some point they got tweaked to be 1.62. $18 villages now vacating. Remember, that's almost everything on land. That's half. Over half. 18 of 31 total. Cataphracts. They've got the trample, by the way. And it doesn't even matter. It's not going to come out. Cataphracts destroy in this matchup. Well played to Anatan and B. So that is going to be another one on the board for Anno. One more game, guys. One more game. Give me a butte. What are we getting here? What do we think? Speculate, guys. What are we going to see next? So let me mark off Order of the Dragon and Byzantines that are OP. What could we be expecting here? Oh, they're already in game, so we'll find out straight away. We're going to Mountain Clearing? And it isn't an English pick. Holy crap. All right. There we go. Dude, I feel great about this. I feel like almost every single game is uploadable, you know? That's such a great feeling. It's time to find out how broken HRE are. Give me Spears versus Onabagisha. We are on a claustrophobic and uncomfortable map. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. We are here with the Season 9 preview for a showdown between B on the HRE and Anatans on the Japanese. 9th game. They've been going at it, and so far, Anatan has got the big slab advantage in this play all 9. There's still one more game to be played. One opportunity for B to middle finger and strike back here. HRE, an absolute classic on this map. Powerful for obvious reasons. The relics, so safe, Regnant seems almost impossible not to get. The Japanese have never been seen before on this map. This is the first time Japan has ever been played on Mountain Clearing competitively. It's time to find out what they got. So, whoopsie. Smash my keyboard while I'm at it. We got Deer Gathering to begin with. Moves out the house. Love this little detail. Remember, your houses need to be placed anyway, and they are a food drop-off building. So already getting the better rate. He needs it as well because B rushed out with the Prelate onto the boar. It's not ideal having 6 villagers being buffed by a Prelate because this guy can buff 9, but you don't want to pull more villagers than this. It just feels a little bit subpar, right? Like, you'll have all this food, but you'll be lacking on the gold and the wood timing. So this is all about B finding that perfect balance on eco between food and gold for a tech up. I think it should align quite nicely here. Oh, did we do predictions? We did, right? This is for this series, I'm pretty sure. We just popped them up. So Coca Township on the way. You know, I think Coca's the meta now, guys. Holy truly, like even on Season 8, you guys should be going Coca now in a lot of matchups. Kura Storehouse is not the be-all end-all. The buff of 20 resources less and a 3-second production speed buff to the Japanese was good enough for this landmark, in conjunction with the fact that Daimyo Mana is more affordable. In fact, one thing I'm expecting to see soon is Katana Bannerman. I think Katana Bannerman is being slept on. Uma Bannerman's kind of obvious. We've seen Yumi Bannerman looking good, but what's really cool about Daimyo Mana interacts here is the Katana Bannerman gives 15% more damage to a unit that has 20 base damage. You heard that correctly. So that means that you're getting 3 extra melee damage on a Shinobi. We are getting the Vine Work build from B. Wait, does the timing work here? This is too slow. This has to be too slow. Yeah, he's going to have to rush an outpost. He knows it. Good read by B. I don't even feel like you need to be doing this in the center of the map. This is insanely greedy. Who loves me? People? Maybe, I think. Now, that was very mature of me to swat it away. I could have answered with your mum. I'm going to stop now. Outpost is being rushed by Anatan's villagers. What? This feels so unnecessary. Maybe the timing makes sense. Sabotage is going to be thrown in there. Good burn damage, but he needs to be killing the villagers. But he just doesn't want to allow the tech up. And it's working! Oh my god, B! What an insane game to end this! Shinobi stabbing away at the villagers. There's no reaction. Insta-snipe him down. Almost gets another worker kill. But Anatan gives up! What is happening? I can't believe this. Anno, he had too much gold, not enough food. He had no more ninjas coming. If he'd actually adjusted his macro there, that would have been perfect. And yeah, this is crazy. No one lost a villager. The free shinobi goes down. But all villagers are still alive in this game. After, I think that might now be the most chaotic start to this series. And by the way, folks, if you haven't caught the early games, check the VODs, because this is either the third or the fourth time I've said the most chaotic start to the series. So, feudal age has been reached. Deep breaths. Woosa. Woosa. We're there. What I'm not sure about is how the hell all Pike Spearmen beat Shinobi. I think B has to rush Castle Age. Which feels horrible. Because he just built a mine work. Winston, I think you may have just come up with the YouTube title. I mean, it's not every day you see a mid-map mine work. Even on mountain clearing. So, Anatan, is this just a castle race now, or do you just keep adding units? Because you could just try to burn down the outposts. Looks like there's going to be a dive coming in. Too many villagers in the area, so he's going to shoot you through. Oh, he gets baited! Not good. Really not good here. The prelate snipe would be huge, though. If you can get it. Oh, the garrison time on that. Mid-swing B. He gets in. And now we begin the game of Ring a Roses. Shunshin's on cooldown, so that should be another Shinobi going down. No, he gets away on 5 HP. That's crazy from both players. I can't believe it. Still no worker kills. Shinobi have been lost, though. I think that is the third Shinobi plus the scout. Actually, no, it's 2 Shinobi, right? He lost 2, yeah, 2 Shinobi and a scout. Hence the 270. He gets the snipe, though. Prelate down. He's not going to get away with that. Shinobi is going to die for it, but you know, in a way, that's an even exchange in terms of cost. One Shinobi is 100 resources, a Prelate's 100 resources, but that's now one less villager that B has. So if you can keep replicating that, it's actually worthwhile. What a crazy game. And look at the difference now. Anatan is pulling ahead. B, this idle time really hurt him. Great micro, right? But you had 8 villagers plus a prelate playing Ring of Roses. They weren't gathering food on a superior gathering rate. So he should have been tech ahead. With the 40% buff, the better gathering rate on board than Deer, Castle should have been coming first for him. It's not the case in this game. Anatan done enough here, even though he lost a lot of units in the process. It looks like we actually have a daisy chain here for E-repairs. Why? I can't have them kill my mine work. The game would be over. And Anatan now giving B a taste of his own medicine. We've actually got another Temple of Equality. Oh my god, this landmark. Another villager gets found. Shunshin in. Great strike there. In fact, if he attacks the scout quickly, too late now, I think. You could actually kill the scout, guys. I'm not even memeing. You do 25 damage per strike, and you both have heal. Yeah, Anatan, I don't think he realizes it. In fairness, you can actually just survive because you have more heal than you take damage. This is the saddest scout I've ever seen. He's like, just one more touch. Just one more touch. But my pony's quicker. Not quicker than my med tech. Oh my god. Temple of Equality about to complete though, guys. Now, do we get Samurai? I think so. It's a short enough map, right? Matt Samurai feel better on bigger maps. I don't think you go Yumi. Oh no, he's already got stables. It's Mount Samurai again. So we've seen this be pretty popular. It's bold against all pikes though. Like B should be prepping Raxes right now. Are we about to get mass Healy boys on both sides with Knights? Because if we are, B is going to end up staying at 2 points and Anatan's going 7. Mountain Samurai already beat normal Knights 1-on-1. But now you've got the Sohai Sutra, decreasing your base damage by 50%. You know, I'm all on board for the B train. There's some fun ways along the way, but I just looked forward and the train driver's drunk and we're about to head off the tracks and into a river with a 60-foot fall. I'm going to go ahead and get off at the last stop here. This does not work. B, he's in trouble. Maybe he thinks he can hunker down here. It's going to be difficult, though. Uma Bannerman's already there. Remember, you can prep him ahead of the age if need be. He's going to dive in. Prelate will be able to garrison one relic, but will instantly die. TC is going to get garrisoned. Undermesh is now on the way, so he'll be able to park himself here for a while. And he goes in for the yoink! Not quite able to get it. This is unheard of. This is so difficult to do on a map like Mountain Clearing. If he gets another Monk here, though, it's done. And it will be Monk-S. Mind Work boost Knights? Or what, you mean they're still barding? 2 melee armor still doesn't compare. The Japanese have an additional melee tech and they have Uma Bannerman. You're losing that fight every day of the week. You know that scene in the other guys where it's like the tuna versus the lion? He's like, you lose that fight. 9 times out of 10, you lose that fight. It's that. All right, use the HRE or a lion that has just jumped into the middle of the Atlantic to fight a school of tuna. And they will not be turned into sushi in this one. So, relics are at least going to be safe at home. In fact, B, he gets the majority. So 3 relics to 2. And that is Regnant, so 6 relics effective to 2. There is still a window here for Anno, though. If he waits too long, yes, B will just have better economy. However, Anno has sniped 2 workers. It's actually 3 because the Prelate was lost, so he had to rebuild out the TC. It's not Arkan, so you have to keep building Prelates. You can at least do that, but it's you know, the efficiency of going farms is weirder. And also, on top of that, Sohai Sutra. If B just scales Knights, he's likely to lose this unless he can survive like 15 minutes, right? Got to march in now. Fortification's on the way, but he's going to need to use E-repairs. I don't actually think it's even worth the E-repairs here, which means the relic! Don't mind if I do. Wait, did... Oh no! Wait, would that have even been in range? I think it would have been tight here. No, it was definitely in range. Look, you can see. It, like, well, you can't see it, because haha. It says requirement structure damage. He has E-repairs. He just didn't use it. Oh no. Knight goes down as well, and we have Onimusha. I wasn't there in time? Okay, thank you, Fatlop. So he done this really early with the double house. He just forgot about this one. He never even built the stables completely. But that's incomplete as well. It's Scramble Brain, man. Anatan's on point. Ay, ay, ay. Knights diving in. This is not a fight you ever win. B, this actually might be a very quick game now. Props to them for hanging in there to try and make comebacks, but this one is unrecoverable. Not to mention the Shinobi in this, like they are actually subtly assassins, as you'd expect. 29 damage, just too much, and GG gets called. Mountain Clearing with an insane opening to this game. Great micro by both, but a cleaner and clearer execution for Castle by Anatan. Golf claps all around. Well played to the boys. And thank you very much, Benny, for donating. In fact, let me double check who donated, because I don't want to use the names that pop up with like PayPal or whatever to say who it was. But I did notice, so we know Camion gave the 20. Thank you very much for that. The 20 is being split today between the players. There was a big dono earlier from... Who gave the 100? That's perfect, actually, because that helps us fund the show match on the weekend, or the tournament on the weekend. But big shout out to Ben. I believe that was you, right? Yep, Benny. Thank you very much for the £30. That was via the coffee, right? So these were all via coffee, I'm assuming. Let me double check. I can. Or did you... Or was this just a Streamlabs dono? If so, thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. I have to have Streamlabs silence because obviously it pops up. Oh, you did. Absolute legends. Thank you, Hillberries, and thank you, Ben. I appreciate the tips, man. Thank you for the £10 from Hillberries and the £30 from Ben. I appreciate that, man. Though that budget isn't necessarily meant to go into like show matches, but it probably will end up going to show matches because I love doing these so much. I just want to host more of them. I'm having such a blast. But the £100 that did got donated on coffee is going to go into the pool for this weekend's show match. If people put anything else in there before Sunday, we'll bolster up the prize pool further. I might just by default already add in another $50 to the $100 prize pool. But let me double check on what's happening because I need to start planning for this today and tomorrow. So I've had 13 responses. If I got pro players and you are part of Warman's Discord, go and tick the corresponding channel there. If not, reach out to me on Discord. !Discord. I want all the pro players in my Discord anyway because we will be organizing it through there. So if I have additional people who want to play in the show match, the tournament, we're going to be doing a double elimination bracket tournament on the pub on Sunday, kicking off at 1 p.m. UK time. It's going to be best of threes into best of fives into a gradual best of seven. Everything lower bracket is best of one except the lower bracket grand finals, which will be a best of three. So please, if you are a pro player, do engage with that. If you are a viewer, please make sure you're here watching that on the weekend. Some of the more known people we've got a bunch of people in there. But Corvinus, we've got Anatan, we've got Sassy, we've got Kazi Johan, Myriad is there. Some of the more up-and-comer type people, we've got Scatbrained, we've got Trackle, we've got Ezra, Chrysor, Road, I think that's maybe Diniskia. I can't see because I'm in streamer mode, and Libor as well. So we've got a few names in there already. Oh, wait, actually, I'm going to have to double check that because I just looked at it. I already planned for Sunday, so I'm going to have to maybe bad news some people because a lot of them actually flagged Saturday instead, so AK tomorrow. But I want to give enough breathing room so players can prep instead of rushing into setting up a bracket with a little bit over 12 hours. So I might have to bad news them and say Sunday. We have less names. Crap. So, let me check. Because I want to get this confirmed on what day we're going to do before I go off. So, Corvinus marked Saturday. Who else marked only Saturday? 1 second. God, let me close the game because the game is lagging me up while I check this. Maybe I have to switch to Saturday. I don't like the idea of doing that because it's just I want to make sure that I'm sorting everything, the format, everything ahead of time succinctly instead of rushing last second. I'm never a big fan of that because I think that's how things get messy. But the players, so Corvinus. Who couldn't make it? Corvinus, Ezra, Anatan. Sorry guys, just doing this right now. Yeah, and I've got Freya tomorrow, so I definitely can't do Saturday after all. Emma's dog crap at making plans. She plans, she doesn't tell me about stuff until 24 hours beforehand, forgetting that I have jobs. Yes, I'm shaming you on stream. Anyway, and I think maybe Trackle said Trackle could do both. Was it Libor? No, it's Corvinus, Ezra, Chrysor. If I have other players that want to play on Sunday, just message me. !Discord, join the Discord. You should all be joining my Discord anyway if you want to keep up to date for when we're doing things. And that's also going to be where I'm starting to organize a bunch of esports things as well for both AoE4 and then eventually we'll get some deadlock in. Yes, Faye, that's what we're aiming for. Are these caster games already using the new patch? They are indeed, Dream Chanter. This entire series, in fact, the last like 2 streams have been entirely on the new patch. So a lot of stuff there. Oh, no, ignore that donate thing. That's wrong. Don't donate to the future kingdoms. That's done. One sec. Let me update that. Lamau? I forgot that one was there. It's because donate usually only ever gets updated for, like, charities or whatever. So, one second. Let me update that. I'll put the leave a tip link in. There we go. Doink, updated now. So it should show the correct thing. Boom. Oh, thank you, Winston. Appreciate the big changes. I'm hoping this is more of what we get to see in the future. It's what I've been asking for. It's what I've been pleading for. Is more aggressive changes and the frequency. I think a season should make up a drastic change in something. Several new maps, big adaptations to civs, new civs, whatever. And then across the season, there should be a pipeline to execute tweaks and balancing. That is the ideal system. What I haven't liked in the past is when we've had a season update and it's been like, here's a new statue. That was the nightmare point in Age of Empires 4. And I think Winston will agree on that as well. I think most people agree. That was the horrible point. So I'm glad I feel like we're getting past that because that's where better lands lie for Age of Empires 4. You know, it's hard to compete with these other games that are like, Fortnite made a whole new world. Apex Legends has added a new map, and so on and so forth. When it's like, here's a badge. So I hope what we're getting with Season 9, and maybe like Winston sweating, is like, oh god, no, is a good preview of what the future of AO4 is going to be. If we get that, the design, the balance of the game is in a better place than it's ever been. It is getting to the point where with the right support, Age of Empires 4, I've said this in the past and I still maintain it, I still believe it, Age of Empires 4 has a recovery arc comparative to Apex Legends. Apex Legends launched on the scene, big dab, people loved it, and then no updates, so it plummeted. Now, it's having a rough time recently, but for years, it continued to trek upwards. Its esports scene growing, its viewership growing. Huge success, top 10 on Steam for a very long time. And that came after a huge failure because they dropped the ball hard. They just didn't develop anything in the first opening months of the game. So people got bored, right? So if we can look at that as an education of how you can recover game, that's great. We have the development cycle, which is now starting to get there. That's good. That's step one. The esports calendar helps. I like that. But the bigger thing is actually how everything interconnects. And that comes in the form of marketing. I have been guilty of not great marketing here because I was very impromptu with these show matches. I probably should have plotted them out ahead of time. So I'm kind of ironically like living in a glass house here. But, you know, I love EGC. Even EGC has this issue where the marketing is short term, not long term. And there's reasons behind that. But like same with Microsoft, same with anyone running tournaments. There are reasons why it's short-sighted, but it needs to become long-sighted for many reasons. For one, it builds anticipation, it builds hype, and it builds a journey. So, for example, the esports scene, my goal is to try and weave a baseline story within our esports ecosystem between big events. Somewhere where you guys can come and catch the daily or weeklies or whatever, that is almost like a league format that builds a narrative that's always evolving. So that when you get into these big events, you've got big upsets or whatever, but it had a story that built into it, so it doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere. Because although dark horses are cool and we love that feeling, that can still happen, but it's nice to have this feeling like something's trucking along. I also want to be able to get us to a stage where EGC doesn't have to run 5 events a year. They could run 2 really big events, and we have these smaller parts of the ecosystem that scale into it. These things are so pivotal, so important, actually, to building that narrative. I want us to be able to get to a stage where we have a World Cup for Age of Empires 4. The closest we've got to that is Red Bull Wololo. And this year, like, Red Bull Wololo isn't the full stretch tournament, so it's going to be cool, but it's not on the scale of like what it once was, right? So we need to build to these type of things. That's how you rebuild a ruined esports scene, a ruined game into something good, and it's feasible here. But it comes down to development taking this philosophy, almost like an ice frog philosophy, break the game to rebuild it every season. It's more work, but it's more rewarding when you keep getting it right. And it's more rewarding when you see more people coming back. That is key. That's paramount to the success of this scene long term, for it to grow. And alongside that, I think other big drastic changes, they don't always have to be esports or 1v1 focused. For example, Season 10 could be a revamp of all the team maps. That would be huge. Season 11 could be a revamp of the modding tools. That could be huge, right? But it has to be something big to really project you, to propel you forward. In combination with that, marketing is a must. Marketing from people like me is a must to be done right and more long-term. Marketing from people like EGC TV, more long-term, very important. Marketing from Microsoft, long-term, more important. We all have a torch to bear in this. We all either assist or debilitate each other in bearing those torches as well. And if we get that coordination right, we can build a legacy that lasts 10 years. If we fail to get that right, the good development effort is going to be for nothing, because all that will happen is the numbers will stay like this. Content creators will begin to flock away to new potential games, like you saw the Spanish Bros, like I had contemplated in the past. So like I know other people, you know, who've been looking at Myth and whatever have been doing, right? So there is a way. There's always been potential. I've always believed in the game and felt it's going in the right direction. Now is the time. Now is the time to strike. I'd love to see at Wololo a teaser of upcoming civs. That would be phenomenal and a very smart marketing move. In fact, it's the best place to do it because Wololo is free marketing for the entire franchise. And then prep for that next year, because it's probably going to be next year, right? And then in the meantime, I'll do what I can to build the base layer. And I'll work with EGC TV to try and ramp up the feeling around their events. Like, my goal is to help convert an online tournament next year. Just one, right? Two. Screw it, I'm greedy. Two. I want to try to convert 2 online events next year into LANs. Now, it won't be on my channel. I'm not big enough to do that. But there are ways I can help. There are ways that I'll be aiming to help. On top of that, guys, I'm not going to reveal it right now. I might try to... I'm not going to have a trailer, but I might make an announcement for Sunday. I have got something to announce after Wololo that I think is going to be a huge boon to the scene, a very healthy outcome, and much needed. So I'm really excited to share that with you guys in a few days. And what is up, Type Aerodubs? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it, man. Much love, man. I appreciate all the support you guys have been giving. I love the amount of people who've turned up. It's really heartwarming. So I'm going to get organizing on Sunday at 1 p.m. UK time, so 6 hours in the past. We're going to have a bracketed double elimination tournament on the test server. On Season 9, the first tournament preview. We've been responsible for the first show match preview. We're going to be responsible for the first tournament preview on Season 9. Aiming for $150. We'll see if we can get it up from there, but 150 is now where I think we're going to be at to start off with, which I'm really happy with. It looks like we're probably going to have between 12 and 16 players, which is phenomenal. I love that. And then we'll go from there. And who knows what we can build. But guys, absolutely solid numbers coming out for you guys. Much love to everyone. I'm going to end the YouTube side now. Much love to everyone who's been tuned on YouTube. Keep that coming. Love to see the support. It doesn't generate millions of dollars, but it definitely generates some money. Same with Twitch, right? Like, view on both if you can. But my hopes is to build something. Like I said, a year from now, I want to be in a comfortable position where we're able to bring in sponsors to help with smaller tournaments that we run. I want to be able to keep assisting EGC TV and other tournament organizers in getting sponsors for their events. And I also want to feel healthy about the idea of us doing multiple games as well ourselves. Like Deadlock is one I'm eyeballing and I want to be involved in, but it's already 10K plus prize pools, so I'll probably just settle as a caster there. But I want to try to create content beyond just AoE4 while still doing AoE4. I think I said yesterday that, like, climbing, I'd love to start having my bouldering content be part of it, but we're in the build period here. So we'll keep building. I appreciate all the support. Much love to everyone. Whether you're subscribing, just watching, every little truly does help. It makes it more realistic to get to a stage where I can make a living off of this and feed my fam, which is definitely not easy living in the UK. So And what's up, Saksham Agroya? You want to donate $500? Jesus. I think there's a way on YouTube, but otherwise, feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to ping the Discord there, so you can catch me there. And you can talk to me about that. Holy crap. I just saw that on the YouTube side. So message me, guys. Like, join the Discord. We're going to try to build that up. I really, like, community has always been the big driver to me, is like building this into not just a place where you come to see me. It's a place where you come to hang. It's a place where it's experience. And as guys like you all in the chat also get to know each other. And, you know, I am the anchor point, but not the be all. So be part of all those things, whether it's Discord, YouTube, Twitch, all of them definitely count. But yeah, Saction, definitely join that. Anyone else who wants to talk about potential show matches, tournaments, whatnot, or ways they can donate to make tournaments bigger, let me know. I am always looking for ways to make bigger and better things. But with that in mind, I'm going to say farewell to YouTube. Much love to you, YouTubers, and I'll see you all